Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the fanfiction guy, back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Deku Was Strongest Quirkless Hero. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. All men are not created equal. That is a truth Izuku has lived with since he was 4 years old. But just when he thought he understood what it meant to be quirkless in a society full of amazing abilities, the universe finds new ways to remind him of his worthlessness. Everything he's done up until this point has been trying to prove to everyone, to prove to himself, that it wasn't true. That he could be valuable despite his diagnosis, that he too could be a hero. But as he slinks home today, tired and empty, he feels more useless than ever. Kaken almost died today and Izuku couldn't do a thing about it. He rubs the palm of his hand roughly into his eye to fight off the frustrated tears. What had he been thinking? Running out like that when not even the heroes on the scene had been willing to tackle the delicate situation had been insane. He's lucky All Might appeared out of nowhere to stop the sludge monster, or both of them would have been killed. Normally meeting All Might would lift his spirits, but the number one had come and gone before he'd even had a chance to ask one of the hundreds of questions on his mind. It was like he'd somehow sensed that quirkless Izuku wasn't worth a second more of his time. Instead he was left sprawled on the ground beside Kaken, shaking from the adrenaline, covered in sludge with the light rain All Might's single punch drizzling down on him, feeling like he's just missed out on something important. Before he could even process what had happened, he'd been hauled to his feet by one of the heroes in the area. The very same heroes who stood by and did nothing while Kaken was suffocating right in front of them, he'd thought bitterly. At first, there had been praise and congratulations, but, of course, that dried up once they got around to asking about his quirk. As always, their cheer turned to disgust and their appreciation became a lecture on his recklessness and stupidity. It wasn't anything he hasn't heard before, but this time seemed to cut all the deeper. Maybe it's because All Might swept in and ignored him just like everyone else. Maybe that the adrenaline and anxiety that had initially propelled him forward had left him even more tired and vulnerable than normal. Or maybe it was the fact that the heroes stood there lecturing him for doing their job all the while admiring Kaken's bravery in the face of adversity. The double standard burned in his chest, but not as much as his former friend's glare that said he'd have rather died than accept the help of a quirkless nothing. Izuku hasn't been on good terms with Kaken for a while. Which is a nice way of saying that Kaken has been making his life hell for the past 10 years or so. But still, as much as Kaken infuriated him, terrified him, Izuku has always respected the other boy's strength and determination to succeed. Seeing strong, vibrant Kaken with that fearful expression is what spurred him into action, but the look Kaken gave him afterwards made Izuku wonder if he should just learn to stop butting in and figure out that he really isn't good for anything. He'd been able to gather up his scattered belongings and slip past the nagging heroes and nosy reporters. Only a few acknowledged Izuku's role in the fight and none of them bothered to ask him any questions. In this society, the quirkless might as well be invisible. It's practically a quirk in and of itself. He'd laugh if it wasn't so exhausting. So Izuku stumbles home, feeling hyper-aware of his surroundings but also in something of a distracted daze. He's not quite sure what he's going to do now. All he knows to do is dream. It's the only option he has available to him since no one, not his teachers, not society, not the number one himself, was willing to give him a chance to do more. But maybe they're right? It's not like he actually did anything useful back there. He couldn't save Kaken, couldn't save himself after he rushed in before his brain caught up with his stupid legs. Maybe it was time he gave up on his foolish dream of being a hero. Deku! Izuku automatically freezes at the angry cry. He turns to see Kaken, breathing heavily and angrily behind him, as if he'd run all the way from the crime scene. Kaken has already passed his house. Why was he here now? I never asked for you to come help me, the blonde shouts, looking angrier than Izuku had ever seen him, and yet, there were no explosions coming from his hands and he doesn't look like he was going attack. Izuku tenses up and prepares for the worst anyway. I didn't need to be saved, okay? I could have taken care of myself. You're so goddamn useless, Deku. What were you thinking? You didn't do shit. With a final sneer, Kaken turns on his heels and stalks back to his house, leaving Izuku slightly stunned at the uncharacteristic confrontation. "Stay out of my effing way, I don't owe you anything." Izuku blinks as Kaken leaves as a new feeling started to overwhelm all the anger and emptiness inside of him. Relief. Kaken was okay. He wasn't afraid anymore, he wasn't hurting and slowly being drowned in sludge. He makes Izuku sick with pent-up fear, anger and hopelessness, and yet Izuku was still happy the boy he once called a friend was alive. Izuku smiles fondly to himself and continues his journey home. Kaken was right, he didn't really do anything and in the end he only got in the way of the real heroes, but that's not the point. The point is, no matter how insignificant he was, he'd played a role in getting his friend out alive. He brings his head up, puts his shoulders back and walks forward with a new purpose. Izuku has no delusions of being a real hero, the path to number one might as well be Jupiter. But that doesn't mean he couldn't be a hero in his own way. Not every hero was an all-might or endeavor, they also needed smaller heroes for smaller things. It wouldn't be the most glamorous job and there would only be so much he could do, but it would be better than nothing. The thought makes him smile as he picks up his pace and hurries home. Maybe this incident will finally convince his mom to let him take self-defense classes. He could do some research on strength-building regimes and continue to hone his analytical skills, and maybe, just maybe, someday someone will need a quirkless nobody like him. Dean's sludge monster, All Might, currently in his true form as Yagi Toshinori, curses quietly in English as he clutches his wound and staggers back home. His breathing was rough and haggard, harsh with foamy blood clogging his throat. He pretends not to notice the frightened mother ahead of him who hurriedly pushes her baby stroller to the other side of the street when she sees him. He doesn't blame her, but that doesn't mean it hurts any less. Toshinori had just wanted to get some groceries was all. The small city he'd moved to was quiet, but, most importantly, it was closer to Yui than his old apartment had been. He coughs wetly into his fist. He'd left Might Tower early today so he could grocery shop on his way home. Of course he had to run into a rampaging monster, and of course he had to save the day. He was All Might, that's what he did, and Nana would expect nothing less of her successor. He'd almost used up one for all for the day, and so he'd hoped to make an easy capture, but the monster had been quite slippery, pun intended. At one point, Toshinori almost had the creature when it had started up a street drain but had changed its mind at the last second and given further chase through the sewers. The worst part is he lost track of the DMN thing when he was just barely holding on to one for all. For good or for ill, it was a scream that helped him locate the monster again. He'd come across a terrifying scene, a young boy engulfed in the sludge, clearly terrified and unable to escape despite his powerful quirk. There'd been another boy there too, small and plain, clawing desperately at the monster in an attempt to save his friend. All Might wasted no time in smashing that monster into tiny, manageable pieces and pulling the children to safety. There were cheers in the air, the sound of clicking cameras and sobs of relief, but all Toshinori could pay attention to was the slow steam beginning to rise from his body, thankfully disguised by the falling rain. With a smile and the obligatory assurances, All Might had leapt into the air like the majestic hero he is. He landed a short distance away in an alley where Toshinori appeared in his place and promptly spit up a good amount of blood. Today just hasn't been his day. So here he is now, walking home scaring young mothers, without his groceries and feeling utterly spent. Toshinori rubs at his eyes, and to think he'd wanted nothing more than to be a hero when he was younger. He wonders if he'd have been so eager if he'd known what heroism was really about, pain and shoving aside weakness to appease the public. His mouth twists unhappily. That's not really how he feels, it's just been a long day is all. As he walks, he thinks mostly about what he can eat tonight now that his groceries are lost and how he can justify this disaster to Tsukachi, who will be understandably upset over the mess he left behind. Toshinori doesn't think about his increasing need for a successor, though that is usually in the back of his mind, bouncing around without ever quite settling. He certainly doesn't think about the boys he'd saved earlier, 2 of millions he's rescued over his illustrious career. But even old, worn down by the weight of the world, there's a niggling sense like there was something he'd missed. Something important. Midoriya Izuku is being inspired to not let his quirklessness get in the way of his dreams by the time Toshinori turns into his neighborhood. They walk in opposite directions, but both of them carry a sense of loss, like an opportunity came and went without so much as a warning. Neither can know this, but far, far away in another universe, Midoriya Izuku runs into number one hero, All Might, for the third time that day and is given an opportunity he can't refuse. But in this one, the hero and his potential successor continue on in opposite directions, not knowing just how much work will be needed to reconnect their paths. If Izuku was going to get into Yui, he needed to toughen up, physically and mentally. Right now, there was hardly anything heroic about him. If he wanted to get anywhere, he needed to start getting serious. The night following the sludge incident, Izuku pledged that he would put everything he had in order to pass Yui's entrance exam. And just like that, his 10 months of hell had begun. Every morning Izuku woke up early for runs and did push-ups and crunches and lifted weights every evening. It was absolutely exhausting, but he couldn't slow down. He needed to build himself and he needed to do it fast. But he had to be smart about it. To compete with the hero kid's quirks, he'd need to fight smarter, not harder. Exercising was all well and good, but Izuku knew he needed a proper teacher if he wanted to get anywhere. In the end, it wasn't all that hard to convince his mother to let him sign up for martial arts classes. He'd fought down the guilt clawing at the back of his throat when he explained that he was only interested in self-defense. It's better this way, he told himself as he looked into all the martial arts styles that would best serve his purposes. Izuku spent a week researching his options and coming up with a plan before he takes his first step. He decided to start simple. His middle school had an after-school Aikido club that was offered for free. He'd always skipped out on after-school activities in favor of hero chasing, but if he wants to become Japan's first quirkless hero, then he needed step up. However, just getting into the class ended up being more trouble than he'd initially thought. The instructor kept telling him he couldn't join for increasingly more ridiculous reasons. It didn't take him long to realize that he probably didn't want the hassle of accommodating for the school's only quirkless kid. This, of course, only made him more determined. Only once Izuku got his mother involved and threatened to go to the school board did they finally decide it was easier to just let him join. It was a hollow victory, but when you're quirkless, you take what you can get. The club itself wasn't too bad. Most people were happy enough to ignore him. Izuku learned and soaked up every bit of knowledge he could, pushing himself every meeting and practicing before and after school. It was exhausting, starting from the bottom to build up his strength and stamina, but he progressed, bit by agonizing bit. But Aikido, a strong defensive art, wasn't going to be enough. If he really wanted to go pro, he had to learn more offensive moves as well. In his research, Izuku had found a small academy almost an hour out of his way that was exactly what he was looking for. So he told his mom he was going to be late one afternoon and hopped on the train after school, trembling with nervous anticipation all the way. This was his starting line, now he just had to reach it. The academy was small, but well kept, tucked neatly out of the way. Izuku entered quietly, explained his situation to the receptionist and was shown back to the dojo where he waited 5, then 10 minutes. Finally, the door slid open and a tall, lean man came in. He had a few days' worth of growth on his thin face and stern eyes. His black hair with a receding hairline was pulled back into a messy bun. "I'm not taking any more students," the man stated gruffly as his dark eyes flicked up and down Izuku's body with disinterest. Especially undisciplined children who think they can walk in off the streets and learn a martial art like it's some sort of game. He folded his arms over his chest. "The door is that way. I hope the rest of your afternoon is spent doing something more productive." With a brusque nod, he turned to go. "Your name is Rikimaru Daiki, you're 39 years old and your quirk is rooting, which allows you to stick yourself to any surface you touch and not be moved." Izuku shouted desperately. He clenched his fingers into his pants, balling up the material and forcing himself to make eye contact when Rikimaru turned back with a bored expression. "You're something of a local celebrity in the martial arts world. You came onto the scene 20 years ago with no official training and no sponsors to support you. You lost more than you won at first, but as you learned the rules of organized martial arts, you began taking in victory after victory. In interviews, you said you learned to fight on your own when, in fact, You probably learned during your time living on the streets and the 3 years you spent in reform school. You officially retired from professional fighting 2 years ago and you opened this academy. They say you're notoriously picky with your students, taking only those you consider worthy regardless of how much they can pay you. Izuku grit his teeth, tearing his eyes away from the man to glare angrily at the floor as he could feel hot tears burning in the corner of his eyes. He tried to stop them, but he was too full of want and desperation that he couldn't stop them. Izuku spared a second to wipe at his eyes before making eye contact again. I want to learn Jeet Kune Do, and I came here, out of all the academies in the city, because you know what it means to have to fight for something, to sweat and bleed for a drop of respect from the people who'd much rather kick you down and see you fail. Izuku's throat felt dry from the intensity of Rikimaru's stare, but he persevered. I've had to fight every day of my life just to stay afloat. I need to learn to channel the drive I feel inside, and I believe you are the only one who can help me. I understand that I'm untrained, but I still beg of you to consider taking me as your student. Izuku took a deep, long breath and bowed his head, hoping that he managed to say something right in that mess. That's quite the introduction, young man. You've got spunk, I'll give you that, but tell me. Rikimaru closed the distance between them and squatted down so they're more level. Izuku sniffled slightly and looked up to meet the man's hard but curious eyes. What exactly is your drive? Why do you need to learn Jeet Kune Do so bad? This isn't a fun fighting style, it's meant to be strong and aggressive. A boy like you shouldn't need that. Izuku stuttered as he swallowed thickly, trying to loosen up his tongue. He thought back to that day not long ago. The unmoving crowd of civilians and heroes, the rancid smell of heated sludge and Kachin's desperate, fearful gaze that had him running without a second thought. And just like that, Izuku finds his voice. I'm going to go to Yui and I'm going to become the first quirkless hero. I won't be the strongest or the fastest of your students. But if you agree to train me, I can promise you that I will work twice as hard as anyone you have ever taken on before. I'll have to if I want to reach my goal. Izuku put on his fiercest look and dared the older man to laugh at him. Predictably, he did anyway. Rikimaru pulled back and laughed heartily as if Izuku's lifelong dream was just a joke, which it probably is in all honesty. Izuku took a deep breath and tried to steady himself. It's not like he wasn't used to that sort of reaction. He'd been so focused on trying not to appear upset that he was startled when Rikimaru's large hand landed on his head. The older man squatted down again with a wry smile on his face. A quirkless hero, huh? And here I thought I'd heard everything. What's your name, son? Midoriya Izuku, he stammered out. Does this mean you'll take me on, sir? The hand on his head began to roughly ruffle his hair. First of all, that's Shursho to you, Rikimaru answered gruffly, but not unkindly, as he stood back up and began to stretch out his limbs. Second, I think you're crazy, Midoriya, but I've seen your kind before. I know all too well that you're going to keep searching until you find someone just as crazy as you are to teach you. Might as well make sure you do it safely and smartly. Izuku was so used to disappointment that it took him a few seconds to process just what the man, his new master, had told him. He immediately stood up and dipped into a low bow out of respect, and also to hide the fact that he'd started to cry yet again. Thank you, Rikimaru Shursho. I won't let you down, I promise. I'll give it everything I have and then some. Don't thank me yet, boy. You promised me you'd work twice as hard, and I'm going to hold you to that, and, believe me, if I think for one instant that you aren't worth my time, you're out. You got that? Izuku nodded vigorously. All right, I'll expect you here every Monday, Wednesday and Saturday from 1600 to 1900, where I'll make you sweat, bleed and cry and maybe turn you into a real martial artist. All right. I'm also taking Aikido at my school, so I'll just skip on Mondays and Wednesdays and come right here. In my research it said you usually negotiated your fee depending on the student. It's just me and my mom, so we don't have a lot of extra money. I can talk with my mom about what we can afford and we can work something out for my first lesson. Izuku muttered quietly under his breath, only to stop when he saw Rikimaru Shursho finish his stretches and remove his shirt. Has anyone ever told you that you talk too much, kid? Rikimaru Shursho said as he slipped into a casual fighting stance. We can work out all that stuff while you show me what you've got. Do you happen to know what day it is, Midoriya? Shinso grinned in a way that was slightly menacing. It's Wednesday, your first lesson begins now. Let your mother know you're going to be late. There are some spare uniforms in the back. Find something in your size and change into it. I'm sure your mother doesn't want to clean blood out of your school clothes. Izuku ended up getting home very late that night, having spent hours with Rikamaru planning his new training regimen. He was tired and aching and probably going to be even more so tomorrow, but he felt happier than he'd felt in a long while. Finally, he was on his way. He eagerly spoke with his mother over their dinner about Rikamaru and the quite reasonable fee the man asked for when his mom set down her bowl with a quiet, hesitant clink. "Izuku, why are you doing this?" Mom asked quietly, keeping her eyes downwards while she anxiously played with her fingers. "Self-defense, Mom. You know, we talked about this, remember?" Izuku answered weakly, the lie heavy and uncomfortable. Mom frowned unhappily and looked up at him sternly, but the effect is lessened by the obvious worry in her eyes. "I'm not stupid, Izuku. The Aikido I understand, but this is basically street fighting propped up to be a martial art. She sighed and rubbed at her temple. "I'm worried for you. I don't know what you're thinking right now, and that scares me. You've been so different since you met that sludge villain, and I don't know what to do." Izuku set down his dinner and reached across the table for her hand. "Mom," Izuku said, feeling her adjust her hand so she was holding his. "You know my dream, the same one I've had my whole life. I've waited and waited for a quirk to come for so long, and it's just not." He looked up and saw tears gathering in her eyes. "But it's not your fault, or mine, probably isn't Dad's either. It just is. Only now, I've decided that I'm not going to wait for my dream anymore. I'm going to work for it," he said as he gave her hand a tight squeeze. "Rikamaru is going to teach me offensive fighting, and I'll learn defense and stamina from the school's Aikido. I'm going to study up and learn the best tools and strategies to counter all kinds of quirks. I'm going to apply to UE in February, and I'm going to become the first quirkless hero." This time his mom can't be bothered to hide her tears, and Izuku felt himself start to get emotional too. "Baby," Mom said quietly as she brought his hand up to her face. "I know it's stupid and crazy and impossible, but Mom, I just can't turn this part of me off. I need to try, Mom. I need to, or I'll never be happy." Izuku steeled himself and continued. "A long time ago, you told me that you were sorry when we found out I was quirkless," he said thickly, drudging up those old, painful memories. "Well, right now, I don't need you to say you're sorry again or tell me I can't do this. I'm tired of being put down before I even get started. I just need someone to believe in me for once, to say, 'Hey Izuku, you might just be crazy enough to pull this off.'" Losing steam, he lowered his head and muttered quietly to himself, "I just want the chance to prove I'm not completely useless." "Hey Izuku," Mom blubbered from the other end of the table. He looked up and saw that she's barely keeping it together as she continues to cup his hand to her face. "I believe you just might be crazy enough to pull this off." She closed her eyes and blinked back those heavy tears. "Just not too crazy, you hear me, young man? You have to keep your dear old mother's poor heart in mind." He bit his lip and nodded enthusiastically. "I will, I promise. I'll work hard and make you proud, Mom," Izuku said. His mom sighed and gave his hand a quick kiss before letting it go. "Oh Izuku, I've always been proud of you. Never forget that, no matter what anyone else tells you. I've always known you were going to be something special. Follow your dreams, honey. I'll support you wherever you go." Now that he had a proper teacher, his training drastically increased in intensity, and Izuku eagerly met the challenge. Now it wasn't just his body that needed training but his mind too. There was no way Izuku was going to come close to bridging the physical gaps, so Izuku had to learn to think his way out of situations. He no longer had the time to chase after hero battles, but he still kept up to date via his various news apps. Every hero and villain clashes were meticulously analyzed late at night when he should be sleeping, looking for weakness and how he would have fought had he been there. Izuku had promised Rikamaru that he'd work twice as hard, and he absolutely did. It seems he spent just as much time dry heaving on the floor of the dojo as he did training. But no matter how sore he felt, no matter how heavy exhaustion made his eyelids, Izuku got up dutifully every morning. It was a demanding, rigorous schedule, but little by little, he began to see himself improve. His runs became longer as he covered distances faster. The moves that once seemed impossible came to him easier until they became instinctual. Rikamaru beat out his awkwardness, his hesitation, and replaced it with strength and diligence. Izuku never won any of their matches, probably never would, but he stopped losing as badly. He trained day and night until he became as skilled with a bow as he was with his fists. Even the school-run Aikido program gave him a standard to build off of, a way to blend the ferocity of Jeet Kune Do with the elegance of a traditional martial art. A welcome side effect of his training was that the bullying dropped down to practically nothing. Kaken hadn't really bothered him since the sludge incident, and, between that and Izuku's now obvious muscle tone, potential bullies steered clear of him. This progress only spurred him on and made him train himself even harder. Izuku actually burnt himself out by going above what Shursho had laid out for him. His master sure tore into him that day, going on about how overwork would only hurt him in the end. But sitting on the floor of the dojo, his muscles trembling from the simple strain of sitting upright, Izuku thought only think of his goals, and he couldn't bring himself to regret it. Yes, the last 10 months had been brutal, but Izuku is pleased by how far he's come in such a short time. But of course, it would all be for nothing if he didn't make it into Yui. Izuku sighs for what must be the 100th time and rolls over in his bed and tries to force sleep to come. The entrance exam is tomorrow and he needs to be in tip-top shape. Well, it's not like he's actually going to doing any fighting or anything, but he still needs to be well rested. Izuku frowns and rolls over again until he's facing a large All Might poster on his wall, which really doesn't help his mood right now. Maybe that's part of his insomnia, the frustration that he's not even bothering to apply for heroics. Part of him, the part that has been slowly built up over the last 10 months, is screaming that he has earned the right to compete with all the other prospective hero students. But the larger, more practical side counters that they probably wouldn't even let him in the door without a quirk. So he's aiming for the general education department, still considered to be one of the finest, most competitive high school programs in Japan. Besides, several pro heroes started in general and were able to transfer over to heroics. Izuku tells himself he's being cowardly for not going all the way. He also tells himself he's already being optimistic about his chances. In the end, he's left feeling nauseous and a bit sweaty, but eventually manages to fall into a fitful sleep. In his dreams, he dreams of heroes. While Izuku tries and eventually succeeds in falling asleep, across town in a small, unremarkable apartment, a living legend is pacing in his kitchen. Tashinori, more famously known as All Might, is still in his costume, which hangs uncomfortably off his thin and battered frame. He pinches his nose in frustration as he adjusts the phone on his shoulder. "Please, can't we do this at a more reasonable hour? I need to be at Yui for the entrance exams first thing in the morning, and I'm not exactly as young as I used to be." Tashinori yawns as he catches a glimpse at the time and wonders if it'd just be easier to stay up and then head to the school. "First of all, I knew you were awake because I saw on the news that you stopped a bus collision not more than 30 minutes ago. Good work on that, by the way," Night Eye says drolly. "And second, you won't talk to me any time during the day, so I figured I'd try the middle of the night," the man continues, sounding stressed and exhausted. Tashinori rubs at his face with bony fingers. He'd be more concerned for his former sidekick's well-being if the man wasn't such a pain in his. "All Might, please, just look at the file I sent you. This young man is perfect. You couldn't ask for a better successor to take your place as the symbol of peace." Tashinori snorts dismissively as he avoids getting tangled in the phone cord. He really wishes Night Eye had called his cell phone. But, again, he probably wouldn't have picked up once he saw who popped up on the caller ID. "You make it sound like a job interview," he spits out, feeling bitter and fragile and everything All Might is not. But it's late and he's not All Might right now. "This isn't Dash," Tashinori snaps before stopping and taking a calming breath. "This isn't something I can decide from a file, Night Eye. This is personal and important, probably the most important thing I will ever do. I know, which is why I'm trying to help you. You're sick, All Might. You need to start training a successor now or you might not be able to." Tashinori finds himself morbidly amused that his former sidekick seems more choked up about his predicted death than he himself was. I've had him at my agency since the last sports festival and he's everything you could possibly want. He's just like you. Toshinori rolls his eyes. Like me or like All Might, he wants to say, but of course he doesn't. As much resentment and frustration has been built up in his chest, he can't take that out on Night Eye, who's a friend, who's a fan. Just look at the file. If you look at it and you still don't like him, then I promise I'll let it go. But I will keep searching. The perfect successor isn't just going to drop into your lap. Toshinori is tense and unhappy as he stands in his kitchen, hunched over an old corded phone, feeling more tired than he has any right to be. If you're interested, I can let you meet him. See the boy up close as a person and not just a job applicant. You can decide for yourself if he's worthy or not. Toshinori doesn't answer. Instead, he trails back over to where the phone is hooked up to the wall before he trips over the cord and breaks his hip or something. All Might. Fine, fine, Toshinori sighs. If it will get you off my back, I'll look at your file and we'll see if I'm up for meeting him. I just don't like how impersonal this feels. My master picked me up and trained me from nothing, and now I get to analyze and judge a kid based on statistics and calculations. I just guess I'm nervous is all. Tired too. You do realize midnight passed quite some time ago. Of course, I'll let you get your rest. I know how much you need it, Night Eye replies gently, relief evident in his tone. Let me know what you think of the boy, all right? I have a few other candidates in mind, but I really believe this is the one. Yeah, you try and sleep sometime today too. I'll talk to you later. Toshinori says, hanging up the phone before the other man can nag anymore. Honestly, who needs a spouse when he has Night Eye? He sets the phone back in its cradle, a loud click in the silence of the apartment. Rubbing at his eyes again, Toshinori trudges over to his bedroom, holding his costume to avoid tripping. He passes by his desk and his eyes fall on the manila folder lying innocently off to the side, buried under a few meaningless papers. Before he can second-guess himself, he grabs it and gives the file a droll look. Togata Mirioha? Well, Night Eye is right, time is running out and he needs to choose someone eventually. Toshinori enters his bedroom with the folder tucked haphazardly under his arm. Izuku wakes up in a panic the next morning, shaking and sweating and certain that he's missed the UE entrance exam. It's only after he's climbed out of bed and was hurriedly trying to put on pants that he looks outside and realizes it's still dark out. A glance at his phone tells him that his alarm isn't set to go off for another hour. Despite being exhausted, Izuku knows he's too anxious to fall back asleep, so he decides he might as well go through his normal exercises. As always, his feet pounding on the pavement and the pleasant burn in his muscles as he works through his stances helps him find his equilibrium. By the time he's showered, eaten breakfast and ready to go, Izuku is twice as tired, but miraculously his anxiety has died down to a dull buzz. His mom runs her hand through his hair as he prepares to leave. I'll be thinking about you, Izuku. Be safe and don't let anyone get you down. It's just a written exam for the general education kids, Mom, Izuku answers with a smile even though a part of him wants to scream. There's no one path in life, Izuku. I know you're upset, but I think this is the right decision for right now. You'll get there, honey. Don't think of this as a roadblock but as the first step in your journey. His mom says gently, and Izuku smiles for real this time before beginning his trip to UE. By the time he reaches the school, his nervousness was back with a vengeance, threatening to make him spew right on the steps of one of the greatest schools in Japan. Instead, Izuku puts one foot in front of the other and forces himself to keep walking. He's so busy trying to keep himself from being sick that he almost misses the entrance to the heroics exam. It almost would have been better if he hadn't. Izuku watches the crowd of students who were heading into the hero entrance with nervous but proud expressions on their faces. His fists clenched, all of them had probably been told that their quirks would get them into UE. They'd probably never had the same feeling of desperate, futile wanting that Izuku lived with every day. For a second, Izuku entertains the thought that he might hate them for their confidence and quirks before he shakes himself out of that negative thinking. That wasn't the attitude for a future hero, or at least, for a kid about to sit for one of the hardest tests he'd ever take. With one last longing look at the hero entrance, Izuku turns and starts to head towards his actual exam location when he spots him. Kaken is making his way through the crowd looking focused and surprisingly calm. His old friend may have backed off on the bullying since the sludge incident, but that didn't mean he would be happy to see Izuku here. Using the stealth skills he'd cultivated over the last year, Izuku was able to ensure Kaken never saw him. A sigh of relief and a glance at his watch tells him that he really needs to head out. He turns and runs smack into someone. "Oh," the girl says, starting to teeter backwards, but Izuku reaches out and steadies her before she falls. "Oh gosh, I'm so sorry." Izuku blushes, about to stammer about a few more apologies when his feet leave the ground. He yelps as he starts to float upwards. The girl he'd almost knocked over grabs a hold of his arm before he can go any higher. "Sorry about that. You startled me and I just activated my quirk without thinking," the girl says, looking a bit flustered herself. She lowers Izuku back to the ground and brings her hands together where gravity reasserts its hold on him. "It's fine," the brown-haired girl says cheerily. She's got rosy red cheeks and a warm smile that gives Izuku vertigo. "Thanks for not letting me fall. That seems like a bad omen for me to fall on my face right before the exam. You have good reflexes, I'm sure you'll pass for sure." Her open expression was so bright and clear it short-circuited his brain a little bit. A girl was talking to him, and there wasn't a trace of mockery in her voice. "Ugh, I'm so nervous, I bet you are too," she says with a friendly expression. All he could do was look at her with a gaping mouth. "Well, good luck, maybe I'll see you later." She waves as she runs off towards the hero entrance. The realization that she probably figured he also was taking the heroics exam startles him out of his hazy thoughts. It reminds Izuku that he really needs to get to his own exam before he did something stupid like actually attempt to take the heroics exam without a quirk. Izuku jogs towards the general education entrance, which was on the other end of the large campus. Along the way, he finds himself thinking about the brown-haired girl. She was kind and had a pretty amazing quirk. He finds himself hoping she makes it. Maybe if luck was in his favor for once, he'd get to fight alongside her one day. He slows down as he arrives at the exam entrance. Well, no matter what the future held, this was his starting line. The test ends up being incredibly difficult, and he's reminded that while he views Gen Ed as something of a stepping stone, that this is still a highly sought-after program for students of all backgrounds. Izuku leaves the testing facility feeling shaky and unsure if he even had what it took to get through this smaller obstacle. While Izuku waits for the results, he can almost pretend everything is normal. He'd put all his hopes and dreams into Yui. In the agonizing days waiting for the results, he wonders what he'd even do if he didn't get in. Izuku exists in a perpetual state of numbness and anxiety until he comes home from training one day to find a sealed envelope waiting for him on the counter. He opens it with shaking fingers and finds information on what he'll need for the spring term. He was in. Izuku was going to attend Yui's general education department. Despite the fact that this was good news, he can't help but feel disappointed. He could have been opening a letter to from the hero course. This could have been his hero academia. Instead, he shakes his head and scrubs roughly at his eyes. He'll never know if he chose right or wrong, but either way, the decision was made and he had to live with it. So, shoving all those negative emotions deep down, he puts on his brightest smile for his mother, who was anxiously pacing behind him. He holds up the acceptance letter, and her delighted shriek almost makes him forget that he still has a long way to go before he reaches his ultimate goal. But he'll never stop working for it. Rikamar Daiki, lithe, scruffy fighter, Izuku's Jeet-Kyun-do teacher, Quirk is rooting, as in he can root himself wherever he stands. Churahiro, scary-looking man missing left hand and part of 3 fingers on his right, Izuku's 1C homeroom teacher, Quirk is quirk identification. Izuku was a mess as he ran through the halls of his new high school. His mom wouldn't stop hugging and congratulating him this morning, which meant he'd just missed his train and had to wait for the later one. He wasn't late quite yet, but he'd hoped for more time to explore the campus. If he was being honest, he'd wanted to scout out the hero students. Oh well, there was time for that later. He slows as he approaches Class 1C. He looks at his classroom with trepidation but also renewed courage. This is where his story begins. Just as Izuku was about to enter, the door screeches open and he finds himself on the ground as another kid runs into him. A bit dazed, Izuku looks with concern at the boy who'd toppled onto him. He was about his size with very messy orange hair and bright red eyes, but more importantly, he was shaky, pale, and looked like he was about to be sick. The boy scrambles to his feet and weaves his way down the hall, presumably towards the restroom. "Oh God, I can't do this. I absolutely can't do this. I can't dash." Izuku winces at the sound of the kid losing his breakfast on the hallway floor. What a way to start the day, poor guy. "Oh geez, that doesn't sound good," a girl with dark purple hair tied in a tail says as she pokes her head out the door with concern. Next to her is another tall boy with fluffy brown hair and glowing green eyes. She looks down at him, and it takes Izuku an extra second to notice the girl has no irises, only pure white sclera underneath her glasses. "Look at you, are you okay?" She holds out her hand to help Izuku to his feet. "Your mom seems really sweet, but you can't let her make you late every day," she says brightly once she lets go of his hand. Izuku just blinks at her. "Sorry, I'm Motom Iam and my quirk is past vision. I can see up to an hour of anyone's past if I touch them," Motom explains with a small smile. Down the hall, the red-haired boy has gotten to his feet and finally staggered into the restroom. "What's your name?" "Midoriya Izuku stammers. He was already a little off-kilter from the confrontation, and now here he was talking to a girl. This isn't how he imagined his first day of high school would go. "Nice to meet you," the brown-haired boy says in a friendly but distracted voice. So distracted, he probably didn't even realize he'd spoken in English. Now that Izuku looks at him, he did seem like he had some Western features. Perhaps he was mixed? "My name is Patrick Takamitsu. Please call me Patrick. I'll catch up with you guys later. I want to make sure that kid is okay." "Excuse me," Patrick says as squeezes past them to follow the redhead into the restroom. "Anyway, welcome to Class 1C, Motom says with a shrug as she steps aside to let Izuku in the classroom. "We still have a few minutes before homeroom starts. I can introduce you to some people I was talking to earlier," she says in a way which feels unnatural even though it shouldn't be. Here, Izuku wasn't the quirkless freak who wants to be a hero against all odds. He was just another student with no ties to his middle school self. "Yeah, sure, that'd be great." "Thank you, Motom." She leads him over to a small group who smile and wave with acknowledgement as they walked over. Most of them were girls, he notes with a funny twisting feeling in his gut as he feels his face flush. "This is Midoriya," Motom introduces to the small group of 4 crowding around a single desk. He had an unfortunate run-in with that poor kid on his way to the lavatory, but Patrick went to go check up on him. Izuku smiles at the group and is pleased when they smile back. "Midoriya, this is Kiyoshi, Kaneki, Karuto, and Taketsu. Kiyoshi Kokoro, class empath. Don't be so worried about people liking you, Midoriya. I just met you and I like you just fine." A tiny girl with the pastel blue hair tied in a braid says brightly. The person standing next to Kiyoshi, a tall girl with soft brown deer ears, horns and tail sighs fondly and pats Kiyoshi's head. "Don't mind her," the brown-eyed girl says. "Koko-chan and I went to middle school together. She's always like that. She just says whatever she's thinking or feeling, even if it happens to be someone else's emotion." She looks down with a mock glare at Kiyoshi, who grins before turning back to Izuku. "I'm Kaneki Shika, by the way. It's a pleasure to meet you, Midoriya." "I'm Karuto Dan," the only boy in the group with pale blonde hair says with a proud smile. "I can control my body's temperature, meaning I can not only survive in any environment but I can heat or chill my body. I may have failed the heroics exam, but I'm going to get transferred and become a great hero someday. And I'm Taketsu Akane, nice to meet you," says the dark-haired girl sitting in the chair. "So, is your quirk like Endeavor's son?" She was a big girl with a rounded face and wavy black hair falling over her shoulders held back by a red headband. "Can you form ice?" Taketsu asks. "Well," Karuto says awkwardly. "What about fire?" She continues. "Not that either," Karuto answers testily, looking annoyed. "Well, what are you going to do?" "I think they want heroes who can do more than change their body temperature," Taketsu says with a smile, but there's a teasing look in her dark red eyes. "I still have a shot," Karuto emphasizes. "The Todoroki kid has a natural advantage since his dad is the number 2. Maybe I can't make ice or flame, but I can still do stuff. The girls begin to chuckle among themselves, but Izuku finds he couldn't. I believe you, Izuku speaks up, calling everyone's attention back to him. He blushes a bit under the scrutiny but continues. I mean, it is a pretty handy quirk from the sounds of it. Depending on how fast you could regulate your temperature and what adverse effects it had on your body, it could be very versatile. You could perform rescue operations to regions where other people wouldn't survive. You could warm up or cool down sick patients. I'm sure you could even come up with combat techniques that augment your quirk if you really worked at it. Izuku says, losing himself to his thoughts as he went through all the possibilities for a hero with Kurudo's abilities. Hey, look out everyone, we've got a nerd in here. Another boy across the room with his hair styled in a tall pompadour says before letting out a loud, nasally laugh. Izuku shuts his mouth on instinct from years of conditioning. He hates himself a bit for that, how easy it is to fall back into old, bad habits. Hey, don't listen to him, Midoriya, Motome says, giving Pompadour Boy an empty-eyed glare that had the other boy turning away in discomfort. Yeah, that was amazing, Midoriya. Are you interested in heroics too? Taketsu asks with a smile that puts Izuku at ease. He nods shyly as she turns to address Kurudo. Sorry if I upset you, I was just teasing. Besides, I really don't have room to talk, she says a bit nervously. I was interested in being a hero for a long time, but I kind of gave that up. Well, I suppose you do have a point that I need to improve both my quirk and physical abilities if I want to transfer. Kurudo sniffs, looking unhappy but unwilling to admit it. Kurudo looks over at him and Izuku knows that Kurudo was going to ask about his quirk. Luckily, Izuku was saved from that reveal by the classroom door opening revealing the biracial boy, Patrick, and the boy who'd been sick. Behind them comes one of the most terrifying men Izuku has ever seen. Apparently the rest of the class agreed, for they all freeze when the tall, dark-skinned man marches into the room. Izuku spots a few scars on his face, but, more noticeably, his left hand ended at the wrist and 3 fingers on his right were partially amputated. Was he a hero? Or some kind of Yakuza boss? Good morning, class. I am your homeroom teacher Churahiro. Please take your seats, Sensei says in a quiet but stern voice that has the entire class seated and silent in a matter of seconds. I will not waste your time or mine with meaningless pleasantries. Here is what you need to know. You will be on time every day for homeroom, you will be quiet unless I call on you, and you will respect me and your classmates at all times. If you can follow these rules, then we will have a good working relationship. He stops and let the weight of his words sink in before continuing. Now opening ceremonies are about to start. We will walk there single file, and once that has concluded, you will change into your gym uniforms and we will conduct physical exams. I understand that your middle schools prevented you from using your quirks during these tests. Well, this is Yui, and even though you're in general education, we still expect you to be able to manage your abilities. So you will be allowed to use your quirks within reason. A quick cheer bursts into air and is quickly silenced. Izuku gulps nervously. Use of quirks? That was going to be tricky. Even Yui can't make opening ceremonies interesting, so Izuku spaces out for most of it as he frets over the upcoming physical exam. He'd hoped to have a little longer before his new classmates found out about his quirklessness. It probably wouldn't be as bad as it had been in middle school, but just the few minutes talking to everyone this morning had been real nice. Izuku supposes it was better to get it over with than to keep living a lie. He winces as he remembers that he'd let slip that he was interested in applying for the heroics department. Great, they'll think he was useless and an idiot. His pessimistic thoughts are briefly sidelined by the jaw-dropping announcement that All Might, the #1 hero and everyone's favorite, All Might, would be teaching at Yui this year. Izuku can barely contain his excitement. He'd applied to Yui because it was the best hero school in the country, but now his idol is going to be here too? Sure, he was probably only going to teach the hero students, but Izuku might see him in the halls, hear that loud booming voice somewhere other than his TV. Despite that bombshell of an announcement, the assembly ends on an awkward note when it became clear that Hero Class 1A just wasn't going to show up. He's not sure what happened there, but the teachers look annoyed but not all that surprised. Izuku doesn't see Kaken. His former friend had spent the last week of middle school announcing his acceptance into Yui's heroics department, so Izuku figures he must be with the absent 1A. Soon, the whole class is dressed in their gym clothes and standing on one of Yui's many fields. Chura-sensei paces calmly in front of them as they're lined up in class order. Maybe it was Izuku's nerves, but he feels like his teacher pauses a bit longer in front of him, as if sensing his weakness, before continuing. All right, we will be performing a variety of physical exercises today. This is just like you did in middle school, but you will be allowed to use your quirks so long as you control them and use them only for the tests. At Yui, we believe in using all of our skills to reach our full potential. Is this clear? Yes, sensei, they all respond while Chura-sensei nods with approval. He goes back to pacing with his mangled right hand holding his left stump behind his back. I suppose I should tell you a little about myself, he says in a steely calm voice that demands attention with its quiet assurance. My quirk is identification, which means I can identify the quirk of anyone I look at and use that to compile basic strengths and weakness. So that was the reason Izuku got an extra look over. I'm still looking for it too, sensei, Izuku thinks dryly. I joined the military right out of high school, became involved in special operations all across Japan and occasionally overseas. This, sensei says, holding up his hands, happened nearly 15 years ago during a mission. It cut my military career short, but I found work within hero support. I have personally worked with many professionals heroes, including most of the ones on this campus, and yes, All Might himself. While I am not a hero, no one understands them better than me. So why am I teaching general education? He stops and stares them down with his pale golden eyes. Because I understand that the heroics entrance exam is a load of bullcrap. Any idiot can smash a robot while talented students fall through the cracks. The general education teachers serve as a checkpoint. I'm sure all of you at some point have dreamed of being a hero, but either due to failing the heroics exam or lack of confidence, you ended up here. One of my jobs is to evaluate you, see if any of you are capable of transferring. Chura-sensei stops and gives them one last appraising look. So put your all into these exercises, your futures just might depend on it. He lets his words settle before giving them a quick nod. You have 5 minutes to warm up and then we begin. Izuku is all but shaking by the time his teacher finishes, and why shouldn't he be? The man had looked right at them and said he was going to be the judge of whether or not they deserved to transfer. While it was common knowledge that students could move to the heroics department, it wasn't something that happened very often. Izuku wonders if he's looking at one of the reasons why. Oh man, that was intense, Taketsu says, coming up beside him with a friendly but nervous grin. Wanna stretch together? Exercises aren't exactly my strong suit and you look like you know what you're doing. Izuku was going to ask her what she meant when he realizes he had automatically started his normal warm-up regimen. Taking a look around, Izuku notices most of the other students were awkwardly trying to figure out how to work their bodies, and some weren't even trying at all. Strength training and martial arts has become such a cornerstone of his life that he forgot to factor in that most people probably don't have the same DSPN. Yeah, sure, I'll show you what I do, Izuku says, walking Taketsu through some of his workout. She was easy to talk to, and the familiarity of his exercises quickly put him at ease as he explains the purposes of each stretch. You really are on top of this. Taketsu huffs as she attempts to mimic his toe touch only to stop just past her knees. What kind of quirk do you have to keep you in such good shape? I'm quirkless, Izuku mutters, hoping she hadn't heard him. But the wide-eyed look in her eyes tells him that she had. I hope that's okay, he says shyly. Yeah, no, of course it's okay, she says quietly, as if Izuku were some kind of mythical creature she had only heard about but never seen. Taketsu shakes her head. Sorry, it's just a bit unexpected is all. You don't see many quirkless people these days. You said in homeroom you wanted to transfer to heroics, right? Yeah, Izuku admits with an embarrassed wince. Hey, I think that's great, she smiles, revealing sharpened teeth. I can't wait to see what you can do. Alright, if you're not ready now, you'll never be, Chura-sensei announces, startling most of the class out of their small conversations. We'll start with the 50-meter dash. First 3 in the class, Come up and state your name, quirk, and intention for study. You will perform the test and then the next group of 3 will do the same. Is that clear? Yes, sensei, they parrot back as the first 3 began to gather up. An explosion rips through the air just then, stopping everyone in their tracks. Chura-sensei frowns at them. We're not going to stop and gape every time one of the hero kids uses their quirks. Now hurry into line. As the first 3 students line up, Izuku was trying to loosen up his muscles which had tensed up at the loud and very familiar sound. According to the strength, Kaken had to be on the other end of the school, in one of the aft fields probably. It was fine, he was just doing physical exams like Izuku was, nothing out of the ordinary, nothing to be afraid of. But it's easier said than done. Still, he tamps down the rest of his fear while the first students line up and give their introductions. Izuku's anxiety quickly leaves him as he gets the chance to observe his classmates. It makes him realize a few things. 1. Spending so much time reading up on heroes, Izuku sometimes forgets that not every quirk was combat suitable or even all that useful, such as the boy who kept tripping over his unnaturally growing hair. Another was that, as far as physical training was concerned, most of his classmates didn't have the strength or stamina suited for these tests. Despite being quirkless, it was clear Izuku was more suited for this kind of exercise than most of the other students. Next, and now it was his turn, Karuto, Kiyoshi and himself stepped forward. He listens to them explain their quirks again. Karuto with thermoregulation was set on heroics while Kiyoshi the empath wanted to be a teacher. And my name is Midoriya Izuku and I also would like to go into heroics. He stops and searches for the only person he sort of knows, which is Taketsu. She gives him a worried smile and 2 thumbs up, and I don't have a quirk. Well, that was done with, now for the fallout. A loud laugh breaks through the crowd. It was the pompadour kid who was hunched over as he laughs. What kind of idiot thinks he can get into the heroics without a quirk? That's the stupidest thing I've ever heard. A few other of the kids chuckle nervously along with him, but most glare or shift uncomfortably, probably too ashamed to openly mock Izuku. Komodo. Chura-sensei snaps, which instantly silences Komodo's merriment. The boy is upright with a startled look on his face as sensei steps forward and gets right in his face. I gave you 3 rules this morning. Be in homeroom on time, be quiet while I speak, and to respect me and your classmates at all times. He leans down further until he was nearly nose to nose with Komodo. If you disrespect your classmates, you disrespect me. Now tell me, boy, is that something you want to do? Komodo quickly shakes his head. Chura-sensei stares him down a second longer before stepping back to address the entire class. Every student here has earned their place here until they haven't. Likewise, every student has the potential to go beyond, and I'm going to do my best to ensure each and every one of you gets there. Now, may we continue, Komodo, or do you have anything else to add? No, sensei, Komodo whispers, doing his best to shrink into his uniform. I'm getting old, boy, speak up. Sensei says with an exaggerated grin that reminds Izuku of Rikimaru. No, sensei. Komodo says much louder, his face twisted with fear and embarrassment. Appearing satisfied for now, Chura-sensei turns back to their group with a much calmer demeanor. Alright, if you 3 are done, then get on over to start line. I'll let you know when to go, sensei says, resetting his stopwatch. Izuku is too busy staring at his teacher. He didn't know teachers could do that. His middle and primary school teachers had never bothered to stop any of the bullying Izuku endured as a kid, which had been so much worse than what Komodo had said. He can't properly think of a time when someone other than his mom stood up for him once they knew he was quirkless. Chura-sensei gives him a look. Is there a problem, Midoriya? No, sensei. Izuku pipes up, dashing over to the starting line where Kiyoshi and Karuto were already getting into position. Now that the worst was over, Izuku feels like a weight had been lifted from his shoulders. Kiyoshi wishes them both well. Karuto appears cocky and overconfident, but Izuku is calm. He runs nearly 8 kilometers every day. A 50-meter dash would be nothing. Go! And Izuku was off like a light. All too soon it was over, but Izuku feels like he could keep running forever even while Kiyoshi and Karuto wheezed. Sensei gives him an acknowledging nod. 7.2 seconds, That's a full second better than the rest of you so far. Good work, Midoriya. I expect to see that same kind of performance in the rest of your tests. Next group line up, let's see if your quirks can stand up against training and discipline. Izuku lets out a breath as he steps back into line. Once their classmates are congratulating him and asking what else he could do. The attention was dizzying and Izuku simply nods at the people whispering at him, not trusting himself not to dissolve into tears if he opened his mouth. It wasn't heroics, but it was light years better than where he'd been. Izuku gives Taketsu an encouraging smile as she, Patrick and another boy step forward as the last group. Hey, I'm Patrick Takamitsu, please call me Patrick. I'm originally from the good old US of America, but my dad lives here so now I do too. Patrick begins with a flourish as his skin began to brightly glow. My quirk is glow and like many of my dear friends, I'm also aspiring for heroics. He beams, literally, causing some of the other students to shield their eyes. Well, it wasn't the most exciting quirk, but there were definitely applications with proper conditioning. And I'm Taketsu Akane, my quirk is blood spell, which means I can manipulate my own blood and Taketsu pauses and considers herself before continuing, I haven't decided what I'm doing yet. Finally, the last kid steps forward with a tired, but resolute look on his face. My name's Shinso Hitoshi, he says quietly. My quirk is brainwash and I'm going to be a hero. Not going to be. Izuku wishes he had that kind of confidence, but with a quirk like that it was understandable. There were some hushed whispers behind him, but Izuku couldn't make them out, but Shinsu's fists clench by his side. With all of the introductions done, the rest of the exercises seemed to pass by quickly. Classmates chatted more easily with one another, details were shared on quirks and personal history as they completed more and more trials. Back in middle school, Izuku used to be terrible at these things, always finishing near the end despite the lack of quirks involved. Since he started training with Rikamarshusho not long after school started, he'd never gotten to measure himself against his classmates. The rest of the morning was spent completing the other activities, but Izuku hardly felt tired. This was nothing compared to what he usually subjected himself to. They're given a few minutes to rest as the results are compiled. Izuku grins at Taketsu, lying red-faced and panting on the grass. She gives a half-hearted kick in his direction when she sees his smile. Kordo was talking to Patrick, Kyoshi was leaned up against Kaniki's back and Motome had pulled out a book off to the side. For once, everything seems to be going right. Alright, line up. We're going to go over the results and then head back inside, Chura-sensei orders. The results were stunning to say the least. Izuku came first or close to first in nearly all of the activities as most of his classmates didn't have quirks that enhanced their physical abilities. Moreover, it looks like most of them haven't undergone any sort of training. It's ironic in a way, Izuku was the only one in the class without some sort of special ability and yet he ended up with the second highest score of the class. Let this be a lesson to you all, Chura-sensei says after he's announced the final scores. Strength is not defined by your quirk, but by the discipline of your mind, body and soul. We have a couple of students who are actively pursuing the hero track. For those of you who are serious about that, I suggest you work on your performance and attitude. High school passes quickly, go beyond or go home. You have lunch for 1 hour and then regular classes will begin promptly at 1300, dismissed. That was amazing, Midoriya. Taketsu says, coming up to him with a bright smile that lights up her face. He blushes from head to toe looking at how cute she looks and stammers out an awkward thanks. Would you be willing to train me? She questions, pointing to herself. I need to lose some of these hips, not to mention everywhere else too. What kind of training have you had? She babbles as some of the others fall in line with them. Oh, I've primarily trained with Jeet Kune Do with my master, but I worked with Aikido in middle school and have incorporated that into my style as well. Izuku lists off, feeling more comfortable in his element. I've wanted to be a hero since I was a kid. I know I'm at a huge disadvantage without a quirk, so I'm working on training my mind and body instead. Just because Yui hasn't graduated a quirkless hero doesn't mean it's impossible. That's incredible, Taketsu says. That's insane, Karudo counters. The small group turns to look at him but he frowns and crosses his arms. What? We were all thinking it. He sighs and runs his hand through his short hair and smiles slightly. Still gotta admit you beat me fair and square in physical tests. Even Taketsu beat me a couple of times and she's got 15 kilograms on me. Taketsu swats him on the arm. My point being, it's insane but sensei is right. You can't write someone off before they get started and you've got a hell of a start. I'd be interested in working with you too, if you don't mind. I've got this amazing quirk but it doesn't mean much if I can't do anything with it. Izuku is touched by the friendly camaraderie and acceptance of his ambition despite how impossible it sounds. Yeah, me too. We could make it a group thing. Patrick says, leaning down to put his arms around Karuto and Izuku's shoulders. We can be like a secret club. We can train together and get t-shirts and everything. He says, his face glowing a bit. Please don't touch me, Takamitsu. Karuto hums as he slips from Patrick's hold. Midoriya, those things you were saying about my quirk in homeroom, can you read those back at me? I think you have some good ideas that I can work with. Of course, I'd be willing to help you with anything you needed in return. Come on, we can talk more over lunch. Let's go before the hero kids take all the good stuff. All this exercise has made me hungry, Taketsu says, picking up her pace. The four of them were joking and laughing all the way to the cafeteria, and Izuku had never felt so complete in his life. For just being a stepping stone on his way to being a hero, the general education department was pretty great too. School is over and yet Izuku was still stalking the halls. He'd mentioned casually to his new, sort of friends that he was an All Might fan, but he somehow managed to keep them from finding out just how obsessive he really was. He needed to make sure they liked him a little more before unleashing that amount of nerdiness onto them. He hasn't been able to go hero chasing with his training schedule, but it was easy to fall into old habits. Izuku would not stop until he got to meet the number one, but it was turning out to be harder than he'd thought. Asking around, no one but hero students saw All Might today, and that was only during his scheduled class. He wasn't seen in the halls, in the cafeteria, anywhere else on campus, which is hard to believe considering how large and famous he is. Izuku's probably covered the entire school twice trying to find his hero. All Might was so close and yet so impossibly far. He thought he'd heard All Might's distinctive booming voice near the teacher's lounge as he was leaving campus today. Despite being right there, all Izuku had been able to find was a skinny blonde man in a too-big suit who'd looked just as startled when Izuku nearly smacked into him coming around a corner. Embarrassed, Izuku had apologized profusely and ducked away only to realize he'd probably just missed his hero. Still, he was nothing if not dedicated, and so he continued to wander the school, hoping the man would just appear somehow. But a ping from his Hero Alert app informs him that All Might had been spotted in Osaka, so, with a forlorn sigh, Izuku decides to pack it in for the day. It was nearly dark out and he's sure his mother won't be happy that he's late on his first day of school. Izuku turns around and began to slump towards the exit when he hears the door opening down the end of the hallway. He looks up and sees a wild mane of purple hair in the distance. Shinso is another kid in his class, one with a brainwashing quirk and a desire to transfer into heroics. Despite the common ground, there's something unfriendly and off-putting about the other boy that sets him on edge. Izuku awkwardly puts up his hand in a half-wave. "Gee, good afternoon, Shinso," he says brightly, trying not to come across as too weird, but he supposes that went out the door when he was caught slinking around the school after hours. Actually, now that thinks on it, it's a bit weird for the other boy to be here still, especially in his gym uniform. Shinso seems to debate going back the door he'd came through before deciding to just walk ahead. He keeps his head down as he quickly marches past Izuku. "Look, just stay out of my way, okay?" was all he says as he walks by. Izuku turns to watch the other boy's back as he rushes past with his hands lodged deep into his gym pockets. "Have a good evening," was muttered awkwardly afterwards before Shinso reaches the door and leaves the wing entirely. "Yeah, you too," Izuku says to the empty hallway, not sure what to make of the whole situation or his mysterious classmate. Happy New Year's Eve. And the first day of school for Izuku. G isn't nearly as exciting as the hero class, but it's all part of the build-up. I do appreciate you sticking around for the necessary scene setting and character development. I hope you end up liking the little crowd I've assembled and keep reading for more of Izuku pursuing his dreams. Again, Names 'cause I put a lot of effort into them. Chura-sensei, hero, generous, tolerant, also pun on hero, churu kanji for to know, because of his ability to know quirks. Motome I am, iris, which is funny 'cause she doesn't have irises. Motome, to want the origin source, referring to her ability to see the past. Patrick Takamitsu, kanji for both tall and light, referring to his height and quirk. Patrick character was inspired by Zack from Sky High and, messing around, it became Patrick and stuck. Kurudo Den warm, Kurudo cold. Taketsu Akane, brilliant red. Taketsu, kanji for blood. Aketsu Akane, big, dark-haired girl with red eyes and sharp teeth. Kind but sarcastic. Quirk is blood manipulation. Patrick Takamitsu, tall, Japanese-American boy with glowing green eyes, energetic and sweet. Quirk is glow. Kurudo Den, short, stocky blonde boy with brown eyes, brash but with good intentions. Quirk is thermoregulation. Motome I am, purple-haired girl with no irises, friendly but nosy. Quirk is ability to see 1 hour into past of anyone she touches. For the first time in a very, very long time, Izuku was actually excited for school. It's only the second day but he already feels energized. Maybe it was because there were people there he liked and who seemed to like him in return. He'd been basically friendless since his diagnosis, but now it was like none of that ever happened. It was nicer, easier, to pretend that there didn't exist a time when he would eat his lunches alone in an unused classroom. Izuku had his mom as always, but now he also had his grumpy but supportive master, his slightly scary homeroom teacher, and maybe now some friends. It seemed nothing could bring him down. Or so Izuku thought when he gets to homeroom and finds a note on his desk. The message is simple, neatly written on a note card and taped down to ensure it didn't get knocked away. The Quirkless don't belong here, short and sweet. Izuku should have crumpled it up and thrown it away without a second thought, but instead he shoves it into his bag. Shame burns in his throat, making him unable to meet his friends' eyes when they walk in. His palms sweat as he clenches and unclenches his fists in an attempt to stop feeling so small. Izuku-in, is something the matter? Your emotions have been down in the dumps this morning, Kyoshi asks when he once again drops out of a conversation. Izuku shakes his head. Homeroom would be starting any minute and this wasn't something that involved them. It's not like he wasn't used to this kind of thing. Unfortunately, the decision isn't left up to him. Chura-sensei comes and begins preparing himself for homeroom. Patrick leans over to tell him one last thing before class began and accidentally knocks over Izuku's bag. And of course, the half-crumpled note was one of the things to fall out. Kurudo starts to pick up the spilled things before Izuku can stop him. The other boy's eyes darken as he reads the message. His hand goes into the air. Kurudo, just drop it, Izuku whispers harshly as he swipes back the note and piles his things back into his bag. It's not that big of a deal, honestly. It's nothing I haven't seen before. Which was apparently the wrong thing because now Kurudo looks even angrier. Chura-sensei, I'd like to report harassment, Kurudo says, loud enough to demand everyone's attention. Oh. Sensei challenges softly, stepping around his desk and walking towards Kurudo. Midoriya was given an offensive note. Izuku wants to die right now as he shrinks into his seat. I can only speak for myself, but I did not come to the Yui to watch people be bullied for things beyond their control. Is this true, Midoriya? Chura-sensei turns his intimidating gaze onto him. Really, it's not that important, I don't dash, Izuku gulps, feeling the pressure of the entire class staring him down. That's not what I asked, Midoriya. Yes, it's true, Izuku whispers quietly. I found it on my desk this morning. But it's not dash. May I see the note? Sensei asks in a voice that would almost be gentle if it weren't for the low growl. Izuku was sure the word may was intentional. Sensei wouldn't force it out of him, but at this point it seemed a bigger issue to hide it. Izuku pulls it from his bag and deposits it into his teacher's mangled hand. Sensei looks it over briefly before frowning and stalking back to the front. The note went into the waste bin near his desk. I believe I made it clear yesterday that I would not tolerate this sort of behavior. If there's anyone who doesn't belong here, is the person who wrote that note. His gaze could have melted steel. This had better be the last incident I hear of. If not, We have plenty of quirks in this school who can locate the perpetrator and have them removed from this school entirely. Silence. If there's nothing more, I'll begin homeroom. Kurudo looks proud of himself and gives Izuku a thumbs up, but he can't look at his friend just now. While a part of him is touched that Kurudo felt the issue was worth addressing, he's also angry to have such a stupid thing dragged out in front of everyone. Izuku tries to let it go, he really does, but Kurudo's annoyance over Izuku's lack of gratitude only serves to keep him silently steaming throughout morning classes. I don't see what you're so mad about, Kurudo says over lunch, trying, unsuccessfully, to get Izuku to at least look at him. Frankly, if he didn't stop soon, Izuku was going to throttle him. In fact, I can't see why you didn't report the incident yourself. You don't deserve that, and the scum wrote that doesn't deserve to get away with it. Kurudo, just let it go, Taketsu hisses from across the table. It was Midoriya's decision to keep it quiet and you totally blew past that even with the best intentions at heart. Patrick just sits there, shoveling food in his mouth. He pauses every now and again, as if he had something to say, before thinking better of it and burying any potential words with more rice. Motome and, more likely, Kiyoshi had probably sensed Izuku's rotten mood and were eating at another table. Whether it was to give him some space or to be as far away from the inevitable explosion is up for debate. Heroes don't just let things go to Taketsu, and they don't take this kind of crap either, Kurudo continues. We could have worked this. Motome could have used her past vision to have found who planted the note, or I'm sure Sensei could have gotten the JRK to crack with a little more pressure. I don't even want them expelled, I just want them to know that we don't accept this kind of thing at Yui. We shouldn't have to deal with this sort of thing. A fist slams on the table and was his, and Izuku doesn't even remember doing it. There isn't any we here, Kurudo. This is about me. These kinds of things have always been about me ever since my quirk failed to appear. Now I'm so sorry someone writing me a mean note offends your sense of justice, but, for me, it's just reality. Izuku says harshly, doing his best to keep his voice at a reasonable volume so the whole cafeteria doesn't hear. I don't need you to defend me, and I'm not some poor, pitiful quirkless person who needs every problem solved by you. There are some things I want to handle on my own and in my own way. If you can't deal with that, then I don't think we can be friends. Izuku huffs before going back to his meal, trying Patrick's method of trying to eat away his feelings. He didn't really want to stop being friends, but at the same point, Izuku couldn't get along with someone who didn't respect him. No friends were better than mean friends. Kaken had taught him that. Yeah, okay, sorry. I was just trying to help. Kurudo sulks and the table descended into uncomfortable silence. I don't know if it matters to you, but I heard it was that Shinso kid, a meek voice says from the table across from theirs. Izuku looked up to see Mifune, the nervous orange-haired kid. He was a very weak psychic if Izuku remembered. Mifune looks around anxiously before leaning forward. He hasn't talked to anyone since class started. Plus you know he's pretty suspicious with his quirk and all. Mifune shrugs uncomfortably, pushing up his glasses. I just thought you should know, in case he decides to do something again. While Kurudo turns around to interrogate a now thoroughly terrorized Mifune, Izuku exchanges confused glances with Patrick and Taketsu. Shinso is the kid with purple hair, the one with the brainwashing quirk, right? Taketsu whispers. Yeah. Patrick garbles through a mouthful of food. He said he was going for heroics during the introductions. I tried to talk with him yesterday, to see if he was interested in hanging out with us, but he kind of brushed me off. I don't want to bad talk about someone I don't know, but he does come across as a bit rude and creepy to boot. That's not nice to say, Izuku mutters even as he cranes his neck up to see where his classmate was. Izuku found him on the far end of the cafeteria near the exit. Shinso was sitting at a table with a few other students, but it was clear he wasn't actually sitting with them as he was quietly eating his meal. As if sensing that someone was watching him, Shinso looks around suspiciously while Izuku ducks his head. Look, please, can we just drop this? I didn't want to make this a big deal in the first place, and I especially don't want to blame some kid who might not have even done anything. There's only one way to find out, Kurudo says, standing up with a bright look in his eye. I say we dash. I think you've said enough, Kurudo. Taketsu interrupts in a low, threatening voice. Maybe this time you should ask Midoriya what he wants to do, seeing as he's the one involved in all this. Karuto twists his mouth like he just tasted something sour before sitting himself back down. Right? Sorry, I'm just so mad someone would treat you this way and I want to make sure it doesn't happen again. Izuku's mouth twitched into a half smile. Karuto was a hothead, a bit ignorant too, but his heart was in the right place and Izuku couldn't really stay mad at him for that. Let's just let it lie for now. Chura-sensei probably scared off whoever did it, so it's probably over. Karuto nods, but he looks unhappy about it. But how about I promise to tell you guys if anything happens again? We'll talk quietly to sensei and work something out, alright? Yeah, that sounds good. Karuto smiles and most of the tension leaches out of the air. Here, let me cool down your soda for you, to make up for blowing this whole thing up. He adds, grabbing Izuku's soda can and willing his temperature down to colder levels. I think Midoriya wants to finish that soda before last PRD ends, Taketsu says with a cheeky smile that exposes her sharpened teeth. There's not enough time left in lunch to wait on your slow-moving quirk. I'm sure you could find Endeavor's boy and ask him to do it lickety split. Patrick spits out his rice and cackles as he slaps the table. And Taketsu gets off a good one yet again. Way to go, girl, remind me not to get on your bad side. Patrick hoots even as Karuto's face begins to heat up with anger, meaning that Izuku's soda is all but lost. But at least his friendships are intact and that's more important anyway. Churahiro likes being able to monitor his homeroom students' gym class. It was the only time he really felt he could see his students as they were. Nothing brings out a person's true feelings like a good old-fashioned spar. Hiro watches the students and marvels, not for the first time, how each new class always seems to fall into the same categories. For example, there are the small groups who were pretending to fight but were really just gossiping. They were mostly good kids, confident and a bit flighty, but they didn't see the value of the activity and thus didn't put any effort towards it. They'd pass their classes just barely and go on to live good but ultimately normal lives. At least they're better than the ones who aren't even trying to participate and were standing silently on the sidelines. They came from wealthy families, were undoubtedly brilliant but were arrogant and dismissive. They'd excel at Yui and go on to fantastic careers without learning a drop of humanity. Most of the students are hesitantly engaging in the sessions, unsure of themselves and afraid of hurting people but trying nonetheless. They were the ones with dreams beyond heroes and quirks and would work hard for their individual goals. They'd do well and graduate Yui to achieve their dreams and lead happy, fulfilling lives. Then there are the handful of students who were giving the training more aggression than they needed to. They were the outcasts, the ones held back from their full potential by their own poor attitude. Hiro would be keeping an eye on them in the hopes that structure and guidance can help straighten them out. Hiro appraises the last group with interest. Every year, the prospective hero students would somehow fall together. Takamitsu hits the ground first with a loud groan. He was a friendly boy, loud and obnoxious, but his dreams of heroism were half-baked at best, more likely a product of his American upbringing. The boy would likely drop his ambitions by the end of the semester. Karuto falls next with a frustrated grunt. Another boy from a distinguished family who'd probably been told that his quirk and his family's influence would see him through only to realize he didn't have the drive and strength to excel like he had in middle school. He was a good kid. He just needed to understand a little bit more about the way the world worked. Taketsu stumbles but quickly finds her footing again. Hiro hasn't quite figured out her motives yet. She was both strong and fragile at the same time. She had the brains and stubbornness to see her through but not the direction so far as he could tell. But of all the students in his class, it's Midoriya who has interested him the most by refusing to fit into any one category. Right now, he appears nothing like the boy who'd looked like he wanted to melt into his seat this morning. The young man before him is strong, his well-toned muscles visible through his gym uniform as he parries, dodges and counters every attack thrown his way. Hiro has seen many boys and girls come through his class, dreaming of heroism, but he's not sure he's ever seen anyone it as badly as Midoriya Izuku did. The boy's quirklessness makes his application more difficult, but watching him now, Hiro wouldn't say it's impossible just quite yet. Midoriya! Hiro shouts, grabbing everyone's attention. The boy in question winces and drops out of his stance, as if hearing his name reminded him that he should be timid and meek. Hiro would give anything to have a word with the boy's previous teachers who'd clearly ingrained in him a sense of worthlessness. Please demonstrate that last move again for the class. That was a very simple but effective takedown, one that would be useful in a variety of situations. Karuto sighs as he gets back to his feet and repeats his earlier punch. As he had before, Midoriya dodges the initial attack and lunges forward to grab Karuto by the forearm and, bracing his other arm, perform an elegant shoulder toss. Despite knowing what to expect, there wasn't much Karuto could do but hit the mat hard. However, Karuto was barely on the floor before Midoriya is bursting forward with apologies as he helps his friend to his feet. Strong, smart, and kind to a fault. Yes, he'd be watching Midoriya's progress with great interest. Did you all see what he did? When most people dodge a punch, they leap away to get out of range. But Midoriya went towards his attacker. He made his defense his offense and using it to neutralize his opponent. Hiro nods in the boy's direction. Good work, your martial arts master should be proud. Midoriya flushes but is interrupted before he could launch into any denials. Geez, that was incredible. Where'd you learn to do that? Fuyuko asks, jogging over to greet the small group. Most of the other students weren't far behind. Oh well, I've been training in martial arts for the last year. My master is pretty tough so I had to learn pretty quickly, Midoriya mutters with a shy smile. No need to be modest. Midoriya has some kick-ass judo moves over here, Takamitsu says as he nearly knocked his friend over with an enthusiastic clap on the back. Actually, it's Jeet Kune-do with some Aikido mixed in, the green-haired boy corrects quietly, but it was hard to hear over the mob of students now surrounding him. Hiro looks at the clock. It's almost time to dismiss the students for the day. Hiro probably should, make everyone go back to their partners, but he figures a little attention would do Midoriya well. He was skilled and smart enough, but confidence was the only Midoriya lacked in his desire to be a hero, especially given the mess during homeroom. Alright, let's have a little challenge, Hiro announces. You all have nice quirks. Who wants to take on Midoriya one-on-one? He's the only one here with actual training experience despite his lack of a quirk. He grins as several of the students back up and shake their heads. Your apprehension is understandable in the face of an experienced fighter. That sort of discipline should be respected. I'll go, Shinso says, stepping forward, just as Hiro suspected he would. Hiro could already tell that Shinso and Midoriya were the two with the greatest ambition, and the ones most likely suited for heroics. They could do great things together if Shinso could get past his deep-seated bitterness and Midoriya could let go of insecurities. A friendly spar might help them bridge that gap. Midoriya begins nervously before settling more confidently into his stance. Alright, I'm ready when you are. You better be, Shinso says as he rushes forward aggressively. It was an uncoordinated attack, the result of pent-up frustration. Midoriya was easily able to duck underneath his opponent's wild swing and pop up behind him. He lightly tags Shinso in the back, more to demonstrate the other boy's weak defenses than to hurt. Try being more purposeful with your attack, Midoriya suggests genially. Also, never let your opponent see your back, always keep your weak points guarded. I don't need advice from you, Shinso says through gritted teeth as he runs forward again. This time, his movements are more precise but, again, Midoriya steps around the attack and uses Shinso's momentum against him, causing the boy to crash into the floor. Shinso hisses as he pushes himself back up. A few of the students are cheering and Hiro frowns at the dark look on Shinso's face. This was supposed to be a friendly spar, not a public humiliation. You have natural strength and strong drive but you're fighting emotionally, Midoriya says gently. Try coming at me again, I promise I won't move this time. Hiro understands the sentiment but he suspects that someone as prideful and insecure as Shinso would not appreciate the well-intentioned comment. Stop acting like you're better than me, Shinso says as he steps forward with his fist raised. Midoriya frowns with determination and, true to his word, doesn't dodge the punch. Instead, the green-haired boy catches the fist easily and twists Shinso's arm until he falls to one knee in pain. Don't leave yourself so open, your punches should be quick, unannounced, and then held back at your core to avoid them being used against you, Midoriya says, gently, but firmly. Shinso struggles valiantly to get out of the hold, but Midoriya has a good grip on him. There's still a few minutes left in class, but this spar is going to get worse before it gets better. Alright boys, that's enough. Good work to both of you, Kairura-sensei says, stepping forward. Izuku is more than glad for the opportunity to stop the fight as he quickly releases Shinso. He didn't want to hurt the other boy, but he also didn't want to come across as weak. If he wanted to get anywhere at Yui, he couldn't let people think they could walk all over him because he was quirkless. You are dismissed for the day. I saw some good effort out there today, but I expect more in the future. Have a good afternoon. I will see you in the morning. Awesome job, Midoriya. One of his classmates says as the group begins to shuffle towards the exit. He catches a few others wave to him as they leave, and it makes Izuku feel a bit better. It seems not everyone is out to get him. Shinso is still on his knees, stretching out the arm Izuku had twisted. Izuku puts out his hand to help him up. I'm sorry if I hurt you. I just wanted people to know that I'm serious in my intentions to transfer over to heroics. Izuku pauses. I know you're hoping to transfer too. I think we got off to a bad start, but I'd like to try and be friends. Even if you did leave a derogatory note on my desk, Izuku thinks bitterly. But he didn't have any proof that Shinso did that, and, besides, heroes were supposed to be better than their emotions. Don't be stupid, Shinso says angrily, ignoring Izuku's outstretched hand to stand up on his own. It's not Stu Dash. Izuku freezes, his muscles lock up and a fog comes over his mind. He tries to move, to do anything, but he can't so much as twitch his fingers. Listen here, Shinso says, getting close. Just because you have the advantage right now with your martial arts doesn't mean that you're better qualified to be a hero than me. I've waited a long time for this opportunity, and I'm not going to let anyone stand in my way. I'm not looking for friends. If you're really serious about transferring, then that makes us rivals. You do well to remember that. Hey, what's going on over here? Karuto says, stomping over, causing Shinso to take a few steps back. Izuku is still stuck in his uncomfortable position. Patrick waves a hand in front of Izuku's face, but he can't move. You think it's funny to use your power on some quirkless kid? I'm sure Sensei would love to hear about your unauthorized quirk use. Shinso glares at Karuto for the blatant threat, but Karuto is glaring back just as fiercely. The effect was somewhat diminished by the fact that Karuto was so short that he has to stand on his toes just to be eye level with Shinso. Izuku blinks and comes back to himself. He shakes his head as he's given back control over his body again. He glances over at Shinso warily, who still looks annoyed but not as angry as before. We were just talking, Shinso says before frowning. I shouldn't have used my quirk though. I do apologize for that. It won't happen again, I promise. Izuku begins, unsure of what to say next because it really wasn't fine, but at the same time, he understands that he may have been provoking the other boy. Izuku wasn't the only one with something to prove. Oh great, an apology, that means a lot, Karuto says angrily. While you're at it, why don't you apologize for leaving that note on Midoriya's desk this morning? Let's see you smooth talk your way out of that one. Shinsu's glare darkens. Hey, let's all calm down, Taketsu says with a frown as she steps in between Shinso and Karuto, presumably before Karuto does something stupid. Izuku looks around to see that there are a few other stragglers hanging out and watching the confrontation. This is so humiliating. It's only the second day of school, and twice today he's been defended by his friends for stupid, petty things. There's no need to go throwing around false accusations, Taketsu says to Karuto before turning coolly to Shinso, unless you have something you'd like to say. I don't know why you would think I did that, Shinso says icily. That's a lie, says another voice nearby, which shatters the tension between Karuto and Shinso. Karuto drops back to his feet and Shinso puts some space between them. One of the students in his class, Nakadai, was standing by the gym door, watching them with narrowed eyes. Izuku hasn't seen or heard much of him so far. He comes across as being stiff and uncompromising. He was about Izuku's height, maybe a little taller, with a shaved head and a skinny build. If Izuku remembers correctly from yesterday, his quirk was the ability to detect lies. Izuku blinks at this realization as his earlier statement becomes clear. He glances in Shinsu's direction, who has his face twisted unhappily. I'm sorry if I've caused you any trouble, but I wanted you to know that I'm in this to win. I don't intend to lose to some kid who thinks he can become a hero without a quirk. With that said, Shinso turns and stalks out of the gym, giving a brief glare to Nakadai before leaving. It's unfortunate to see that Yui has dropped its standards to allow a brute such as him to be accepted, Nakadai says to no one in particular before giving Izuku a level glance. I hold no stake in this. I just despise seeing people use their lies and quirks without consequence. I would watch yourself if I were you, Nakadai nods before leaving the gym himself. Geez, Patrick says, running his hand across his face, why do we have so many weird, intense people in our class? Taketsu and Izuku smile a little at that, appreciating his attempt to lighten the mood. Kurudo is still tense as he glares at the door where Shinso and Nakadai had left. Kurudo, man, let it go. Besides, school is over, we should be out doing something fun. What do you say? Anyone up for ice cream sundaes? There's a great place by my dad's house. I don't know if I'm really up for that right now, Izuku says softly, still uncomfortable about what had just happened. Just when he thinks he's moving forward, it seems someone is trying to keep him down, from Kachin to Shinso. You're okay though, right? Taketsu asks with a frown. He didn't hurt you or anything, did he? No, of course not, Izuku says with a shake of his head. Shinso really hadn't done anything to him, but Kurudo, once again, had blown things out of proportion. He kind of wants to say something about, but he knows Kurudo won't understand and will only take offense. Having friends is hard, he thinks as he rubs at his eyes. I'm fine really, I just think I should head home now. It's been a crazy day and all. Yeah man, whatever you need to do, Patrick grins, giving him a thumbs up. We do gotta hang out one of these days though. Agreed, Kurudo says, we need to forget all this ugliness happened and move on. We still have to find time to train together too. He steps forwards and gives Izuku a friendly shoulder pat. Have a good night and remember, you promised to let us know if Shinso or anyone starts bothering you again. I don't need your protection or to be treated like a child who can't handle their own problems. Izuku finishes lamely, feeling strangely tired. Yesterday had been so good, but now Izuku is feeling like he's back in middle school again, eternally stuck being the quirkless loser. I'll see you guys tomorrow, he says dully as he walks out of the gym. Izuku changes back into his normal uniform and leaves the school feeling despondent. He hikes his backpack up on his shoulders and picks up his pace. And to think he'd started this day filled with excitement and optimism. Well, day 2 wasn't the best, but not every day could be a winner, right? Tomorrow would be better, it had to be. Izuku had spent a little too long on his run this morning and ended up missing the early train, so he was running behind schedule as he comes upon you. He grits his teeth and struggles to pick up his pace despite the ache in his muscles. He knows he's been overdoing it, but this has been a stressful couple of days and his workouts are the only thing that seems to calm him down these days. Izuku hopes that today, at least, will be calmer than the last 2. What do you think of having All Might as a teacher? Izuku squeaks as a microphone is shoved into his face. He looks around anxiously to see a sea of reporters surrounding the school. Is he as good a teacher as he is a hero? The lady reporter asks again and pushes the microphone a little closer. Izuku backs up a few paces and bumps into a man who puts another microphone in his face. Is All Might as handsome in real life as he is on TV? What does he do in his spare time when he's not teaching? Hey kid, haven't I seen you somewhere before? Izuku begins shakily. I'm a general education student, haven't met All Might. The cameras and microphones withdraw so quickly, Izuku might as well have said he had leprosy. Another student, Izuku thinks he recognizes them from one of the hero courses, comes up and grabs the reporter's attention. That gives Izuku enough time to hurriedly slip through the gates and into the relative safety of the school. He lets out a deep breath, a little thankful no one asked why he was entering via the gate near the hero classrooms but the farthest from his own. It wasn't wrong that he liked to pretend for a few seconds that he was training to be a professional hero, was it? He squeaks as the warning bell rang and he remembers that he was still running late. Despite his desperate sprinting, he's still halfway down the hall when he hears the final bell ring. He stumbles into class a few seconds later. I'm sorry I'm late, Chura-sensei. It won't happen again, I promise, Izuku huffs as he makes his way over to his seat. Sensei raises an eyebrow at his entrance. You're excused this time, Midoriya, as those vultures lurking outside the school have made quite a few students late this morning. Sensei says before taking a moment to clear his throat. Well, that's neither here nor there. Now that everyone's here, I have an important announcement. Now that we're properly settled, it's time to pick class representatives. We will be casting votes. The person with the most votes will be the class representative, and the second most will be the assistant representative. A flurry of whispers strike up in the class as friends begin to talk who they should vote for. The sound of papers slamming on Sensei's desk has everyone quiet again. Chura-sensei fixes them with his golden-eyed gaze before continuing. I understand that 2 days is not a lot time to get to know your classmates well enough to base an opinion. Therefore, I'm allowing everyone who wishes to compete for the positions to give a short presentation, 2 minutes or less, on why you should vote for them. You have the rest of homeroom and the rest of your day to put something together. Tomorrow, you will be presenting and voting. Please let me know before the end of homeroom if you're going to run for the position. That is all. Oh man, class representative is quite a big deal, Motome says, turning around in her seat. It's a great to have on your resume, plus it gives you a great chance to get leadership experience. Are you guys thinking of running? Nah, that's a little more responsibility than I think I can handle, Patrick says, rubbing his neck. But I think you'd be a great rep, Motome. What about you, Midoriya? I'm sure you're planning on running. Nice entrance, by the way, Patrick says, turning to Izuku, who jolts a little bit at the statement. Class representative. The idea would have been laughable just a year ago, but now. I don't know, I'm sure there's much more capable people in here than me. That's no way to talk, Kurudo says with a wave of his hand. I think you do a great job. You're observant, compassionate, and smart as hell. You have just as much a chance as I do. Oh, are you running, Kurudo? Taketsu asks. You bet, Kurudo grins, mostly because my parents expect it of me, but I still think I could do some good. Well, that makes me 3, Taketsu adds with a shy smile. I was class representative my first year in middle school. It was a lot of work, but I enjoyed being involved. I think I could probably do it again here. We should all plan our presentations during lunch, Izuku suggests. I'd even be willing to stay after school to work on it. If we collaborate, we can make our presentations as professional as possible. I don't know, aren't we all competing against each other? Should we really be working together? Only one of us can get the position, survival of the fittest and all. Kurudo says with a frown, only to yelp when Motome throws a balled-up piece of paper at his head. Don't twist Darwin to suit your own purposes. Nothing of meaning is obtained by working in a vacuum. Besides, all we're doing to compiling our thoughts and thinking how to best present ourselves. It's the class who gets to decide if we get the position or not. While Kurudo grumbles and rubs at his head, the rest of them continue to talk. As class representative, I will abolish the restrictive uniform, give tired students the opportunity to nap on campus, and ensure that all people are allowed to skate within the halls, Patrick announces before holding up 2 peace signs. For more years. He adds with an exaggerated grin. Taketsu gives him an annoyed look before pointedly turning away from him and back to Izuku. What plans do you have, Midoriya? How would you shape 1C if you had the opportunity? Ah, come on, Taketsu, you know I was just messing around, don't give me the cold shoulder. Patrick whines from behind them. I don't know really, Izuku says thoughtfully. Maybe, I'd work on making the general education students feel empowered and not just like hero rejects. Everyone always focuses on the heroes, and I would want people to know that it's okay to not have a combat quirk or to even be quirkless. Plus, I'd like to help those people achieve their goals even if it is heroics with a non-traditional quirk. Isn't that a little self-serving considering you're also shooting for heroics? Kurudo asks dryly. Speaking of which, are the kids who want to transfer able to even compete? It'd be pretty bad if you got elected only to change classes. Izuku couldn't respond to that very true notion when the bell rings, signaling the end of homeroom and the start of first PRD. He finds he can't pay attention to what was happening in class because he was too busy thinking about the upcoming election for class representative and if he was going to run. Karuto did have a point. It would be difficult for Izuku to try and keep up his training schedule if he was elected class representative. He'd never bothered to run for a position before, mostly because he knew that no one would vote for him, but things were different now. He bites his lip and turns his eyes down towards his empty notebook. That's the catch, isn't it? Sure, it would be difficult to manage, and who knows if he'd actually do anything good, but he'd never had the opportunity before to see if he could do it. All his life it had been useless this and good for nothing that. No matter how pragmatic he was, he still wanted the opportunity to try at the very least. Besides, wasn't leadership an aspect of hero work? He could look at it as additional mental training and a way to demonstrate his abilities. Mind made up, Izuku begins scribbling thoughts in his notebook, ignoring whatever the teacher was putting up on the board. He could always get the notes from one of the others later, but he only has one day to put together a presentation that would convince his classmates that the quirkless kid could represent their class. Congratulations on getting voted class rep, Ida. Uraraka says brightly as she walks over her friend's desk. Why thank you, Uraraka. Ida beams briefly before clearing his throat and taking on a more professional appearance. I appreciate your congratulations. I can only hope that I am able to live up to the expectations my classmates have put upon me. This is an important job and good training for my future career. I promise to do my best to guide the class. Ida emphasizes, gesturing wildly with his hands. Watch it, you four-eyed sheet, Bakugu says, veering off to the side to avoid Ida's gesticulations. Your hand comes near me again. I'll make you if you eat it. Believe me, it was an accident. Ida responds icily even though Bakugu has already walked out of the classroom with an angry set to his shoulders. Sometimes I wonder if Bakugu really wants to be a hero. Azui, please call her. Tsuyu croaks from behind Urark. I think what he really wants is the license to cause public destruction. Yeah, he gives me the creeps, Uraraka says with a shiver. I thought for sure he was going to kill me in the battle trial yesterday. Even All Might didn't know what to do when he brought down that building. Well, he needs to get his act together fast, Jiru says, leaning away from Yaoyorozu to comment. I overheard Aizawa-sensei say that our class either needs to lose or gain a student in order to have an even number. Transfers into heroics are pretty rare, so Bakugu's position seems tenuous, though personally I'd choose to boot my Neta over him. Oh my, Yaoyorozu sighs, covering her mouth. Given how he acted in the battle trial, I don't want to know what Bakugu would do if Aizawa-sensei tried to expel him. He looked like he was going to get violent with the reporters when I was coming in today. I hate to agree with Bakugu, but I also was quite upset to see those miscreants hanging around this morning. Ida frowns. I'm sure they must be breaking some zoning law by congregating there and obstructing entrances. They're probably gone by now. Tsuyu shrugs as she picks up her bag. It's not like they'll get their story hanging around the closed gates all day. Come on, let's get to lunch. Yes. Ida shouts, chopping his hand through the air as he stands up. Let us cease talking about unpleasant things such as Bakugu or reporters. Instead, let us focus on the positive aspects of our learning experience here at UE, such as the chance to get to know all of you. Ida. Uraraka blushes and gives her friend a gentle punch on the shoulder. You must get so tired hanging out with us girls all the time. Why don't you try talking to some of the other boys? I have tried. Kirishima is a good upstanding student, but he mostly spends his time with Ishido, Siro, and Kaminari. I tried to strike up a conversation on the first day with Todoroki, but he made it clear he was not interested. Ida pushes up his glasses thoughtfully. I'm afraid I haven't had much of a chance to get to know the others as our teachers have kept us quite busy. Don't worry, Ida. It's still pretty early in the semester, Tsuyu adds as they walk down the hallway. And who knows? Maybe instead of an expulsion, we'll get a new student added to our class. That'd be interesting. I wonder what that would be like. Uraraka says. Crossing the hallway behind them is Izuku and his group of friends in Class 1C. They're talking animatedly as they make their way to their lockers to grab some supplies to work on during lunch. Neither group notices each other and they continue going their separate ways. All right, who wants to practice their presentation? This is a friendly environment, no judgments, Motome commands, clearly in her element. Kaneki is at their table today, flipping through some note cards and her dear ears twitching with obvious nervousness. Taketsu looks anxious too, clenching and unclenching her fists as she rehearses lines in her head. Izuku looks longing at Kurudo, wanting to see what the other boy had to say before he went. I guess it's up to me then, Kurudo announces with a dramatic sigh. My name is Kurudo Dan and I'm a general education student just like you, but I have a vision for this class. I see a class that can compete against the hero class, that can show those arrogant kids with their flashy quirks that we are just as talented and capable as they are. I vow dash. Stop, Motome says, holding up her arms in an X shape. Make it more about improving our class and less about your petty feud with the hero kids. Kurudo huffs as a few of them giggle quietly, but he dutifully goes back over his notes. Akane, you're sensible, can you please show Kurudo how it's done? Oh me. Taketsu squeaks. Well, I'm still working on it, but I was thinking about dash. Whatever Taketsu had to say was cut off by the sound of a loud siren piercing the cafeteria. Izuku jolts in his seat and looks around to see what was causing the noise. Security level 3 has been breached. Students, please evacuate promptly. Echoes through the cafeteria and out into the halls. Immediately, everyone is on their feet and running towards the narrow cafeteria door. Security level 3, I read about that in the student manual. That means unauthorized personnel have gotten into the school, Motome says, jumping up and grabbing Kaniki's hand. We've got to get out of here. We can't all fit through doors, not to mention the hallway is too small to hold us all, Izuku shouts in an attempt to be heard above the din, even as Patrick manhandles him and begins dragging him along with the others. Worry about that later, Patrick responds even as someone bumps into him and he looses his grip on Izuku. Suddenly, he was all alone in a swarm of people. Izuku tries to keep himself upright lest he get lost in the stampede. He wasn't very tall, so he has a hard time seeing through the crowd. Even Patrick, who was almost 2 meters tall and could light up like a glow stick, was hard to spot in the chaos. Izuku grunts as he's shoved up roughly against the side, his cheek pressed uncomfortably into the wall. There was too many people shouting and it's nearly impossible to distinguish one voice from another. The only thing they could do was make it through this mess safely and reconvene outside, provided they weren't under attack by villains or something. Izuku is distracted from his thoughts by the sudden appearance of a boy floating up into the air. He starts spinning dramatically, in an incredibly dizzying way. Izuku blinks. What kind of quirk did that kid have? Whatever it was, the boy angles himself so he was perched above the doorway where people were still panicking and trying to get through. Everyone calm down. The boy shouts from his ridiculous position, it's okay. The crowd of students quiets down as if a flip had been switched, and soon everyone was looking at the student above the doorway. It's just the press. There's nothing to panic about. You're at Yui. Conduct yourself in a manner befitting the highest academia. Izuku takes a deep breath as some of the pressure keeping him pushed up against the wall lets up, which gives him more room to move. The noise was just as loud as before, but people were moving in a much calmer, more orderly fashion. Izuku cranes his neck up to catch a glimpse of the boy who'd saved the day, but the angle was too awkward. Izuku really wants to thank him. He was probably one of the hero. 'Cause no one else could have done something like that. And just like that, he was outside on the back lawn. He sees Chura-sensei off to one side, counting students. Ah, there you are, Midoriya, get in line, was all his teacher had to say before Izuku was forcibly pulled into a huddle of people. Dude, I'm so sorry I lost you. I tried to grab you again, but the crowd had eaten you up. Patrick bemoaned, still glowing slightly, while the rest of his class are speaking in loud, panicked tones. Izuku brushes off the well-meaning hands and pokes his head outside of the group. There was the flash of police cars outside of the gates and some teachers and officers escorting what looks to be reporters off campus. His eyes narrow. Yui's security was legendary. No one got past the gates without a pass, so how did such a large group of reporters manage to sneak in? Weird, huh? Kurudo says, startling Izuku a bit by coming up from behind with a thoughtful look on his face. It looks like the Yui barrier was broken down. Seems a bit much for some hack reporters. Yeah, Izuku nods, still deep in thought. Are you okay? I lost track of you early on, he asks. It'll take a lot more than some shoving to keep me down, Kurudo says with a thumbs up. I was more worried about you. Patrick was freaking out when he lost you. Good thing that hero kid calmed everyone down, or you'd have been trampled for sure. You know, quirkless doesn't mean helpless, Izuku spits out before he could think about it. Hey, lay off, we're just concerned for you is all. Don't need to act like a JRK. Come on, I think Sensei is dragging us back in. Hopefully they'll let us have a bit more time for lunch. Izuku opens his mouth to retort his friend's complete disregard for his feelings before shutting it again. Today was already crazy enough. Getting into fights he couldn't win wouldn't make things better. They did end up getting to finish their lunches, but since the cafeteria was still a mess, they were allowed to sit in their classrooms. Izuku quietly eats his katsudon while the others talk around him. He has too much on his mind to be engaging with his friends right now. The class elections, not to mention wondering how the press managed to circumnavigate Yui's security. He's also still thinking about how quick and amazing that hero boy was and if Izuku would ever be on his level, especially if Karuto and Patrick still treated Izuku like he was someone in need of protection. Izuku looks around his classroom where people are chatting with excitement. Patrick is leaning back in his chair trying to talk to Taketsu while she's bent over her desk, ignoring her food to write like she was possessed. Karuto is standing over by Motome, arguing with her about something or another with Kyoshi trying to mediate. Izuku wonders if he has what it takes to make a good representative, to be a good hero. He thinks again of that boy who spun through the air and had been able to calm people with just a few short sentences. He had a long way to go before he was that good, but he would get there. Izuku would keep chasing that dream until it was his, even if that meant making sacrifices along the way. All right, class. Chura-sensei begins in his usual droll way the next morning. I trust with all the excitement yesterday you didn't forget to prepare your presentations for class representative. We'll be starting now. Please keep quiet while your classmates are speaking. He looks down at his list. We'll be going in class order. Motome Ako, you're up first. Me? She asks, surprised, but Midoriya is ahead of me. She says, turning around where Izuku just shrugged. I dropped out, sorry I didn't mention it yesterday. I need to prioritize my time based on my goals and so I can't give the position the time and effort it deserves. A sentiment I can respect. Now, Motome? Sensei nods. Motome ends up a long-winded speech about all the policy changes she would make as class representative and how she would work to decrease crime with a complicated reward-punishment system. Chura-sensei cuts her off before she could finish. Nakadai delivers his short speech with a piercing gaze as spoke of how he would uphold the principles of Yui with honor and use his lie-detecting quirk to find the best solution to any problems that arose. Komodo makes a fool of himself by explaining that he would use his position to make life as easy as possible for the class. A couple of his friends laugh at that, but Sensei's fierce glare quiets them instantly. Kaneki looks like she was going to be sick with nerves and bows out before she could even get out of her seat. Karuto's presentation was a slightly modified version of his cafeteria spiel, focusing instead on working to build up the general education's reputation and morale to compete against the heroes. Taketsu was last. She plays with her fingers anxiously as she makes her way to the front of the class. We are a school divided, she begins uneasily. General, business, support, and heroics. Yesterday's incident showed us that when the slightest bit of uncertainty is added, we fall apart. I propose, if elected as class representative, that I will work to repair the divisions between us. We are all Yui students, each of us smart and accomplished in our own ways. I say we stop comparing ourselves to other classes and start working with them. Drawing strength from heroics, innovation from support, and management from business. In my vision, we work together as one school to achieve our highest potential and through our unity, truly go beyond. She gives a quick little bow before shuffling back to her seat, head high and shoulders back, but her face is beet red. Good work everyone, Chura-sensei says with a dark glare at Komodo. Everyone, take out a piece of paper and write the person you believe is most qualified. Again, the most votes will be class representative and the second will be assistant representative. Be sure to vote based on merit. You'll be stuck with these representatives all year, so choose well. Izuku couldn't help but smile. For him, the answer couldn't be more obvious. Komodo received 0, Karuto got 1, Motome had 4, Nakadai got 7 and Taketsu took in 6. She looks wide-eyed at the board as the results are written out. Patrick jostles her shoulder with excitement before she stands up and walks to the front of the class. All right, Nakadai Kenshin is your class representative and Taketsu Akane is your assistant representative. You both did excellent jobs, I expect good work. From the two of you. Sensei nods, indicating for them to return to their seats. Now we still have a few minutes left in homeroom. I want to go over some safety features of the school. Taketsu was right that our response yesterday was shameful and next time, it might not be a couple of reporters. Congratulations, girl. Patrick grins, pulling Taketsu in for a big hug as they crowded in the hallway after morning classes. I thought you were amazing. You'll be a great assistant rep. That's why I voted for you. What? Karuto says, placing his hands on his hips. You voted for her and not me? Is it because she's a girl? No, it was because Akane gave a stirring speech about fostering an environment of collaboration where you were still trying to turn this into some kind of competition with the hero courses. Motome says, giving Karuto a dry look. I hate to lose, but if I had to lose, I'm glad it was to someone as pretty as you. Good job, let me know if I can help with anything. She continues with a friendly wave as she walked off. I guess it was a pretty good speech, Karuto grumbles. Nice work, Taketsu, I think you'll be a good fit. But better watch out next year, I'll get you for sure. Learn how to appeal to your audience instead of your ego, temperature boy, Patrick says with a grin, walking away with Izuku and Taketsu while Karuto steams in the background. And I say we celebrate. How about we all go out for ice cream after school today? My treat for our new assistant rep. I can't, Izuku says rubbing his neck. I have training with my master this afternoon. Maybe tomorrow though? Or over the weekend sometime? You work too hard, Midoriya. I admire your dedication to being awesome, but you gotta take it easy sometimes. Seriously though, we have got to get together soon and just hang out. I don't know about you guys, but this week has stressed me out. It's only Thursday. Patrick continues, jabbering on about nothing and everything. It was nice, Izuku smiles, this new normal of his. Hey, did you guys hear? A quiet says off to the side. It was Mifune, the red-headed anxiety-prone psychic in their class. He doesn't look at them, instead continuing to play with his phone. His eyes dart up briefly before returning to the screen. All Might was spotted in the hallways by Hero Jim. Despite the fact that he's supposed to be teaching here, no one has really seen him, but apparently he's out right now. I have a to go Theba through. Izuku shouts in a rush, stepping away from his friends. I have to use the restroom. Right now. Immediately. You guys go on ahead, I'll catch up to you in the cafeteria. Izuku clarifies, not stopping to listen to what they would say to his admittedly lame excuse. It would be worth it for his friends to think he was some kind of weirdo if he managed to meet All Might in person. He's been searching for days now and not even come close to finding the number one. His heart pounding in his chest has nothing to do with the sprinting he was doing. He has so many questions to ask All Might about his quirk and his philosophy on heroism. But most importantly, Izuku wants to know if it's possible for a quirkless nobody like him to be a hero. He skips around the corner, slowing to a calm, deliberate pace. Alright, he made it to the hero gym, so where was All Might? Izuku walks up and down the hallway, trying to appear nonchalant despite his agitation. No, he was so close to meeting the number one, he can't have missed him. Another couple of loops, even a few forays down adjacent hallways, and all he's found is disappointment. At least the halls are empty due to everyone being in lunch, so no one has to see his utter humiliation. Izuku checks his watch and finds he's already missed the first 15 minutes of lunch. Even if he hustles back, he'll only have a small amount of time to eat before afternoon classes begin. He weighs the option of skipping lunch, both to keep looking for All Might and also to avoid the questions he knows his friends are going to ask, but decides against it. There's no way he can endure Rikamaru Shosho's training on an empty stomach. Besides all that, this was supposed to be Taketsu's moment to shine, and he totally blew her off to chase someone who might as well be a fantasy. In the end, what happened was his own fault. Izuku's head is so full of too many different things, he isn't really thinking as he rushes down the hall. He's too focused on how to explain his odd behavior to his friends and how to make it up to Taketsu without seeming weird. He wants to explain why she earned his vote without upsetting Kurudo, not to mention wondering why All Might is so hard to find. It's all these things that are flowing through his head that lets him casually walk into the cafeteria like nothing can hurt him. He forgets why he usually likes to come into the cafeteria when it's full and busy and easy to hide in the crowd. He forgets, just for a moment, that the hero students eat lunch at the same time as everyone else. Deku! Deku! Izuku freezes on instinct at the familiar insult. He should be moving, putting as much distance between him and his old friend as possible, but everything about him has stopped. Just like that, he's in middle school again and there's nothing he can do but wait out the inevitable. A rough hand grabs at his uniform and Izuku's whole world narrows down to the tingling sensation of Kaken's hands sparking threateningly. "You piece of shit, what the hell do you think you're doing here?" Kaken demands. "Well, you know I got into YE, Kaken, why you've been known for months now." Izuku stammers out. His tongue is weighty in his mouth as he tries to force the words out around the fear clogging his throat. "Do you think I met you yesterday, you useless Deku? You think I haven't seen your shitty face hanging around my classroom or scribbling in your dumb FE notebook?" Kaken wrenches him forward until he's right in Izuku's face. Kaken looks the same as he always does. Rough sneer and glowering red eyes, but Izuku thinks there's something off about the situation. Kaken is handling him about as gently as he's capable of. Normally by now Izuku would be sporting a bruise or two, but Kaken doesn't even look like he's trying to hurt him. "I know you're hoping to transfer to the hero program and I'm telling you right now to give up. You think you're hot sheet because of that sludge incident? You're effing quirkless nothing and you'll never be a dash." Izuku will never know, though he could probably guess from a decade of similar comments, what Kaken had to say as his head suddenly whips to the side like he'd been struck. Izuku blinks and uses the opportunity to break out of Kaken's hold. He stares at Kaken's face, more specifically, at the long streak of blood which ran from his neck to just under his eye. Kaken brushes his fingers against the blood on his face with angry confusion. "What the F dash?" He questions, only for Kurudo and Patrick to charge forward and push Kaken back a couple of paces as they insert themselves between the two of them. Properly aware of what was going on now, Izuku can see that much of the cafeteria has quieted down and was watching them intently. Kaken gets over his surprise quickly and growls as he looks ready to fight. "Who the F are you? Get lost. This is between me and Deku." Like before, a bright red streak glides through the air before stopping and solidifying into a long, thin point which hovers threateningly in front of Kaken's face. Kaken glowers as the threat and his eyes turn to Taketsu, who has come from behind Izuku, one hand held in taut concentration with the other palm openly bleeding. "I don't care who you think you are, but you can't just attack someone in the middle of the cafeteria," Kurudo hisses. Patrick is doing his best to use his greater height to appear menacing, but uncertainty is written all over his face. Taketsu's face is still as stone. The only movement is the gentle drip of blood from her hand falling to the floor. "I don't have to listen to anything you extras say, you're FNG Gen Ed kids, you don't mean sheet." Kaken takes a few steps forward and while Kurudo holds his ground, Patrick steps back nervously. Taketsu, however, steps forward and gets real close as she pulls more blood from her open cut, which she solidifies and creates two more sharpened points aimed right at Kaken's throat. "I think you had better step back right now," Taketsu says softly, meeting Kaken's red eyes with her own. His sneer deepens and it honestly looks like they're going to come to blows when Kaken is pulled back violently by two other boys. "Dude, what the hell are you doing?" A blonde boy with a black lightning-shaped stripe in his hair demands, glancing between Kaken and their group. "You're already on thin ice after that stunt you pulled in the battle trial and now you're picking fights? You sure you didn't mean to sign up for the villain course instead?" Kaken breaks his glare with Taketsu to sneer at the blonde. "Nobody effing asked you, now get off of me, I'm not effing done yet." "Yeah man," the other boy who had startlingly bright red hair says with a disapproving frown. The hand holding Kaken's other shoulder shifts until it's rock solid. "I think you are." Kaken is struggling within the hold, but, between the two boys, he's pretty well contained. Izuku flushes suddenly and steps back until he's behind Patrick and Taketsu. He feels stupid and ashamed. Twice this week his friends have had to come to his rescue and all he could do was cower. He says he wants to be a hero, but maybe Kaken is right. Maybe he just doesn't have the right stuff. Sorry about Bakugo, the red-headed boy says to them, cheerful despite Kaken's enraged struggling. He glances at Taketsu and her hovering blood spears. Wicked quirk, by the way. You can put them down now, he won't bother you anymore. Taketsu hums but holds her makeshift weapon steady. Yeah, we're still training this one. He's a bit of a handful if you haven't noticed. The blonde boy says with a wry smile. Don't let him give you a bad impression of us hero kids. We're not all psychopaths. What did you effing call me? Kaken shouts right in the blonde's face, but he doesn't even look fazed. Without further ado, the two of them drag Kaken away from the scene. Sorry again. Enjoy the rest of your lunch, we'll take care of him. The redhead says with a bright smile revealing sharp teeth, sharper by far than Taketsu's. Kaken turns his glare back towards their group, his eyes finding Izuku's easily. You think you can be a hero like that, Deku? Hiding behind the riff-raff? I better not see your stupid FNG face around anymore, you hear me? You stay the hell away from Dash. Kaken jolts suddenly, as if he'd been electrocuted. Geez, give it a break already or I'll up the voltage, the other blonde mutters, looking quite unhappy himself. Aizawa-sensei is going to love this. Izuku vaguely hears him say to the other boy as Kaken reluctantly lets his classmates pull him away. Once Kaken and the other boys are engulfed in the crowd, Izuku hates himself for the relief that bubbles in his chest. Some hero he was. Oh my god, who the hell was that crazy kid? I thought he was going to kill us. Taketsu, who had been so cool during the confrontation, lets out a heavy sigh as her blood spears liquefy and hit the floor with a dull splat. All traces of her earlier composure seems to melt away as normality reasserts itself. Midoriya, are you okay? What is it about you that attracts these kinds of people? She asks, rolling her head to look at him with a pale, tired-looking face. He looks down at her hand, which was still languidly dripping blood on the floor, into what's now a rather large puddle. Forget that, are you okay? Criminy, that's an awful lot of blood. Karuto says, looking rather pale and sickly himself as he grips Taketsu's shoulders and gives her a light shake. Can you stop the bleeding? Can you walk? The three of us could probably carry you to Recovery Girl if you need it. How much blood can you lose? Will you need a transfusion? He says in an increasingly high-pitched, panicking voice. Karuto, I'm fine. It's about as much as you'd lose for a blood donation. Here, let me just. Taketsu pushes him back a few paces and brings her uninjured hand up, gently pulsing it until the open wound on her other palm was fully clotted. Despite the fact that the bleeding has stopped, she still looks pretty worn out. Look at this mess. Just let me sit down for a second and then I'll clean it up. Taking that as a signal, Patrick wraps one of his arms around Taketsu's waist and slowly walks her back over to their table. Izuku shuffles behind, still red-faced with embarrassment. Who was the guy, Midoriya? He looked like he was in the hero class, but he seemed like he knew you. You haven't been picking fights without us, have you? Karuto demands, pointedly keeping his eyes up at the ceiling and away from the puddle of blood. Kaken and I went to middle school together, but we've known each other pretty much our whole lives. We actually used to be friends, right up until his quirk developed and mine didn't. He's always been like that. Izuku says as they all sit down at the table. He turns away from his friends, unable to face them right now. It was my fault for not being more careful. I knew Kaken would be in here and I just sort of forgot for a moment. He risks a look up at Taketsu, who is leaning against the table slightly and still a bit pale. I'm sorry you guys got dragged into that, and I'm especially sorry I didn't do more to control the situation. Don't you dare apologize for that, creep, do you hear me? Patrick says, leaning over the table and pointing his finger at Izuku. Don't you ever apologize for someone hurting you. That's no one's fault but his and hell, everyone who let it get to that point. Are you telling me that punk has been treating you like that for that long? And no one did anything about it? Izuku shrinks a little, feeling a bit unnerved not just by Patrick's intense glare but by his words. Kids, teachers, people on the streets. He can't think of one other person other than his mom who ever told him that Kaken's behavior was wrong. It's not something he's ever really given thought to because that's how things have always been, but, thinking on it now, Patrick has a point. I mean, it's not that big of a deal, Izuku shrugs self-consciously. It's like with the note, things have always been that way. Because Kaken's got such a great quirk for hero work, he could basically do whatever he wanted. That's not right, Patrick says emphatically, his skin glowing slightly with agitation. I don't care how fancy his quirk is, that's not how heroes are supposed to be. You should report this incident and cite whatever else he's done. I'm sure the hero department doesn't want a maniac in their program. What? No, I couldn't. Look, it's fine. I don't want to get Kachen in trouble. Izuku stammers. Maybe we should table this for another time, Patrick, Taketsu says as she takes a long drink from her water. It's been a pretty exciting week for us all. She catches his gaze and smiles softly. But you did endure, you didn't let challenges or bullies keep you down. Sometimes being brave isn't about leaping into action, sometimes it's just doing your best when everything goes wrong. She's right, you know, Kurudo says with a wizened nod. Well, they both are, but Taketsu's always right. We'll tackle that issue another day. All I can say is if that bully shows his face again, I'll show him just what us general education kids can do. He says, pounding his fist into his open palm. Dude, no offense, but I'd rather send in the girl who can make blood weapons than the guy who can occasionally serve as a space heater. Patrick says, looking a little calmer. Izuku can't stop the snort of laughter at that comment. He covers his mouth and looks over at Kurudo, expecting a blow-up. Kurudo looks annoyed, his fists leaning on the table, but eventually he forces an awkward smile. Yeah, good one, you sure got me, pal. Kurudo says through gritted teeth even while his eyes promise Patrick that there will be retribution. Patrick just leans his elbow on the table, resting his cheek in his palm as he makes kissy faces at Kurudo. Taketsu hides her smile between them with another drink of water. Izuku is still uncomfortable about what happened, about still being Kaken's victim despite how much progress he's made. But he also thinks there might be some merit in Patrick's words. Maybe he didn't deserve Kaken's cruelty. Maybe there still was some hope in his dream. Izuku pulls an energy bar out of his bag and chews it thoughtfully. The road seems longer than ever, but he's already come so far on his own, with no quirk and no one by his side. Izuku looks as Patrick and Kurudo begin to playfully push each other with Taketsu in the middle trying to get them to stop. Izuku wonders how far he can get with a little help. So, I take it things aren't going as planned at your new school, huh? Rikamaru says casually as he dodges Izuku's punches like they're nothing. Izuku grits his teeth and changes tactics, pulling from some of his experience working in Aikido to mix up his style. All he gets for his efforts is a raised eyebrow from Shirsho, who continues to counter or dodge. I didn't meet you yesterday, kid. You only get this angry about not being able to hit me if something is bothering you, and since you don't have much of a life outside of school or training, it wasn't hard to guess. Shirsho continues as he suddenly roots himself to the ground with his quirk. He beckons Izuku forward with his hand and a lazy grin. Well, he's right about one thing. Izuku is frustrated and he can't stop replaying the events of the last week, good and bad, in his head. He feels like he's going to explode with all the emotion and contradicting thoughts in his head. But this was simple. Giving his own toothy grin, Izuku dives forward and gives his master everything he can. He kicks and punches and ducks and jumps away only to run back and head first until his troublesome thoughts become nothing more than a buzz, hidden behind his pounding heart and sore muscles. Eventually Shirsho gets him. His master has clearly been baiting him for the last few minutes now, but Izuku simply doesn't know how to give up. But a quick strike to the jaw and a sweep at his feet and Izuku is flat on his back. He starts to sit up only to realize he's way too tired to even get up on his own. His head thumps back to the floor with a gentle groan as Shirsho drops gracefully beside him. What would you like to talk about first? The fact that you've clearly been overworking yourself again, or whatever happened at school that has you so upset? Shirsho's voice becomes tight. You're not having any more trouble with that bully of yours? You mentioned that he got into Yui's heroics department. Shirsho has never liked Kaken, even from Izuku's heavily edited descriptions. If his master ever found out the full extent of what Izuku's childhood friend had said and done, no one could protect Kaken from the fallout. I did have a run-in with Kaken this afternoon in the cafeteria. Izuku says slowly as he tries to regain his breath. Seeing the dark look on his Rikamaru-shou's face, he continues. It wasn't that bad really. Kaken was being himself, but he didn't hurt me at all. There were some kids in his class who dragged him off and, my friend stood up for. Me too. Someone needs to put a leash on that kid. But you said you've made some friends? I like them already, tell me about them. Shursho instructs in a stern tone as if he wasn't asking a question like a single mother. The image puts a small smile on Izuku's face. Well, there's a couple of people I talk to sometimes, but I've mostly been hanging out with these other guys. There's Karuto, he can change his body temperature. It takes some time, but he's real proud of his quirk. He's brash and he doesn't understand me, but he's got a good heart. Taketsu is pretty, she's taller than me and is friendly but also sarcastic and funny. You should have seen her standing up to Kacchan today, you'd like her. Then there's Takamitsu, but he asks us to call him Patrick. He's Japanese-American. I don't think he could be any more energetic or friendly if he tried. He keeps the mood light when things got stressful. Izuku sighs affectionately, they're real great. Meeting them was the highlight of the week. We're all aiming for the hero course. Well, Taketsu keeps changing her mind and I'm not sure how serious Patrick and Karuto really are. I told them I'd help train them, but we haven't really found the time yet. I'm glad. A boy like you deserves a good group of friends, Shursho says with a nod before standing up as gracefully as he'd sat down. Alright, your break is over. Work through some of your stretches before your muscles get stiff. Trust me, you'll thank me later. Izuku gets up far less stylishly than his master, but he does it eventually. They work through their cool-down routine, stretching slowly and silently for a few minutes. So what's really bothering you, Midoriya? Rikamaru asks. It's more than the bully, I can tell, so spill it. I've put a great deal of work into you. I can't have you go ruining all my hard work by you taking out your frustrations on your body. It's Dash. Don't tell me it's nothing. I can tell you've been overdoing your exercises again, unless you think that you can get into the hero course exhausted and overworked. Well, maybe I can't get into the hero course no matter what I do. Izuku snaps back before slapping a hand over his mouth. Not only was it incredibly rude, but Izuku has been burying that particular insecurity ever since school started. Meeting Kaken today had only brought it to the surface. And maybe it's just impossible to be a hero without a quirk. No matter what kind of training I have, no matter how much I want it, maybe I just don't have the right stuff. Where'd this come from? Shursho asks sharply, glaring down at Izuku, who shrinks under the scrutiny. You've poured your heart and soul into this dream. Why are you questioning it now? He narrows his eyes. Was it the bully? No, I mean yeah, a little, but, Izuku says stressfully, running his hands through his hair. A kid used his quirk on me the other day after he lost to me in a spar. He apologized, but it was so easy for him to take control me and there wasn't a thing I could do about it. And when Kaken grabbed me in the cafeteria today, all I could do was cower while my friends came to my rescue, again. I became the same pathetic weakling I was in middle school, the kind of person I thought I'd stopped being. There are tears in his eyes and that just makes it worse, doesn't it? All he can reliably do is break down in tears when things get tough. But heroes didn't cry, they didn't freeze when someone yelled at them. They weren't quirkless losers who needed to be saved again and again. I just can't stop thinking about, no matter how hard I try, that for all my effort, all I'll ever be is the quirkless Deku. There's an awkward minute or two where the only sound is Izuku sniffling and hiccuping as he tries to force his tears and his insecurities back inside. You probably saved his life, you know, Rikamaru says quietly after a minute once Izuku has a better handle on himself. The DMN news outlets wouldn't cover it because they're too far stuck up in their own buttes to recognize true heroism when they see it. Izuku blinks up at him. I'm talking about the sludge incident, kid. But you came to see me for the first time about a week or two after, but the news was still running it. I recognized you right away. I didn't do anything really. All I could do was throw my backpack at the monster and try to pull Kacchan out. If All Might hadn't shown up, we both would have died, Izuku says, averting his gaze. I'm not saying it wasn't stupid as hell, but do you know what it also was? Brave. Not another DMN person there was willing to help. Even the so-called heroes were just standing by watching. I have nothing but respect for the number one, but he showed up late too. Who knows what would have happened if you hadn't been there to serve as a distraction, to give that kid a lungful of air. Shirsho leans down until he's nearly eye to eye with him and grips Izuku's shoulders tightly. That kid who's given you hell for most of your life, and you didn't even need to think about running forward to help him. I don't know about you, but that's possibly one of the most heroic things I've ever heard of. But dash. So a punk with a fancy quirk got the better of you, use that big brain of yours and learn how to counter it so it doesn't happen again. And don't you listen to another word that bully of yours says. Because anyone that hurts another to prove himself strong is no hero, and a man who refuses to acknowledge when another saves his life can hardly be called a man. So you keep pushing Midoriya, you keep training and studying to be a hero because it would be a DMN shame for that good heart of yours to go to waste. Izuku is quiet. He doesn't even have the words to describe what he's feeling right now. The main one he can identify is relief, like he'd been carrying around a weight the last few days that has suddenly dissipated. He opens his mouth to thank his master but instead receives a sharp whack to the head. How many times do we have to go through this, kid? Don't make me have to tell you this again. Now get on home to your mother before I make you run through another set. I thought I was overworking myself, Izuku says flippantly and quickly regrets it. He blames it on the bone-deep exhaustion and the 2 energy drinks he'd chugged on the way over to keep himself awake. He's rewarded with another light slap to the back of his head. You're right, don't do anything more strenuous than light stretching for 2 days or I'll really show you what it means to be overworked to make sure you don't ever do that again. I have your mother's phone number, don't test me. Yes, Shirsho, Izuku mutters only to receive a 3rd slap to the head. He was going to get brain damage at this rate. I didn't quite hear that. What are you not going to do again? Yes, Shirsho, I won't overwork myself and try to train more than I'm supposed to, Izuku says, straightening his spine. And you're also not going to listen to anyone who tries to tell you what you are and are not capable of. Shirsho looks down on him for a moment longer. Now get out of here, and so help me if I find out you didn't laze away for 2 days, you'll be in for it. I don't think that will be a problem, sir. I don't think I'll be moving again once I sit down. Izuku says, bending down to grab at his bag, wincing with each muscle movement. The only response he gets is a bark of laughter, but Izuku knows his master well enough to know that it doesn't mean anything by it. The ride home is long and he opts to stand on the train because he honestly doesn't think he'll be able to get up again if he sits. Izuku trudges up the steps to his apartment and nudges open the door. I'm home, Mom, Izuku says as he walks in and all but falls on the couch. I never want to move again. Hi honey, I see your session went well, Mom says warmly, patting his head while she bustles by. Care to explain why I got a call explaining that you're not to exercise until at least Sunday or face consequences? Not really, Izuku mutters into the throw pillow his face was squished into. She hums, perching lightly on the arm of the couch. Are you okay, sweetie? You've been kind of down the last few days, I've been worried. I thought you were happy at this school. I am, Izuku says into the pillow before groaning and rolling over so he was looking up at his mother. I just had to get through some stuff, I'm better now really. Rikamaru Shirsho helped me set things straight in my head. She smiles and leans down to kiss his forehead. I'm glad, Izuku. I'd be happier if you showered before passing out on the couch, but I'll take what I can get. You rest up, I'll be starting dinner soon. Izuku's eyes follow her retreat as a thought comes to him. He's happy at you. He's happy in general education, he's happy with his friends, and he's happy with the progress he's made. It might not look like much right now, but he knows he's building up to something great. It's starting to drive him a little bit insane that Izuku still hasn't seen All Might despite the fact that it's already Friday of the first week. He clearly wasn't having any luck trying to track the man after school, so he figures he'd try early in the morning since he wasn't allowed to train until Sunday. Izuku spent almost 45 minutes hiding near the teacher's lounge, hoping he'd catch a peek at All Might. While the number one was nowhere to be seen, he did get to see Present Mike talking loudly to an exhausted-looking man in a scarf. Midnight was in and out a few times and he even managed to see ectoplasm. But still no All Might. Izuku wanders away from the teacher's area before someone notices his stalking and pulls out his hero notebook, now up to volume 14, and analyzes his updated All Might page in annoyance. He underlines elusive twice with his pencil before slamming the book shut. He still has half an hour before homeroom starts. There were a couple of things he wants to add to his notebook about the pros he saw today. Izuku walks the halls by memory, muttering to himself about how Midnight was taller than she seemed on TV and a mental note to look up that scruffy man he'd seen with Present Mike. Was he another pro? Despite being lost in thought, some deep-seated survival instinct has Izuku stopping and leaning around the corner near his classroom. When Izuku peers around, he sees a couple of older kids hovering around a boy with gravity-defying purple hair. Just seeing Shinso makes Izuku a bit uncomfortable, and he almost considers just leaving until Shinso turns slightly and Izuku can see he looks unhappy. Before he can even think about it, Izuku is stalking forward. "Hey, leave him alone," Izuku says before he can think otherwise, parting the group and standing in front of Shinso, who looks just as stunned as he is. Just once, Izuku would like to control his idiotic impulses. "Oh look, the villain kid has a partner in crime," one of the older kids sneers down at him. "The villain kid?" Izuku looks back at Shinso, who's glaring at his shoes with a dark look on his face. "Better watch your step, brat. Don't you know the only reason they let him into UE is so the heroes could keep an eye on him?" "That's not true," Izuku interjects, a little uncertain, but these guys are nothing compared to Kachin. If anything, they accepted him because he's smart and he's got an amazing quirk that will save a lot of people. He takes a step forward. Shinso hasn't done anything wrong, and aren't the real villains the ones who bully other people for no reason? One of the boys winces and another gives an uneasy glance towards their leader. "I don't know who you think he is, but he sure isn't a hero. I'll leave you to figure that one out on your own. Come on guys, I don't want to catch his naivety." With that said, the boy stalks off with his two cronies following awkwardly behind. Izuku watches them go with a frown. Bullies can be found everywhere, even at a prestigious school like Chi. "Are you Oka Dash?" Izuku asks, turning around to face Shinso only to be met with a light push that puts him back a few steps. Shinso's face is still turned to the ground and his fists are trembling slightly. "I didn't ask for your help. Who the hell are you to interfere in my business?" Shinso demands in a tight, angry voice. "I'm sorry, I was just trying to help," Izuku says, his confidence gone with an almost visible pop as he tries to fix whatever it was he did wrong. "Those guys had no right to speak to you that way." "Oh yeah, and what do you know?" "You don't know anything about me," Shinso hisses. "I know you want to be a hero," Izuku responds quietly. "You mentioned it on the first day of school." "You're right, I don't know much about you, but that alone tells me that you'd never be a villain." Shinso seems to freeze at that, just for a moment before he's moving again. "You really don't know anything, just leave me alone," Shinso says as he shoves his hands deep into his pockets and stalks off. Izuku lets out the breath he'd been holding and rubs at his head. Why is it he always says the wrong thing around this kid? He has no idea what to do, but a part of him can't help but empathize a bit with Shinso. No matter how distant and hostile he acts, Izuku can see that the other boy is hurting. He wonders if there is anything he can do to help. He wonders if Shinso would let him. Izuku spends the time before homeroom writing in his hero notebook, but he finds he can't concentrate on the words. Instead, he thinks about how resigned Shinso had looked before Izuku had intervened. Like he'd accepted the fact that no one else believed him capable of being a hero with his quirk. It was sad in a way that Izuku completely understood, having been in the same situation for most of his life. Shinso is probably similar to how Izuku would have turned out if he'd let his anger and bitterness overwhelm him. It made him want to help his classmate. He's thinking over to approach Shinso when there's a light tap on his hand. He looks up to Motome's empty-eyed stare. "I see you had another run-in with our class's most mysterious member," Motome says quietly, presumably so the others don't hear. "Sorry, I didn't mean to pry," she says, referring to the use of her quirk to look into his past as if the invasion of his privacy wasn't that big of a deal. "You just looked deep in thought and I thought I'd see what I could do." "Yeah," Izuku hums as an answer, not really sure what to think of the unwanted intrusion. Despite how nice most of his class was, Izuku sometimes found himself frustrated by their casual, usually unwelcome quirk use on him. But he had been thinking about what to do with Shinso. Motome wanted to be a detective someday, maybe she could help. I just don't know what to do about Shinso. You know that we've had some bad encounters, but he doesn't really seem like a mean person. I wish there was something I could do to make him feel more comfortable, but I don't know how to go about it. Izuku elaborates as he loses himself to his thoughts. Maybe if I just confronted him directly, told him that I don't care about what happened in the past? But I also don't want him to think he can just walk all over me. He doesn't seem to have any other people he talks to, maybe he just doesn't want to talk to anyone. He mutters to himself until Motome quietly knocks on his desk with an amused smile. You're quite a character, Midoriya, you just don't stop, do you? She says fondly. Stop what? Izuku asks as Karuto and Taketsu walk in and he raises his hand to greet them. Helping people, Motome elaborates. I don't know what you should do, all I know is that there are rumors going around about him, mostly related to his brainwashing quirk. Honestly, those rumors don't seem to match up what I've seen from him. Gee, he may be, but I haven't seen him really do anything other than keep to himself. As Taketsu and Karuto walk over, Motome pushes herself away from his desk. It's up to you what you do though. Just be careful and keep yourself out of trouble, you hear? Don't make us worry any more than we already do. I will, Izuku said, unable to stop the eye roll. If he'd known his confrontation with Kaken would cause everyone to coddle him, he would have just punched his former friend in the face. He hates that everyone seems to think they need to intervene in his life. Speaking of which, oh, and Motome? She turns back to look at him as she makes her way to her seat. I don't really have anything to hide, but maybe ask next time before using your quirk? Izuku says quietly, like it's something rude he's asking. Motome doesn't seem angry though, and instead she looks a little embarrassed. Right? Sorry about that, I kind of have a habit of poking my nose where it doesn't belong. Let me know if I go too far again, okay? She smiles before quickly sitting back down as Chura-sensei enters the room. Alright, in your seats, homeroom has now begun, Chura-sensei announces as he sets down his bag. I hope you're getting settled and preparing yourself because it will only get tougher as the term continues. He intones with a stern look before going through the daily announcements. Izuku sighs a little bit, letting himself be a bit distracted as he glances out of the corner of his eye to where Shinso was sitting. He's wondering how the other boy was faring after his bullying incident, and if he was being honest, Izuku is a bit curious about the quiet, bitter boy who wanted to be a hero. When his eyes land in Shinsu's direction, he squeaks and quickly rights himself when he sees the other boy is openly glaring at him. Izuku squirms a bit in his seat, happy when homeroom ends so he can find some relief. In the end he doesn't get it. Every time for the rest of the morning, whenever he dares to turn around and check, he would find purple-haired boys still staring him down. First, then second, third and fourth PRD came and went, and Izuku thought he was going to bust out of his skin from discomfort and anxiety. Karuto and Kyoshi kept mouthing to him if he was okay, but he kept waving them off. He tells himself he does it because he doesn't want to involve them in another situation, but Izuku knows that he just doesn't want to turn to face them and see Shinsu's penetrating gaze out of the corner of his eye again. By the time lunch comes, Izuku is contemplating going to Recovery Girl for a note so he could excuse himself home. He certainly feels like he's sick anyway. He rubs at his forehead as he continues to deflect questions and change topics all during lunch. The first week isn't even over and already he has people after him when he hasn't done anything wrong. The thought catches him, like a hangnail on an old shirt, making him pause with his chopsticks halfway to his mouth. That's right, he hasn't done anything to deserve this. All he's done is do his best to fit in and keep working towards his dream. Does that mean he deserves people to laugh at him? To have cruel notes placed on his desk? To be glared at? He scowls as his anxiety turns to anger, going up like a campfire doused in gasoline. Yo, are you gonna finish that or are you gonna leave your rice hanging? Patrick teases before the brown-haired boy glances at his face. Izuku doesn't know what his expression looks like, but it must be bad judging by Patrick's reaction. Whoa man, you okay? You look like you need to deck someone. I personally volunteer Komodo because that guy is a JRK. Also, he doesn't realize the pompadour went out of style like 50 years ago. I'm fine, Izuku says in a voice that, even to him, does not sound fine. He clears his throat and tries again with a smile that feels like a grimace. It'll be alright, there's just something I just realized I need to take care of. Excuse me. He scans the hall for Shinso and finds him in his usual spot on the outer edges of the cafeteria, sitting by himself. Be careful, Motome says with an unhappy frown, clearly seeing where he plans on going. Karuto just gives him a thumbs up with a grin. I don't know what's going on, but you have my support. You know where we are if you need any backup. Izuku just nods, but he isn't really listening as he puts his shoulders back and walks towards Shinso. All his anger and nervousness seem far away when compared to his frustration that he can't enjoy his high school experience in peace. He dealt with it all through middle and primary school, and he's not going to let it follow him here. He's different now. Izuku reaches the table and looms over the other boy, who looks up at him with an annoyed expression. I thought I told you to stay out of my way, Shinso mutters as he takes another bite from his pudding. Look, I don't know what your problem is, but I'm not going to let you treat me like this. Shinso gives him a droll look and saps some of Izuku's confidence. He swallows and presses on anyway. Look, I'm sorry if I upset you earlier, but I don't regret stepping in when those other kids were giving you a hard time. You don't deserve to be treated that way, just like I don't deserve everything that happens to me because I'm quirkless. Shinso scoffs and breaks eye contact to play with his pudding. Is that what you think this is about? Shinso asks dully, and the dismissiveness of the statement rekindles the spark of anger in Izuku's chest that he slams a hand down on the table and startles Shinso enough to make him look up again. I have no idea what this is about because you won't tell me, Izuku hisses. Maybe if you had an actual conversation with me, we could work things out so you can find better things to do than glare at the back of my head for 4 hours straight. Alright, you want to talk? Let's talk. Meet me in the gym on the west side of campus after school, wear your gym uniform and don't bring your little group. Shinso turns away and glares into his pudding. Sensei ended our spar early the other day, we'll get this settled once and for all. I'll be there, Izuku nods. It's amazing how much more quickly the afternoon passes than the morning. There's an itch under his skin as he sits through those last couple of classes that he first thinks is the resurgence of his anxiety, but he later recognizes it as something similar to what he feels before a training session with Rikamaru. Beneath his desk, his leg bounces in nervous anticipation as he watches the clock and thinks about what's to come. He mutters quietly to himself as he thinks about what he's going to do, what he'll say as he counts down the hours. Not once does he look behind him to see if Shinso is still glaring. Whatever is going on between them is going to be addressed soon enough. If the first half of the day seemed to drag on endlessly, then the second half speeds by like a bullet. Izuku wasn't sure if he was relieved or nauseous when the final bell rang. Either way, he couldn't back out now, so it was best just to get this over with. He excuses himself easily from his friends, mentioning that he was going to get some extra training in. It's too much for him to hope that they'd forgotten about earlier, but at least they're letting him deal with it on his own. They probably think he's just going to talk to Shinso instead of fight him. Given how protective they could be, Izuku didn't enlighten them. Izuku warms himself up briefly in the locker room as he changes into his gym uniform. He's no all might, but there's a refined strength in his muscles that wasn't there at this time last year. He's come a long way in a short PRD of time, and he thinks that will be enough for whatever Shinso has planned. It has to be. He strolls into the deserted gym 20 minutes after the final bell to find his opponent working out with a punching bag. Izuku can't help the wince. The other boy not only is working without gloves or proper wrapping, but the bag heat punching is far too heavy for a beginner. Izuku can see some blood and bruising on his knuckles in between punches. I wasn't sure you were going to show, Shinso says as he rolls his shoulders and walks away from the punching bag. He looks just as tired and frustrated as he did earlier. I told you I would, Izuku responds. I don't want a repeat of our spar on Tuesday. I just want to work out whatever issues you have with me so that we can have a better relationship. We both want to be heroes, right? We should be working together, not against each other. You're so naive, Shinso spits out viciously. That's exactly why we can't be friends. Now get on over to the mat and we'll see once and for all who the better hero is going to be. This is stupid, you're not an experienced fighter and I can't get around your quirk. Can't we try talking this time? Izuku asks even as he steps onto the mat opposite the purple-haired boy. Shinso, please, I want to help you. You always look so angry, but I think that you're really just lonely. I know because I've been in the same position. Stop pretending like you know me, Shinso says as he charges forward with his hands reaching out to tackle him. Izuku dodges the attack with ease, resisting the urge to make his own move. Come on, you're not an idiot. You know why I called you here, so fight me. I know you can since you insisted on humiliating me in gym the other day. I wasn't trying to humiliate you. Izuku hisses as Shinso manages to get close enough to give him a glancing punch to the shoulder which knocks him off balance. Why won't you talk to me? What could I have possibly done to make you so angry with me? Izuku asks as he rights himself and speeds forward to grab a hold of Shinso's wrist and wrench it behind his back. You really want to know? Shinso asks, squirming in his hold until he brings his foot down on Izuku's own, which causes him to curse and let go of his hold on the other boy. I've had to fight every step of the way to get here. I've had to endure teachers and classmates and even my own family telling me I can't be a hero with my quirk. Do you know what that's like to be shot down no matter how hard you try? Shinso practically screams, his voice filled with rage, but his face looks so sad. When I got accepted to UE, I thought that maybe I could do this. I could prove myself and transfer into the hero department and get everyone to stop whispering behind my back every day. He pauses long enough to throw a sloppy swing Izuku's way, which Izuku sidesteps but just barely. And then I get here and I find my main competition is this smiley idiot who acts like he can just walk on into the hero program without a quirk. Do you know how infuriating that is? Even when I think my dream is within reach, I get it tugged away by someone who can't possibly know what I've been through. That's so stupid. You don't think I know what it's like to have your dream mocked? Izuku yells back, taking note of Shinso's increasingly more erratic attacks, feeling both annoyed and sympathetic for the other boy. I've been bullied and teased since the day I was diagnosed, and I know how much that hurts. I lived with that hurt every day until I decided that I was done letting other people tell me what to do. Shinso tries to grab him, but Izuku bats away his hands. You're taking your frustration out on the wrong person, Shinso. I'm not the one holding you back, you are. You're so determined to be angry at the people who've beaten you down that you don't see that their opinions don't matter. I worked hard to get to this point. What have you done besides be angry at the things you can't change? Izuku ducks low under a punch and quickly swipes Shinso's feet from underneath him. Shinso looks surprised as he hits the mat. You say you want to be a hero, but I don't see you doing anything about it. Train your body, improve your quirk, and stop blaming other people for your problems. Izuku emphasizes with annoyance. I'm not blaming anyone. Shinso says with a sneer. Then stand up and move forward. Do you want to be a hero because you want to prove everyone wrong? Or do you want to save people? Izuku demands, ignoring the hypocrisy of the statement. I want to save people, Shinso shouts angrily before seeming to calm down. Of course I do. Then stop being so dash. Izuku starts to answer only for a cloudy haze to fall over his mind. His brain slows down to a crawl and his muscles lock in place in his squat. Shoot, he fell under Shinso's brainwashing quirk again. How was it activated? Could it be counteracted? Izuku struggles to move, to do anything, and finds he can't. On the ground, Shinso rolls over onto his stomach before crawling back to his knees, then to his feet. He studies Izuku for a moment, still frozen from his position near the floor. That looks uncomfortable, stand up, and just like that Izuku was on his feet, but it wasn't his own power. It was a very distressing feeling. You're more than an idiot, you're absolutely crazy. You know what I can do with my quirk, but you didn't even hesitate to stand up for me today, didn't avoid meeting me here. Izuku takes in a deep breath as he feels control come back to him. I still don't know what to do with you. I thought this would help, but now I'm even more confused. You could stop being a JRK and be my friend, Izuku responds, and the look of pure surprise on Shinso's face encourages him to keep going. We got off to a rough start, but I'd like to try again. You can sit with us at lunch. The others might give you a hard time at first, but they'll warm up quickly, I'm sure. I can give you some tips on fighting techniques, and you can show me how your quirk works. I just took control of your body against your will, Shinso says quietly but full of some emotion Izuku can't place. I could have made you do something terrible, Had you bend your fingers back until they broke or forced you jump off the roof? No, you wouldn't, Izuku answers calmly because in some way, he gets it. He gets what it's like to be stuck in a bad mindset based on the people around you. And if he could claw his way out, then Shinso can too. You're not a villain just like I'm not as useless as everyone says. You don't know me, Shinso says quietly, looking very lost. You're right, but I'd like to get to know you better, Izuku smiles. So can we be friends now? Stop fighting each other and start fighting this terrible, corrupt system that made us feel this way in the first place. Shinso laughs a little at that, looking surprised even as he does, like Izuku had startled it out of him. He stares at Izuku with wide purple eyes for an extra few moments before breaking eye contact and stepping away awkwardly. I'll think about it, Shinso mutters as he shoves his hands deep into his pockets and walks towards the exit. Izuku smiles wryly, thinking about how this is the second, no third, time Shinso has left him in the dust. Oh well, Rome wasn't built in a day. Hey, Izuku looks up to see Shinso hovering by the door. Are you coming or are you going to sleep here? Oh, I'm coming here, let me get my bag, Izuku says, running over and grabbed his backpack before practically skipping over to where the other boy was holding open the door. Thanks. He chirps, which only makes Shinso look more uncomfortable. I am sorry, I guess, for taking over your mind earlier and yelling at you, punching you too. I haven't really treated you fairly since school started, have I? Shinso mutters, but Izuku waves him off as they walk down the hall. It's fine, this is new for both of us. I'm sorry for sending you to the mat. My master has put me through that enough times that I know it had to hurt. I can show you how to fall properly or even how to avoid an attack like that in the first place. Your quirk is handy, but you'll need some combat skills if you want to transfer. You really are crazy, Midoriya, Shinso scoffs, but there's a small smile on his face, and to Izuku, it feels like the start of a new beginning. Inko is anxiously stirring the noodles in the pot when she hears Izuku walk through the door. She breathes a quick sigh of relief before turning around to scold her son with her spoon. Izuku, where have you been? Inko demands. You told me you were going to be home early today and look, it's almost 5. You better not have been out there training dash. Mom, I wasn't, I promise. Izuku interjects, shedding his jacket and setting himself down at the kitchen chairs, but Inko isn't done yet. Because I have your martial arts teacher's phone number and he said to call if you'd been exercising during your little break. She looks at him, there was some guilt on his face but not much. He'd been up to something all right, but he doesn't look like he normally did after practice. I know you want to be more independent, but if you say you're going to come home at a certain time, I expect you home at that time. Or at least phone me if you're going to be late. You have no idea how worried I was. Her son may be 15 and attending a prestigious high school, but that doesn't mean he's all grown up yet. It's still her job to worry over him. He frowns up at her with big green eyes that she can't really stay mad at. I'm sorry, Mom, it's been such a crazy day, a crazy week. Something happened after school today and I lost track of time. I promise I'll call home next time. Well, can you at least tell me what it was? She asks, going back to her cooking as she turns down the heat on the stove. I know it's been a while, but your mom still remembers how scary the first week of high school can be. Izuku stammers, it's kind of weird and I don't even know how to explain it, but I think I made another friend today. He pauses as she turns to face him again. Maybe it was kind of unclear. Oh, Izuku, that's wonderful, I'm so glad. Inko says, and she's so happy she could cry. A boy making a new friend shouldn't be such a big deal, but for someone who's been ostracized as much as Izuku has, it's a blessing. She hadn't been sure about Yui at first, but clearly it's been nothing but good for her son. Tell me about them, are they nice? Do they know your other friends? Shinso is. Izuku purses his lips and sets his chin down onto his folded arm across the table. He's a bit like me, how I was before you. He wants to be a hero too, he got a great quirk but no one else can see it. Mom, you should have seen him today, he looked so sad. I tried to help and I don't know, maybe I did a little. But I had to do something. Oh baby, she says, stepping away from the stove to walk over to her son. You're a good boy, I'm sure you did help your friend. Sometimes just having someone care is enough to make a difference. One small act of kindness can mean the world to someone. Yeah, Izuku replies softly behind her after a moment. Hey mom. Can I invite my friends over tomorrow? I sort of already invited Shinso, so he knows I'm genuine in my offer to be friends. But Taketsu, Patrick and Karuto and I talked about it earlier, but I was thinking maybe. He sits upright. I hope that's not too much. I know inviting 4 people over is a lot, but I promise we'd be good and keep the noise down and dash. Oh hush you, Inko says fondly, cutting her son off before he really gets worked up. I think that's a lovely idea. I've been wanting to meet your friends anyway. But don't worry, I'll keep out of the way and not embarrass you. Izuku beams at her. Go on, you give them a call and change out of your uniform. We're having pasta tonight and I don't you to spill. Okay, I'll do that now, he says, bounding out of his chair with his usual well of energy. Before rushing off to call his friends, he runs over and gives her a quick peck on the cheek. Thanks mom. You're the best. And then he's off, cell phone already out. Inko chuckles lightly to herself at her son's antics as she continues her dinner. Yes, raising Izuku hasn't been easy and she often wonders if there was more she could have done for her son. But looking at him now, some of those worries fall aside. There's been some stumbles along the way, but there's no doubt that Inko brought up a strong, kind-hearted boy. She smiles to herself as she hears him talking in the other room. It's about time other children saw how wonderful her boy was. We should play a board game, Patrick suggests cheerily, sitting cross-legged in Izuku's sitting room. He's wearing board shorts and a brightly colored t-shirt written in English. It looked like a restaurant advertisement. We are not playing a board game, Taketsu interjects, leaning back against the couch on the floor. I'd wipe the floor with all of you and Karuto would probably throw a fit. Her black hair is pulled into a tail and she has on navy blue capris with a loose white blouse. I don't care either way, Shinso says quietly, looking a bit uncomfortable ever since he'd arrived in plain t-shirt with a button-up shirt over top and jeans. He'd mostly sat quietly to himself while Karuto glared at him. I wouldn't lose, Karuto pouts, breaking his glaring contest with Shinso to turn it on Taketsu, who didn't seem bothered. He's wearing khaki pants with a cotton-collared shirt and is sitting on his knees beside Izuku. I don't really have any board games anyway. It's been just me and mom for a while, so all we have are puzzles and a few video games. Izuku says, trying to keep the peace. He was trying to give his mom a good impression of his friends. She's in her room working at her sewing machine, but she'd still be able to hear them if they all started arguing. This was his fault really, he should have known his friends would be out of sorts with Shinso here. How about a movie? What does everyone like? Izuku suggests. Comedy. Patrick shouts. Romance. Taketsu grins. Sci-fi. Shinso shrugs. Action. Karuto nods. The 5 of them look at each other and pretty soon they're all laughing, even Shinso was chuckling. It wasn't even that funny, but they were all laughing anyway. It's a good feeling, Izuku could get used to this sort of thing. Once they quiet down, Taketsu sighs and stretches out her long legs. Okay, so I guess a movie is out, maybe we can just talk. It's only a week into school, I feel like I hardly know you guys. She looks around, settling on Izuku. Let's start with you, what made you invite us all over? Don't get me wrong, I'm having a great time, I'm just curious. Her eyes deliberately slide over to Shinso and back to him. I don't know, I thought it might be fun, Izuku says. Shinso and I talked yesterday at school and we realized that we had a lot in common, so I thought he might want to hang out with us. I was guilted into coming. Also, you promised you'd help me train, that's the only reason I'm here, Shinso says shyly. Well, I'm glad you did, Patrick smiles. My dad's out of town this week and next and it's so boring at the house all by myself. Plus I'm looking forward to getting to know this wild guy. I was surprised to hear Midoriya invited you, but I'm glad you've joined the group, he says as he throws an arm over Shinso's shoulder and pulls him close. Shinso looks very uncomfortable and slips from the hold. Even though he left you that terrible note on your desk? Karuto mutters. Taketsu gives him a little kick with her leg as the whole conversation drops off. Izuku panics and looks at Shinso, who is glaring heartily at Karuto. Izuku should have known Kurudo would be protective. He did this too soon. He should have tried to integrate them on neutral ground at school, maybe. Let me say this once so everyone is aware, Shinzo says quietly as he turns to look Izuku dead in the eye. I didn't write you that note. I don't care that you're quirkless, you're annoying either way. A knot Izuku hadn't known had been there loosens in his chest. He'd already forgiven Shinzo for the note, but this makes it so much better. But in the gym, Nakadai called out your lie when you tried to deny it, Kurudo says stubbornly. I said, why would you think I did that? That prick was right, it was a lie. Of course I knew why everyone thought that, but no one ever bothered to ask me if I actually did it. The silence becomes painful and Shinzo stands up. Look, I appreciate the invite, Midoriya, but maybe this was a bad idea. I'll see you Monday. No wait, Kurudo says before Izuku has the chance. You're right, I judged you without getting to know you and I'm sorry for that. But you're Midoriya's guest, the same as we are. Please sit down, I'd like to start over if we can. Shinzo frowns but gently sets himself back down on the floor. Kurudo sighs and turns to Patrick. I can't believe your parents let you stay alone for 2 weeks, he continues as if nothing had happened. I would love to have the house to myself, but at least one of my parents is home at all times. What about your mom, Patrick? I must admit I'm a little curious about her, Taketsu said, biting her nail. You mentioned the first day that you moved to Japan because of your dad, so I'm assuming your mother is American. She was. Patrick smiles again, but this time it's small and sad. She died 4 years ago. Ovarian cancer, it got diagnosed late and by then there wasn't much they could do. He gives a half-hearted shrug and leans forward so he's looking at the floor. My folks split up a long time ago, too dedicated to their work to pick up and move halfway across the world. I hardly ever saw my dad until she died, then I was shipped off to Japan to live with him. Oh Patrick, I'm so sorry, Taketsu says with her heart in her eyes as she leans forward to put a hand on his shoulder. I didn't mean to bring up bad memories, we can change the subject. Nah, it's okay, it's been a couple of years and besides, if I don't talk about her then she really is gone. Patrick's eyes softened. We lived in San Francisco, it's this big city in California. She ran a restaurant, about 2 or 3 blocks from the bay. Mom kept everyone in line and made sure the customers happy. She was always so spirited, tried to talk to everyone and ask how they were doing. Her enthusiasm for helping people is maybe why I kinda wanna be a hero. She sounds like a great mother, Kurudo says quietly. I'm sure you miss her a lot. Yeah, Patrick nods before his smile brightens up again. But Dad and I are getting along fine. His job has him traveling a lot, but I can tell he's trying. It's not perfect, but we're getting there. I'm sorry, Shinzo says quietly. I lost my parents when I was young. Just because it was years ago doesn't make it hurt any less. I'm glad to hear you and your father are getting along. My uncle doesn't really want to deal with me. He smiles shyly at Patrick, but you know she still lives on in you. As long as you remember her, she's not completely gone. Yeah, I know man, thanks, Patrick says in a hushed voice, giving Shinzo a one-armed shoulder hug. This time Shinzo looks a lot less uncomfortable than the first time Patrick had touched him. The 5 of them spend the next minute or so in quiet, companionable silence. So what's it like in America? Do you miss it? Izuku questions, trying to restart the conversation. Yeah, I miss it every day. I mean, I spent the first decade of my life there, so it's kind of hard not to. But Japan is great, it's different but it's got this energy about it that I love. Plus you guys have, like, the best heroes. Patrick snorts and rolls his eyes, but man it was rough when I first got here. Tokyo is nothing like San Fran, plus I couldn't speak the language at all. It took me like a month just to figure out how to ask where the bathroom was. They all chuckled at that and that helped to loosen the atmosphere. Izuku glances at Patrick out of the corner of his eye. He suspects the other boy did that on purpose. He may be loud and bit overeager, but he was always pretty sensitive to other people. It was one of his best qualities in Izuku's opinion. Alright, now that I've unloaded my tragic backstory, let's hear from. Patrick beat against his leg like a pounding drum. Our beautiful and talented assistant class representative, Akane Taketsu, tell me more about your badass quirk and why you didn't apply for the hero course. That pro hero, Blood King, has the same ability. No offense to anyone here, but she's probably got the best shot. She was so cool the other day, threatening that JRK with her blood spears. Patrick says, reenacting Taketsu's showdown. I couldn't see much of what happened, but it did seem very impressive. I'd like to hear more as well. Shinso adds as he adjusts his position so he was sitting more comfortably. Stop it, guys, Taketsu mutters, but there's a bright blush on her cheeks. Honestly, it looks a lot more impressive than it is. Blood King has a much more stable version of the quirk than I do, she says, taking a second to bite at the skin on her thumb, causing a small dot of blood to appear. With her other hand, she pulls out a small stream and plays with it lazily in the air, twirling it around and forming little shapes. Blood makes up about 7% of your body weight, so I have between 4.5 and 5.5 liters of blood depending on water weight. That may seem like a lot, but you actually need that blood to survive, and unlike Blood King, I can't reuse any blood I take out. The more blood I use, the more likely I am to go into shock. It was almost hypnotizing watching her twist and shape the tiny red droplets. So what's the upper limit you can use? Patrick asks, reaching out to touch it, but Taketsu pulls it away and begins teasing him with it. When you donate blood, you typically give about half a liter. It's about that point you might start to feel dizzy and a bit weak. That's probably about how much I lost when we dealt with that awful hero kid in the cafeteria, but that's pretty easy to recover from. Anything more than 1.5 to 2 liters requires a blood transfusion. That doesn't sound safe, not just from the blood loss but also the risk of infection and, no offense, but the buildup of scar tissue as well, Kurudo says with a grim expression as he gestures to Taketsu's hands. Izuku has caught glimpses of them before, but really looking at her palms now, he can see that they were covered in small and large scars. With the sleeves of her blouse bunched up a little, he could make out one large one across her left wrist. As if noticing him watching, she puts her arm down and covers the mark. You've mentioned that you're considering hero work too. I don't want to be discouraging, but I'm a bit worried, Kurudo continues. You and me both, Taketsu says softly, almost to herself. When I was little, I wanted to be just like the heroes on TV, strong and confident and capable of saving people. But I got a reality check and realized that I'd have to be crazy to keep trying. She smiles shyly at Izuku. You got me inspired again, Midoriya. You're more disadvantaged than all of us, but here you are, still actively working towards your goal. It made me want to try again. I believe in you, Taketsu, Izuku smiles. You were so amazing standing up to Kaken the other day. I think you have the strength to be a hero. You just need to know how to make your quirk work for you. I still think it's too dangerous. Kurudo frowns only to have Patrick push him over. Life is dangerous, Kurudo. You're just upset, 'cause you're totally freaked out by blood. Patrick ignores Kurudo's frantic denials to give Taketsu a thumbs up. I think you should go for it. You'll never know if you can do it if you don't try. Have you thought of your hero name yet? You should be something like A. Patrick's eyes furrow in thought. Crap, how do you say vampire again? He asks, holding his pointer fingers in front of his mouth like fangs. Taketsu and Izuku burst into laughter at Patrick's impression. I am not a vampire, Taketsu says in between giggles, even as she contradicted herself by putting the blood drop she'd been playing around with in her mouth. Iron, I need some more lemonade. Be right back, she says, pulling herself up to fill up her glass from the pitcher sitting on the counter. What about you, Shinso? I don't know much about your quirk. It's pretty simple. I can brainwash anyone who answers me into doing just about anything, Shinso says steadily. The only drawback that I've been able to find is that using my quirk for any length tires me out. Ah, that makes sense, Izuku mutters to himself, thinking of how he'd gotten trapped under Shinsu's power both times directly after he'd answered the boy. Is there a limit to how many people you can control at once? How long are you able to control them for? What can you make them do? Depending on your limitations, that could be an invaluable quirk for hero work, as you can de-escalate fights just by getting the villain to respond to dash. There's a light thunk of glass on his head, making him stop his thinking. Don't mind him, he's always like that, Taketsu says with an affectionate eye roll as she sits back on the ground with her refilled glass. Please continue, Shinso, this is very interesting. I've wanted to be a hero for as long as I can remember. There was something about seeing those people saving lives that made me want to do the same. Shinso begins slowly. I don't quite know the full extent of my powers yet. I really don't use it all that much because it scares people, makes them afraid to talk to me. He pauses and looks at his hands. I know I can do bad things with this kind of quirk, and it's easy and tempting to make people do what I want. But I'm trying to do this right. I want to use this power to help people and make a difference. I took entrance exam for heroics, but that really isn't set up for quirks like mine. I figured I could use the sports festival to get the right people's attention and move forward with my goal. Yeah, that exam was ridiculous, Karuto with an understanding look in his eyes. I took it too, but thermoregulation is about as useful at destroying robots as brainwashing. I can see how your quirk can be useful, but you'll need to be a little more physical training if you really want to make an impression. Yeah, I know, I've been training on my own a bit, but Midoriya gave me an earful the other day about my techniques, so he said he was going to show me a few things. Shinso turns to Izuku with a thoughtful, slightly mischievous look. Since we're asking questions, what drives a quirkless kid to shoot for the best hero program in the country? Oh, it's really not that interesting, Izuku says weakly, trying to think of a cooler explanation than, I became obsessed with trying to be a great hero like All Might. There's a reason they were sitting out here in the living room and not in his room with the plethora of hero merchandise. Come on man, this is prime comic book material. The shy, powerless kid fights against the odds and become a superhero. Patrick beams, leaning forward attentively. You mentioned you're a fan of All Might, but like, who isn't? Why yeah, Izuku stutters. I just liked how amazing he was, how he could smile in the face of anything to put the people he's saving at ease. He looks down at his hands and smiles shyly. That's the kind of hero I want to be. I know I can't do a lot, but I figured the world could use a hero who could do the little things. Also, I want to change the way the hero industry is shaped. Maybe if people see a quirkless hero out there, I can stop some of the discrimination. That's a good dream, Taketsu says. I think the world could use a few more heroes like you. I bet All Might himself would be proud to work alongside you, she adds with a warm smile. Izuku's brain shuts down a little, not just because of the outrageously generous compliment, but because sometimes he forgets that Taketsu is a girl, a very pretty girl, and sometimes it just slaps him in the face and makes him awkward and hyper-aware. Blah. Izuku responds intelligently and decides to try again. Thanks. He finally manages to squeak out after a few seconds of clearing his throat. It really is inspiring, Karuto says from next to him. My parents are always breathing down my neck to join the family business. In a way, part of my desire to be a hero is to break out of that mold they're trying to put me in. He smiles and gives Izuku a side glance, but your selflessness and your desire to help people, even people like that 1A bully, really shows how great a difference there is between us. Even without a quirk, you've got your brain and martial arts, and I can very slowly alter my body temperature. Hey, I think you've got a great quirk, Izuku says earnestly, because all quirks are great in their own way. I think there's a lot of things you could do with it. You'd be great as a rescue hero like 13. Midoriya's right. Patrick says, leaning forward. Yeah, we give you grief for it, but it's a pretty versatile quirk. I personally think you'd be good in a kitchen. You'd be a one-man refrigerator and heater. I'm not going to be a chef, Karuto says with a stubborn set to his brow. I need to find my own path, whether it's heroics or elsewhere. And we'll be here to support you along the way, Taketsu says with a soft smile before it turns sharp. If all else fails, you and Patrick could always go into business together to serve as part-time utilities, a thermostat and a light bulb. Patrick, predictably, starts cracking up while Karuto tries to pout, unsuccessful at hiding his smile. Why do I put up with you again? Karuto asks with a dramatic sigh. Because we give you the pushback you need in order to better yourself and to teach you how to react to friendly teasing? Taketsu offers. What? Patrick shrieks. I thought we only liked him for his body, he continues, giving Karuto a leering look. Karuto himself looks vaguely horrified as he scoots as far away from Patrick as he could get. Oh, relax, I'm just messing with you. You need to learn to chill. It's hard when I'm surrounded by a quirkless optimist, a mind controller, a girl who's probably going to bleed to death one of these days, and an American. Karuto huffs, which, of course, gets them all laughing again. They talk like that for several more hours, going from serious to silly topics and everything in between. Izuku couldn't remember the last time he'd felt so relaxed among people his age. He certainly can't remember the last time his gut ached from laughing so hard. By the time they left, it was dark. They were all full from a delicious homemade dinner and each feeling infinitely more happy and connected than they had when they arrived. They all were a mess, but they were a big mess together. Aizawa Shoyuta is sitting in his apartment with a half-cold cup of coffee, thinking about his latest batch of first years. There are a couple of things bothering him and he's still deciding what to do about it. One problem is the number of kids. Shoyuta is adamant about not taking any students who haven't earned the right to be there, and that philosophy has now come to bite him in the butt. 19 students in total, an awkward, uneven number. It makes activities a pain to plan and subtly throws off the whole class dynamic. He'd thought about throwing out one of the students to even things up. He certainly had no qualms about that in the past. But even Mineta, the one he's come closest to expelling, has showed some small measure of promise, so it wouldn't feel right. Which of course puts him back at square one. Shoyuta flips through some of the class profiles and comes across another one of his headaches. Bakugo Katsuki has been a menace from day one. He's seen it a million times. A kid with a flashy quirk is told their whole life that they were special only to come to Yui and realize just how small they were. Bakugo has performed violently and without restraint in class activities and looks like he's about as interested in trying to get along with his classmates as Shoyuta was in bi-weekly karaoke night. The boy destroyed a building in the battle trial the second day and apparently also picked a fight with a couple of Gen Ed students in the cafeteria not long after. Shoyuta had the expulsion form on his desk that afternoon, thinking that Bakugo was too unstable to train, but a small part of him reasoned that what the boy needed was guidance, not punishment. In the end, Shoyuta has given himself a deadline. The sports festival would be upon them before they knew it. The other departments, Gen Ed mostly but sometimes business and support, would send in applications to transfer. Most of the teachers were aware of the open spot in 1A and would certainly encourage their promising students to make their mark at the festival. If there was a kid who he deemed worthy enough to transfer over, that would give him an even 20 students and he'd leave it at that. But if no one in particular stood out, then one of the current students would have to go. Mineta was the obvious choice with his lecherous nature, but if Bakugo continued to be a disruptive influence, he might find himself out with nothing but his pride. A glance at the clock tells him that it's getting late. He needs to eat something before he begins his normal nightly rounds. The class profiles are left in a heap on his work desk as he gets ready for his patrol. He'll need to continue going over them later, making training adjustments for the students, not to mention finishing plans for the USJ field trip next week. Shoyuta sighs. Teaching really was a chore sometimes. He wonders often why he bothers. The thought of Bakugo one day growing into a strong, respectful hero reminds him why. So, Tsukachi says as he chews around his pizza, "How did it go?" "Fine, it was just great," Toshinori answers as he pours some extra Parmesan cheese onto his pizza. They never seem to put enough cheese on, even when he asks for extra. He allows himself to be pleasantly distracted by this inane line of thought to avoid elaborating on his friend's inquiry. "Great, huh?" The policeman says with obvious sarcasm in his voice as he gives Toshinori a glance that says he knows what the hero is up to. Toshinori frowns. Whatever was he thinking, befriending a detective of all people? Not a very warm introduction for the kid who might end up as your successor. The man blinks innocently and goes back to his pizza. Unless of course you don't think he's the right one. No, it's not that. It's just, Toshinori sighs and sets the cheese down. He thinks he went a little overboard with it anyway, but he'll never admit that to Tsukachi. Togata Mirio is a wonderful young man. He's brave and kind and spirited and has this warm energy that makes other people happier to be around him. He picks up his pizza, piled high with extra cheese. He'd truly be a worthy successor to One for All. "I'm sensing a butt in there," Tsukachi notes quietly. Toshinori's quiet munching is probably all the answer the other man will ever need. Look, I have nothing but respect for your former sidekick, but you can't let him bully you into a decision you don't feel comfortable with. No, but that's the thing, Toshinori interjects. I need a successor, Tsukachi, and I need one sooner rather than later. I can just barely stay as All Might for 3 hours, and between that and now trying to teach, I can't. I just can't. He clenches his fists and hates how weak they are. These hands used to topple mountains, tear down monsters, and now he's just skin and bones and regrets. He can't even bring himself to admit to one of his closest friends how close he feels to dying every day, how he almost welcomes it. Young Togata is everything I could possibly want. I would be a fool to ignore his potential and all the good he could do with One for All. Night Eye is right, some perfect kid isn't going to come up to me and announce themselves. I need to stop being so particular and just decide. He continues with a huff, setting down his food, feeling too agitated to eat now. Do you want to tell me how the meeting went? Tsukachi asks, setting his own pizza down and folding his fingers together across his knees. Maybe talking it out will help you sort what you're feeling? It went fine, Toshinori says, running his hand through his messy tangle of hair. Night Eye has the young man employed at his agency. I stopped by and pretended to be an old associate of his. Night Eye made his excuses, and young Togata and I spoke for almost 20 minutes before All Might, got a call to stop that lizard villain in downtown Kyoto. We talked about his life, his time at UE, his work with Night Eye, and his plans for the future. He sighs and covers his eyes with his hand, rubbing at them wearily. He sounds like a nice kid, Tsukachi coaches softly. So what is it? Toshinori leans his back against the couch in his friend's apartment. He thinks of Nana, who had saved him from the brink of death. He thinks of the struggles and the suffering he endured in an attempt to be worthy of her trust. He thinks of her body, broken after her last battle with All for One, and how alone he felt with a power he didn't understand. It didn't feel real, Toshinori hears himself whispering. It felt like I was an actor in a play, walking through a part one hadn't rehearsed. Night Eye means well, he really does, but I don't think he understands that all of his analyzing and twisting of circumstance takes away something. Something important. I think I understand, Tsukachi says in a way that indicates he really doesn't, at least not in the way Toshinori means. So what are you going to do? I'm going to wait a little longer. I'll keep an eye on young Togata, see if I can try and work past the phony feeling of our first meeting. There's also plenty of other students at UE worth looking at. I've had a few classes with some of the hero students, and any one of them would be worthy, I'm sure. Okay, I trust you to know what is best for you and for your power. I'm just worried about you. All Might is really putting a strain on your health, and I never thought UE was right for you in the first place. But I'm trusting you. Tsukachi leans forward slightly, setting his hand on the table and grabbing Toshinori's gaze. And I want you to trust me. Let all of us help you. We'll find your successor, don't worry. Yeah, I'll keep that in mind. Thanks, Tsukachi. Toshinori answers distractedly as he looks away from his friend and towards the open window. The problem wouldn't be solved tonight and probably not tomorrow either, but Toshinori would find that boy or girl one of these days. He could feel it in his practically non-existent gut that the one he was looking for was out there, waiting. He doesn't know how long it will take to find them, but he's sure that when he sees them, he'll know it immediately. Across town, Izuku is hunched over his English assignment, muttering to himself as he works through the awkward phrasing. He's thinking about texting Patrick for some advice when he sneezes once, twice, 3 times into his sleeve. He shakes his head to clear the dizzying sensation. Someone must be talking about him somewhere. With a shrug, he goes back to his work. As the first week at UE came to a close, Midoriya Izuku's mornings fall into a predictable pattern. Every morning his alarm goes off at 4:30 a.m. Now most teenagers wouldn't even think of voluntarily setting an alarm so early, much less get up when it rang, but Izuku wasn't most people. Sure, he grumbles sometimes, but he's always up and out of bed soon after. He can't slack in his training even though school had started. So he dutifully begins his normal morning exercise, a 25-minute run through his city to the nearby park where he could watch the sunrise while he ran through his stances and flexibility and even improvise some fighting moves before making the 25-minute journey home. But of course there wasn't time to relax as he needs to quickly shower to make himself presentable. Usually by the time he's done, his mother is finishing up breakfast. He tried to tell her that she didn't need to bother getting up so early for him, but it was a useless one as she would still be up every morning cooking. That done, he'd have enough time to grab his bag, wave his mother goodbye, and run down to the station to catch his train. The ride can be long or short depending on traffic or villain attacks, so he always tries to catch the early train. He usually entertains himself by reading up on the latest hero reports as he no longer had the time to chase attacks all over the city. Izuku likes to keep his mind sharp by imagining how he would have fought in any given attack. If there were no delays, he can get to Yui about 30 minutes before classes started. Izuku spends some time wandering the picturesque grounds or tries to spot any pro heroes, specifically All Might who he'd still yet to see. He then sits in his classroom and do a bit of study work until everyone else arrives. Izuku always makes sure there's time to chat his friends before homeroom. Other times, if the train is late, he'd have to run to school, sprinting past the gate, through the halls and into his classroom, hopefully before Chura-sensei gets there. He sits down heavily in his chair, panting over his run, and still finds some time to make a few comments to his friends before homeroom begins. Most days ended up like this, began before the sun rose and continued long after the sun had set as he trained, studied, and read up on the latest heroes and quirks. It was an exhausting schedule, one that catches up with him every once in a while and forces him to take a break, but overall he charges on with determination every day with that 4:30 a.m. alarm. Because he isn't going to reach his goal by sleeping in, by spending his free time goofing off. He's going to get there because of all the hard work and heart he puts into everything he did. Penny for your thoughts? Taketsu says Monday morning, pulling Izuku out of his head. Patrick, Karuto and now Shinso are off to the side debating something or other. Don't mind them, they're just mad 'cause the hero kids get to go on some fancy field trip today while we're stuck in class. I personally don't care, so what's got you up in the clouds? She asks, propping her elbows up on her desk. I'm thinking about weapons, Izuku says quietly before his brain reasserts itself and he realizes how bad that sounds. For training. If I'm going to be a quirkless hero, I'm going to need some tools to make up for my lack of quirk. My master spent a lot of time training me with a bow, but those are made of wood and won't stand up to the combative quirks. He leans back in his chair and sighs. Besides all that, I need to think about how I'm going to sell myself in the first place. The sports festival is 3 weeks away and I need to make an impression if I'm going to transfer. Heavy stuff for a Monday, Taketsu says with a smile before her face scrunches up in concentration. Sounds like you need to talk to people in business and support. I hear the support kids are always eager for projects to test their mettle, and people in business pretty much spends all day thinking about how to market heroes. Our first student council session was Friday and there were kids from all departments there. I can probably see what connections I can pull for you. Find anyone who's interested. You're the nicest, most amazing person I have ever met, Izuku says, near tears as he grins at Taketsu. That would be so helpful, you have no idea. I can pay you back this afternoon when we train. I have some moves I think will work well for you. Oh, right, is that today? Takes-two winces. Yeah, we talked about it on Saturday, remember? You were all for it then, Izuku reminds her. Yeah, but that was Saturday and this is today and, well, exercise just isn't my thing, she whines. That's why we've got to get better, Izuku answers with a smile. Come on, you were talking about how you wanted to be a hero. A hero needs to be more than just their quirk. Besides, working out together is a fun way to keep in shape. All right, I'll be there, Taketsu says, holding her hands up in defeat. I'll get you in touch with some business and support people and you teach me how to do some sick ninja moves. It'll take time to build up strength and technique, but I'm sure you'll. Can I help you? Izuku begins to explain before one of their classmates, Fukuyo? Fiono? Appears beside them. He's a little taller than Izuku with slate gray eyes and hair pulled back into a small tail with a feminine-looking face and a bored expression. Hey, sorry, I couldn't help overhear you needed someone in business. My twin sister is in that department and, believe me, she'd have a field day making you into a hero. I could introduce you to her if you're interested. Aniko could probably hook you up with someone in support. the boy answers with a lazy droll. Oh, that'd be real helpful, Izuku winces and trails off awkwardly. He can recite interviews with all might by heart, but he doesn't know his own classmate's name? Fukuyo Kyudai, I usually pal around with Komodo, Izumo and Inukai, so we haven't had a lot of opportunity to talk. Fukuyo looks away. I think it's great you're going for heroics. My uncle is Quirkless too, and it SCKS how people treat you guys. If me or a Nico can help, let me know. Fukuyo says before quickly glancing around and rushing back to his seat before anyone noticed he'd been talking to the kid without a quirk. Psst, Midoriya. Patrick whispers from behind him. What was that all about? Networking, you wouldn't understand. Taketsu responds and Patrick starts giggling despite the lack of a joke. Karuto looks annoyed at being interrupted mid-rant and Shinso just looks vaguely confused. Are you guys always like this? The purple-haired boy asks. Welcome to my world, pass go and get your free headache. Karuto mutters and Patrick is still laughing by the time Chura-sensei enters the classroom. Aniko says you can meet her for lunch, Fukuyo says, creeping up behind them in the hallway after morning classes let out. He seems nervous, looking around again to make sure none of his friends can see him. She says she'll be sitting near the back, by the windows. Don't worry about finding her, she'll find you, he adds quickly. I hope she's able to help. She said she's got someone in mind from support who can get you whatever you need. Thanks, Fukuyo. I really appreciate it, Izuku grins. Why don't you sit with us? It would give us a chance to get to know you. Yeah, I'm going to have to pass, Fuyuko says with a wince. Komodo is expecting me and, besides, I never eat lunch with Aniko. Her thoughts drive me crazy, bad enough I have to live with her. He waves his hand when Patrick opens his mouth to ask, I don't have time to explain, ask Aniko. I don't understand why you hang out with Komodo, Taketsu pouts. He's such a JRK. Yeah, but he's funny, you know, and he's got this sort of magnetism about him. I don't know, he's not so bad when you get to know him. Fuyuko shrugs, but even he doesn't look very convinced. His phone buzzes and he checks it with a slight grimace. I gotta go, good luck with Aniko. Don't let her push you around too much. So, did he tell us how to find this girl, or did I miss out on that? Shinso asks, coming up from behind with a bored expression. What? You're not the only one who needs to think about marketing appeal. Yeah, and I know next to nothing about the business kids. It could be interesting, Karuto adds. Where you go, we go, we're with you 100% man. Patrick grins, leaning over Karuto and Shinso. So the five of them enter the cafeteria, searching for their mysterious contact in business. Patrick, taller than all of them by far, stands on his toes to try and look around. Fuyuko does know the entire school has lunch in here at once, right? There's no way we'll be able to find this girl. In this crowd. Hey there, you must be Kyudai's friends. A chipper girl says, skipping up to them. Izuku blinks in surprise as the girl before them looks to be the spitting image of Fuyuko except with longer hair. If he didn't know any better, he'd say the boy had simply changed clothes. His eyes looked down briefly before rushing back up to her face with a blush. She didn't even have a girl's figure. If it weren't for the hair and skirt, he'd swear she was a boy. Nice to meet you. I'm Fuyuko Aniko, but you can call me Aniko since you're my little brother's friends and that practically makes you my friends. Come on, I've got a table and I am so ready to pick your brains. I've been needing a project to sink my teeth into. She smiles as she flips her shoulder-length hair and gestures for them to follow. It's like someone gave Fuyuko a wig and a semblance of a personality, Karuto mumbles. That's not very nice, Karuto. I think Fuyuko would make a pretty girl, Patrick murmurs back even as he has to repress a smile. Shinso, however, makes no attempts to hide his grin. Taketsu hums angrily at the three of them. Find a seat anywhere there's room. Aniko says as she guides them to a table piled high with books and magazines. So the floor. Shinso responds dryly, moving aside a few books to make room. Aniko throws back her head and laughs. I like you, you remind me of Kyudai. Little bro still won't sit with me, huh? Well, it's probably for the best. His thoughts are so dull and slow they wear me down sometimes. She examines their blank looks. Our quirk is sibling telepathy. Whenever we're within 30 meters of each other, We're able to hear each other's thoughts. Convenient when playing Pictionary, not so much when you're trying to study and your brother has a stupid pop song stuck in his head. Anyway, she claps her hands together. Back to business. I need a project to impress my teachers for the sports festival and it sounds like you need some advice. Which one of you is the quirkless kid who wants to be a hero? They all look at Izuku. You? Really? I'm not a lot to work with, but if anyone can make you a star, it'll be me. Did Kyudai tell you our Uncle Nashi is quirkless too? I have a soft spot for your plight. I'm not disabled, you know, Izuku says sharply because this is starting to get old. I'm not fragile or helpless or someone to be pitied. I'm just me, and just because I happen to be quirkless doesn't make me any less capable or mean I need to be treated differently. Karuto and Patrick look a little sheepish, but Aniko doesn't seem bothered. I was wondering if you had any steel in your spine. Good, you're going to need it. Other kids in Class 1J are analyzing the hero kids and you've got some stiff competition. Acid, steel, half hot, half cold. Those kids have some impressive quirks. You'll need everything you've got just to keep up. She folds her fingers together and gives him a predatory gaze. So tell me what you've got going for you. Please don't be shy, modesty only works for clothing sizes and feminine products. Oh, okay, Izuku stammers out. So Izuku describes his greatest strengths, his martial arts, his analytical skills and his adaptability even as his friends chimed in with a few others he hadn't considered. His drive, his compassion, his resilience and his tendency to be underestimated by just about everyone. Aniko hums, alternating between talking, taking notes and typing furiously on her phone, appearing to have multiple conversations at once. It was dizzying just watching her, no wonder Fuyuko needed a break. Okay, I can make this work. Everyone likes a good underdog story. I'll put together a profile, but here's my main advice for you, quirkless boy. She puts down her phone and leans forward with a serious expression. The number of transfers to heroics is astronomically low and Yui just let quirkless students into the school a few years ago, so if you're going to do this, you need to go all the way. You seem kind of shy, which is cute and has its own appeal, but it's not going to win you any medals. Not when you're up against people with downright terrifying quirks. You need to make yourself stand out as much as possible and, more importantly, you need to win. Got it? I got it, thanks, Izuku says thoughtfully. He'd thought as much, but having it laid out so plainly really put things into focus. He's not really a flashy kind of person, but he's sure he can come up with something. What do you need from support? Aniko asks, picking her phone back up and going right back to texting. I'm assuming some equipment. Since the general, support and business aren't held to the same standards as heroics, they're allowed to use their gear during the sports festival. That's less than a month away, so you'll need to get your things together now. Why, Izuku nods, reaching into his bag and pulling out his notes. I need a couple of things. I need a bow staff, like in martial arts, but I need it to be durable enough to stand up against whatever quirks people can throw at me. Also, I'll need some lightweight, flexible protection, mostly gloves and boots. At some point later, I'd love a belt of sorts to keep things like smoke bombs and other things in, but I don't think I'll really need that right now. Maybe if I get into heroics, he explains as he flips his notebook around and shows Aniko. Aha, I see, she says, briefly glancing at the page before looking back at her phone. Okay, I know a girl in support who might be able to help you out. She usually likes things with a little more flourish, but she owes me, 'cause I didn't rat on her when I caught her trying to improve the school's ventilation system, Aniko continues, still typing quickly. I'm sending her your info to see if she's interested. Anyone else here want to be a hero? Don't be shy now. Karuto begins. I'm going to transfer to one of the hero classes, Shinso begins. I have a brainwashing quirk and I'm not afraid to do whatever is necessary to get there. Oh, you're spunky, I like it. You and me are going to talk some more. Aniko grins at Shinso. And you, my dear, she adds, pointing to Izuku, are going to meet Hatsume. I hope you got your fill of lunch, 'cause you're going to be spending the rest of the PRD in the student workshop going over your blueprints. Try not to die. I'm sorry, what? Izuku asks. Business girl. Where's my victim? You said he was plain, but they all look plain to me. A busty pink-haired girl says, popping behind Aniko, pushing up some enormous goggles off her dirt-stained face. She smells vaguely of smoke and is similar enough to Kaken that it puts Izuku a bit on edge. I have a couple of projects going on now, but I have 20 minutes with nothing to do, so I might as take this on. It sounds a bit boring, but who knows, it might end up being interesting. Izuku is beginning to wonder if this was a good idea. It's him, Taketsu says, gesturing to him and completely throwing him under the bus. Have fun, bring him back in one piece. He's kind of the glue holding our little group together. Oh, you are so going to get it when we train this afternoon, Izuku whispers as he's bodily hauled out of his chair and dragged away. That's only if you come back, Taketsu says with a cheekily little wave. Patrick and Karuto give him a solemn look as if he were going off to a firing squad instead of a consult. Working with Hatsum doesn't end up being as awful as he'd initially feared. Her workshop was chaotic and cluttered, but she navigated around all the bits of junk and scrap with ease. It was clear she was very dedicated, someone who put everything she had into her work. Izuku found himself liking that about her, and her natural enthusiasm for her craft made him more excited discussing his ideas. He told her what he was looking for her, what kind of measurements and material, and she chimed in with some good points for improvement. Well, some of them were good. He doesn't care how cool they looked. He was not adding rocket thrusters to his boots. When the warning bell rang for afternoon classes, he was almost surprised at how fast the time had gone by. He leaves her with his phone number and the assurance that he'd get in contact with her if he had any other ideas. Izuku jogs back to class feeling happy and light. This was just another step forward towards his goal. He slides into his desk just before the final bell rings. Talking to the others while their teacher got things ready, it seems the rest of lunch had gone well with Aniko. She was going to put together a profile for both him and Shinso on how to improve their image for the festival. The teacher clears their throat and class begins. The majority of 5th PRD is spent having conversations via eyebrow with his friends. He feels a little bit bad for not paying attention, but on the other hand, friends are still something of a novelty, so he feels he's allowed to enjoy it. Besides, he's doing pretty well in history. Patrick, completely through facial expressions, manages to convey what he thinks about Karuto's latest comment when a cell phone rings loudly near the end of class. Excuse me, class, I'm sorry, I should take this. Please be quiet, we'll resume in just a moment. The teacher flushes as she answers the phone. As soon as she turns, the entire class is laughing and talking with each other, Izuku and his friends included. Dude, I am so pumped for this afternoon, Patrick says, throwing a few punches. You were so awesome the other day in gym. I can't wait until I can do things like that. Things like that take time, Shinso adds softly. But I am interested in Dash. Will you be quiet? Their teacher hisses suddenly with startling severity that leaves everyone silent. This is serious, I need to hear this. She turns her back again to the now silent classroom. No, I can't believe that on our campus? That's terrible. Was anyone hurt? Yes, I'll take care of the students. Keep me informed. She hangs up and spends an extra few seconds staring at her phone, as if she needs to insert the new information into her worldview. Class, I'm afraid something terrible has happened. I don't have all the details, but it seems that villains have attacked the USJ facility where one of the hero classes and their teachers were training this afternoon. It looks like it was a deliberate attack. Your homeroom teacher is going to come back in to dismiss you all. The school is being evacuated. Izuku feels like the floor has dropped out underneath him. Villains openly attacking Yui? It was unheard of, but the implications are terrifying. Had anyone been hurt? He freezes. Wait, which hero class was at USJ today? Which class was Kaken in? He dives for his phone in his bag and quickly shoots off a message to Kaken. He's had the same phone since they were in middle school, so he's sure it's the same number. He'd do anything, to get an angry text telling him to F off. Instead, the lonely text sits there, with no indication of being read or responded to. Chura-sensei swiftly enters the classroom a few moments later, his face as grim and menacing as Izuku has ever seen it while their history professor rushes out. So you've all heard the news. USJ, one of our training facilities, was attacked this afternoon by a large group of villains. Most of the school's heroes are now on site processing the captured villains. As of right now, the situation is being contained. No word yet on who did this or if the leaders were able to be taken or not. As a measure of caution, we will be waiting until we have some heroes back on campus before sending you all home. What class was attacked? Was anyone hurt? Izuku demands, not even bothering to raise his hand. It was 1A, the other hero class was scheduled to be there tomorrow, but that's obviously not going to happen now. Right now, the only confirmed injuries are the pros who were there during the incident. They were injured severely enough to require care in a hospital. Sensei pauses. As I said, we don't know a lot right now, but it seems there were minor injuries among the students too. Izuku thinks he's going to be sick. He's pretty sure Kaken was in 1A. We have to do something, we can't just sit here, Izuku blurts out again. There's static under his skin and can feel himself begin to hyperventilate. He thinks of Kaken being buried in sludge, of how afraid he'd looked as he suffocated. He thinks of his friends suffering like that again, and, maybe this time, someone didn't get to him in time. Calm down, Midoriya, Sensei says so forcefully that Izuku's vision comes back into focus. I respect your feelings, but you are a student and it is our job to protect you, right here and right now. I understand this is very distressing for all of you, but I need you to conduct yourself in a manner befitting UE students. Izuku's fists are shaking on his desk, but he forces himself to keep quiet. We're waiting for the heroes to come back and give us the all clear, then we'll be letting you go. All of you will go straight home and stay there. Please walk in pairs if you can, Sensei continues. What about tomorrow? Will there be class? Modem asks. There's no official word yet, but I'm betting school will be closed tomorrow, but don't use that as an excuse to slack off. Now more than ever, Japan needs to see UE as a symbol of strength and resilience. It's up to all of you to represent the values of this institution. Chura-sensei checks his phone. Alright, grab your things and line up quietly. Looks like they're beginning evacuation procedures. We may run into some of the pros and hero students, but please control your curiosity, they've been through hell today. The walk through the hallways is silent and painfully tense. A couple of the other classes are making their own procession, just as sullen and silent. Yui is usually so loud and now it feels like a tomb. Izuku thinks he's going to explode with all the anxiety building up inside of him. He has his phone in one hand in the hopes that Kaken will get back to him. If the inside of Yui was like a tomb, the outside looked like a war zone. There are police and heroes everywhere. Izuku can't even keep track of them all as they bustle back and forth, dragging off villains and investigating the grounds. Above them, he can hear a helicopter or two circling the premises. If his mom is watching this on TV, she's got to be scared to death. Izuku needs to check in with her once he finds out about Kaken. He notes a few battered but ultimately unharmed hero kids sitting on the front lawn being looked over by Blood King. Kaken isn't among them. Izuku checks his phone again, shoots off another message before shoving the device in his pocket. Keep back everyone, we're bringing in the injured. Present Mike screeches loudly. Izuku's heart rate picks up as he catches sight of a couple of stretchers being pulled out of an ambulance. Take the kid to recovery room A, we also need someone to contact his parents. The other guy goes straight to recovery girl's office, he's a special patient. The voice hero continues on in a quieter tone. The next few seconds seem to slow down to a crawl for Izuku. He's distracted for a moment by the hustle around him that he almost misses the boy being carried away on the stretcher. His breath catches in his throat as he catches sight of the prone figure. He may be bloodied and wearing a costume, but Izuku would recognize that spiky blonde hair anywhere. Kaken! He shouts and, just like before, he runs toward his childhood friend without a second thought. Midoriya, back in line right now. Sensei shouts in the background, but Izuku's entire world has narrowed down to Kaken's bruised and bloodied face, his expression almost soft in unconsciousness. There's a couple of hands trying to pull him back, but Izuku struggles in the hold. Please sir, I know him. Izuku shouts back. We live near each other. I know his parents, I can contact them to let them know what happened, I can keep watch over him. Please, you can't make me leave him. I won't leave him. Izuku says as he gives his teacher a look that says he'd need to be dragged back into line. It's a dangerous game he's playing and yet he can't bring himself to care. I don't care if I get punished, but you can't let him be alone at a time like this, Izuku pleads. It's okay, Yamada, you can let him go, Chura-sensei says quietly, and Present Mike releases him, letting Izuku get closer to Kaken's stretcher. He grabs the sides in case they try to pull him away again. Be quiet and stay out of the way, Sensei hisses back in a way that promises there will be a reckoning later. If I hear that you so much as breathed wrong, you are out of there and out of this school. Do you understand me, Midoriya? The threat hangs heavy in the air, but Izuku has no time to be concerned for himself when Kaken could be dying right now. Yes, Sensei. He nods back as he jogs to keep up with the medics, searching Kaken's face for some sign that he'll be okay. You're a brave kid, but I admire your spirit, Present Mike says. Don't worry, your friend is going to be just fine. He's pretty banged up now, but Recovery Girl is one of the best docs around. Izuku swallows the lump in his throat, his hand lightly gripping the side of the stretcher near his friend's face. He's not sure what the world is coming to, where Yui of all places would be openly attacked in such a manner and Kaken of all people could be hurt. Izuku closes his eyes and fights back tears. All he knows is whatever is coming in the future, he's going to face it head-on and try to be prepared for whatever storm is coming. You know you really shouldn't be up and moving yet, Recovery Girl chastises, but without too much effort. She must know a lost cause when she sees one. The boy is going to be just fine regardless of your presence, and you'll only aggravate your injuries further. You're wearing yourself too thin, Toshinori. You need to start slowing down or even I won't be able to keep you together. Toshinori says as he struggles to button up his shirt with trembling fingers. It was up for debate if it was the pain, the exhaustion, or the heart-splitting guilt that was causing it. I appreciate the concern, but young Bakugo was injured because I was too weak to protect him. His thin arms fall to his side as he no longer had the strength to hold them up. God, he was so tired, and yet there was still so much more he needed to do. Besides, with all this going on, the world needs all might to reassure them. Come down here. If you insist on leaving, you might as well be presentable. The older woman sighs as she wheels herself over towards him. Toshinori's knees crack as he kneels down to her level, where she maneuvers the buttons on his shirt with ease. Any luck finding a successor? You know I haven't, Toshinori says, turning his head to cough into his fist. There's dozens of good candidates, even a couple of great ones, but none of them feel right to me. I know I'm being stubborn, but this is something I need to be certain about. It's a tough decision and no one expects you to make it overnight, but it needs to happen soon, she says as she gently pats his face. The perfect person doesn't exist, Toshinori. Sometimes you have to make do with the people there at the right time. I know, he groans as he lifts himself back up, smoothing out his shirt. But that doesn't mean I'm going to hand over one for all to just anyone. He grabs his jacket and throws it over one arm as he walks towards the door. Anything you want me to get for young Bakugo? No, just let him be. His injuries weren't life-threatening, but they were severe enough that healing them was probably draining for him. What he needs now is rest, so don't bother him. He's had quite the day and you're not exactly the prettiest nurse. Toshinori snorts at her comment. Oh, just as a warning. One of the boy's friends insisted on watching over him, couldn't get him to leave no matter what I did. He was there last I checked, so be careful about what you say. Got it, see you later. Toshinori waves, shutting the door before the doctor could bully him into taking better care of himself. It's not like he wants to exhaust himself like this, but as the number one, he had no choice but to do his utmost to maintain the peace. He rubs his face, thinking of the earlier battle. His performance was slipping, even the villains could tell. But those recriminations could wait. For now, he needed to check on young Bakugo. The boy was placed in a private room down the hall so Recovery Girl could attend to his own injuries in private. Ever since he'd woken up, Toshinori had needed to confirm with his own eyes that the student who'd foolishly attacked that Numu creature in his defense was all right. He quietly opens the door and is greeted by the sight of two peacefully sleeping boys. Young Bakugo is lying in bed, still battered and bruised, but he looks better with the blood and dirt cleaned off. In fact, the boy looks more relaxed than Toshinori has ever seen him. He creeps forward to check over the boy's injuries. The young man's right arm had been badly broken when the Numu creature had grabbed him, and it's now in a brace strapped to his chest. He'd also broken 4 out of 5 fingers on his right arm, which were carefully splinted. Toshinori knows from experience that, due to the nature of the injury, it'll likely result in an unseemly scar. Young Bakugo had also gotten a nasty knock to the head which had bled outrageously at the time and knocked his brains around a bit. That seems to be the worst of his injuries, the rest appearing to be mostly cuts and bruises. Toshinori's bony hands gripped the railing at the end of the boy's bed. This shouldn't have happened. He was a hero, a teacher now, and it was his job to protect his students. For all his pride and anger, young Bakugo was quite intelligent. The boy must have picked up on his teacher's slowed movements, his thin veneer of calm, and decided to intervene. The young man's actions were foolish but ultimately very brave, and even though Toshinori admires his spirit, he would never wish for a child to suffer like this, much less for his own sake. The notion that Toshinori very well might have died without young Bakugo's assistance is a muted buzz in the back of his head, something he probably should be more concerned about but isn't. He really is getting to be quite a bother. Bakugo-ajisen, the green-haired boy mutters from inside his arms where he's resting at the end of the bed. He sits up and blearily rubs at his eyes. Have you bright green eyes freeze when he becomes aware of the tall skeleton man hovering over his friend's bed. Toshinori holds up his hands in supplication. Apologies if I woke you, young man, Toshinori says softly. I work with Recovery Girl. I just came in to check on your friend here to see how he was faring. Have his parents arrived yet? The young man, still wary, nods slowly. Yes, I called them here a while ago. They've been here with Bakugo for most of the afternoon but left to go get him some regular clothes for when he gets discharged later today. He takes a moment and glances at his phone. Oh wow, I didn't realize how late it had gotten. Well, your friend and his parents appreciate your diligence. I'm sure they would understand if you need to leave. I'd be happy to watch over young Bakugo for you until they return. Thank you, but I think I'll stay, the boy answers sternly. Toshinori supposes he understands, given that villains attacked the school today. Here, why don't you take my chair? You don't look like you should be standing. The boy says awkwardly as he stands up and offers Toshinori the only chair in the room. Oh no, I couldn't. It's no trouble, I've been sitting too long anyway. And the boy lets loose his criminally large green eyes and, well, how do you say no to that? And besides, he was feeling a bit lightheaded anyway. Toshinori walks over and gently falls into the chair. Much appreciated, my boy. It's been quite the busy day for all of us here. The young man nods, looking thoughtfully at young Bakugo. Is there any more information on who did this? Or if they think this attack is related to the reporters breaking in last Wednesday? He asks quietly. I believe the League of Villains has claimed credit for today's attack, but I'm not sure about Wednesday's break-in. Toshinori stops and thinks. You know, I'd never considered that, but it's likely they used the incident with the reporters to gather information for today's attack. He gives the boy an appreciatory glance, clever thinking. Oh, it's nothing. I could be wrong too, it's just speculation at this point, the young man stammers. Toshinori looks at him, unable to ignore the feeling that he knows the boy from somewhere. He's certain the young man isn't in any of the hero classes, but he feels familiar nonetheless. He must go to this school given his uniform and the fact that he knows young Bakugo. Actually, now that Toshinori thinks about it, the two boys don't seem very well matched. How do you know young Bakugo? I don't believe I've seen you in the hero course. Oh no, I'm in general education, but I'm hoping to transfer to heroics, maybe, the boy mutters in a way that's a bit endearing. Kaken and I have known each other since primary school. I wouldn't exactly call us friends, but still, the boy's eyes soften as he glances at the young Bakugo. Kaken was attacked last year. You might remember the sludge monster incident. He'd looked so scared then, and seeing him today, I don't ever want him or anyone else hurt like that. I couldn't help him today, or even back then, but I figured the least I could do was make sure he wasn't alone while he was injured. Toshinori physically JRKS as realization slams into him. The sludge monster incident, he'd remembered young Bakugo of course, but he'd almost forgotten about the nameless student who'd bravely run forward when no one else would. The green-haired boy smiles, awkwardly rubbing at the back of his neck. This boy is so quiet and unassuming, it's easy to see how he could be overlooked. But his instinctual protectiveness, his desire to save and comfort the boy he himself admitted wasn't much of a friend, it was humbling. For the first time since this whole mess started, Toshinori feels light. "That's very kind of you, young man. I'm sure he appreciates it," Toshinori says quietly, unsure of what else to say. "Look at me, I've been quite rude. I never did give my name or ask for yours. I'm Yagi Toshinori. I work here part-time at the school when my other job isn't keeping me busy." "Oh, I'm Midoriya Izuku. It's nice to meet you, Yagi-san," young Midoriya says with a bright smile. His phone buzzes in his pocket and he smiles in embarrassment as he checks it. It looks like Kaken's parents are back. They need some help getting through the school. If it's not too much trouble, would you mind dash?" "Worry not, young man," Toshinori answers. "I've nowhere important to be. I'll watch over your friend while you're gone. I'm sure Recovery Girl will want to check on him herself soon to make sure he's all right to leave." "Thank you so much. I'll be right back, but then I really ought to get home. I don't think Kaken would be happy to see me when he wakes up. He doesn't like me very much," young Midoriya says sheepishly as he walks towards the door. "It was nice talking to you, Yagi-san. You said you were thinking of transferring to Heroics. You know the sports festival is your best bet in that regard," Toshinori advises. "Transfers don't happen all that often, so you'll need to give it everything you have, and then some, if you hope to make it." He continues, "But you've got a good heart there. I think you'd do well in the course. If I may ask, what's your quirk, young man?" "Thank you," young Midoriya says resolutely. "I've been training hard and after today, I'm more determined than ever. As for my quirk, well..." The boy looks at his phone again as it chirps. "I really do have to go. Obasan isn't the most patient person. See you around," the boy says before running out of the room. "Yes, my boy," Toshinori says thoughtfully. "I certainly hope to." It's completely dark by the time Izuku turns into his neighborhood. Since seeing Kaken lying on that stretcher, the day has gone by in a dizzying blur. Luckily, he'd already called ahead to his mother to let her know he was all right but that he'd be late coming home. Between coordinating with Kaken's parents, arguing with Recovery Girl or anyone else who tried to drag him out and helping organize Kaken's discharge, he feels exhausted. Izuku bites his lip. Recovery Girl had said that Kaken's arm had been practically pulverized and while he should regain full use of his arm, there may be some long-term damage. He can only hope Kaken will take his recovery seriously and not damage his arm further. The Bakugus had come via car, so they were likely already home. When he walks past their house, he sees the lights on in Kaken's room. Izuku makes a note to stop by tomorrow and see how Kaken is doing since school will be cancelled. In the middle of the street, all by himself, Izuku shudders. In his panic over the attack in Kaken, he's nearly forgotten just how close he came to expulsion today. Now that the immediate danger has passed, he's better able to appreciate how terrifying his homeroom teacher could be. Izuku waved the Bakugas off as they maneuvered Kaken, still asleep, into the back of their car and drove home. He let out a loud sigh and started his own journey home when a hand missing 3 fingers landed on his shoulder. "How is the young man doing, Midoriya?" Chura-sensei asked not unkindly, seemingly ignoring that fact that he'd scared Izuku half out of his skin. Kaken is still unconscious but they think it's from all the healing Recovery Girl had to do for him. They expect him to recover and be back to school by the end of the week at the latest, Izuku stammered. "That's good, I'm glad to hear that," Sensei said slowly, seeming to draw out the calm in his voice to rack at Izuku's nerves. "I trust you understand why I was, and still am, upset with your behavior this afternoon." "Why, sir? Sorry, sir, I was just so... I didn't think when dash." "That's exactly it, Midoriya." The hand on his shoulder tightened and Izuku could feel the blunted ends of the man's amputated fingers digging into him. "You didn't think. You have a good head on your shoulders, son. I want you to use it. Don't just run off next time. Talk to me. Think through the situation. Your heart was in the right place but your interference could have made things worse for your friend." "Yes, sir, I understand," Izuku said with a bowed head. The hand on his shoulder released him. "Good, now head on home, son. I'm sure your family is worried. If you haven't heard, school is officially closed tomorrow but we'll resume classes on Wednesday." Izuku nodded and started to walk away. "But Midoriya?" Izuku turned and looked at his teacher's almost approving expression. As your teacher, I shouldn't say this, but that unthinking need to help others is one of the main qualities of a hero. You have the makings of greatness, be sure to use it wisely. That said, Chura-sensei turned on his heel and walked back into the school. Izuku begins the trek up the several flights of stairs to his apartment, still thinking about all the crazy things that had happened today. Villains attacked one of the most prestigious hero schools in the country. For the second time in a year, Kaken was almost killed and his teacher had chewed him out and congratulated him at the same time. It's a lot to process. He keeps circling back to his conversation with Chura-sensei, of the hidden encouragement to keep pushing himself. I'm home, he calls out as he unlocks his door, and his mother's arms have encircled him in a hug before the door is even closed. Oh Izuku, you don't know how stressful this day has been, watching the news, waiting to see if those villains would attack any other Yui sites. Mom pulls back, tears streaming down her face, and lovingly strokes his face. You're okay, right? Nothing happened on the main campus, did it? No, I'm fine, and Kaken should be fine too. He's been treated and he's home now. I thought we could make some cookies and take it over for them tomorrow. Good, that's good to hear. Poor Katsuki, I know you boys have had your troubles, but no child deserves to be hurt like that. She sighs and steps back. You did a good thing today, Izuku, but I can't say this whole experience has made me anxious for you to transfer classes. Mom, Izuku says, but she brings her hands up to cover her face. I know it's your dream, honey, but those villains are after Yui's hero students, and maybe I'm being selfish, but I don't want you caught up in that. I understand, Mom, but I have to do this. Today made me realize that. He gently takes her wrists and pulls them down so he can look her in the eye. You should have seen it there. People were scared and Kaken was so hurt, and Mom, I did something. It wasn't much. I called his parents. I sat with him so he wouldn't be alone. He makes sure to hold her gaze even though he sort of wants to cry himself. I've always wanted to be a hero, you know that, but today made me realize that I can't just sit by. I couldn't let Kaken be taken away by himself, couldn't say it was someone else's problem. I know heroics is dangerous, but I wouldn't be me if I just let bad things happen without trying to help. I know, sweetie, I know, Mom says as she pulls him close and holds him tight. I'm so proud of you, Izuku. I know you'll do great things as a hero. I just worry that the world doesn't deserve someone as good as you. Mom, that's Dash. Hush, go sit down. I've been holding dinner for a while, so give me a few minutes to heat it back up. You've spent all day taking care of others, let me take care of you for now. All right. Izuku sighs and lets her lead him over to the couch before she bustles back off the kitchen. Sitting down reminds him again how tired he is, even with that brief nap he had in Kaken's room, but sleeping is the last thing on his mind. He pulls out his phone and begins reading the news reports about the attack and about the League of Villains. He narrows his eyes, he's got a long night of research ahead of him. Karuto, keep your defenses up, a real opponent isn't going to go easy on you. Midoriya shouts, diving forward onto Karuto with a fury of quick punches. You call this going easy? Karuto demands, spending more time hiding behind his arms than actually fighting back. I thought you were supposed to be the nice one. Karuto ducks under a punch and starts to make a run for it, but Midoriya spins and swipes him off his feet, sending Karuto sprawling. Shinso winces a bit in sympathy while Akane exchanges a worried glance with Patrick. This wasn't like Midoriya at all. I'm looking to transfer into Japan's most competitive hero program without a quirk. I can't afford to be nice or go easy. Midoriya says, an unusual harshness to his voice as he reverts back to his neutral stance. I thought you guys were interested in heroics too, but it doesn't seem like you're taking this very seriously. Come on, Akane says with a sigh, it's only the second week of school. Besides, we have today off. We have the day off because villains attacked our school, because teachers and students were injured. This isn't a game, Taketsu, this is life. Midoriya responds sternly, his normally sweet face as hard as stone. Hey man, relax, you know that's not what she means, Patrick says in a calming voice. You both have points, so let's just chill for a minute before we get back to destroying Karuto. He steps forward from the bench in the small dojo and sits on the mat. He pats the ground next to him. Tell us about your friend from yesterday, is he okay? For a moment, it looks like Midoriya is going to protest, but finally he sighs and sits down on the ground. The rest of them follow suit and come forward to sit in a circle on the mat. The little academy was far out of the way, but apparently it's where Midoriya trained with his martial arts master. He'd been given permission to use his normal training time to work with them, but he'd been strangely intense since they got here. Yeah, Kaken's doing better. Obasan texted me this morning about 3 a.m. to let me know he'd woken up and was cranky but fine. He's going to have his right arm in a cast for at least another couple weeks to make sure it sets, but they think he should all healed up for the sports festival. That's good news, Akane says before deciding to address the elephant in the room. And what about you? You've been awfully, she searches for the word. Intense. Karuto supplies as he stretched out his shoulder. I was going to say passionate, but, yeah. Talk to us, how are you doing? Seeing your friend so beat up must have been upsetting. The same friend who threatened and cursed him out in the cafeteria less than a week ago, who'd apparently been harassing Midoriya for the better part of a decade. But who is she to judge? I'm fine, I'm just... Midoriya hunches over and runs his hands through his hair. I'm sorry if I'm being a little too tough on you guys, but yesterday made me realize that if we want to make it into the hero program, we need to meet the challenge. I feel like I've just been coasting through, but with everything that's happened, I want to start moving forward. I'm going to do my best to meet my goal. Midoriya looks up and his eyes are filled with that same chaotic energy. I know some of you aren't sure if you want to transfer, but I do. Hanging out with you guys, it's been honestly the happiest time of my life, but I can't afford to slack off when the sports festival is so close. I need to give this everything I have. Hey man, we get it, Patrick says soothingly, wrapping an arm around Midoriya. I can't speak for all of us, but your drive is inspiring. But you gotta keep yourself in check and not overdo it. You'll make yourself nuts trying to be perfect. You'll just burn yourself out and not give your best performance. Midoriya hummed from Patrick's shoulder, slumping over as he got more comfortable. Dude, I'm like all bones. How much sleep did you get last night? Not much, Midoriya mutters. I was up most of the night researching the attack and waiting for news on Kaken. Then I stress-baked with my mom all morning. I have cookies for you all when we leave. Should you be exercising if you're that tired? Karuto asks with concern. Yeah, it's okay. Midoriya mumbles as he sits back up, taking a moment to crack his neck. I'm pretty used to it by now, he says as if not sleeping is a totally normal thing. The more Akane hears about his life before Yui, the more she wants to cry. If that hero kid wasn't all banged up by villains, she'd go over and break his other arm. She still might before the day is done. Well, you shouldn't push yourself too hard, Akane adds on softly. Patrick is right. I know this is a stressful time, but you can't let what happened to the hero kid psych you out. Just relax, you've got the brains and the training, you should spend your time strategizing and resting up to kick hero but in the next couple of weeks. I've never been good at taking it easy or doing what I'm told for that matter, Midoriya mumbles with a small smile. I could tell, Karuto answers dryly. I would never have the guts to look Chura-sensei in the face and disobey a direct order. I'm pretty sure after that, you can take on just about anyone. They all chuckle a little bit at that, and it was nice just sitting here talking, calm and comforting and not nearly as tiring as Midoriya's crazy routines. Sometimes she forgot just how driven he was, how dangerous he could be. Well, I don't know about the rest of you, but I'd like to learn some fighting techniques. Shinso speaks up suddenly. I'm still not sure what to make of you, Midoriya, but you're a lot stronger than I initially gave you credit for. His eyes narrow. We are acquaintances, but don't forget that I plan on beating you at the sports festival. I hope you're up for a little competition. You bet, I'm dash. Midoriya's eyes become glazed as Shinso activated his quirk. He looks almost exasperated that Midoriya fell for the trick yet again. Akane is just about to tell their tentative new group member to cut it out when Midoriya snaps back into himself and shakes his head. That's the first and only warning you're going to get from me, because I am serious about moving to heroics and I can't let anything stand in my way. Shinso says, standing up, but he held out his hand to help Midoriya up. Midoriya looks like he was going to say something at first, but instead nods and accepts Shinso's hand. Karuto and Patrick are complaining about Shinso's quirk use, but Midoriya didn't seem bothered by it as usual. So are we good now? Akane asks with a frown between the two boys. No more quirk usage? Or acting like a reckless J? Yeah, Midoriya laughs. We're good. Sorry everyone, I didn't mean to take it out on you. Now are we ready to get started again? Ugh, Akane whines as she lets herself fall to the ground with a thump. Heroics couldn't be worth all this exercise. Oh come on assistant rep, up on your feet. Patrick says enthusiastically, jumping up and grabbing a hold of her wrists to try and pull her up. Geez, no offense to Ketsu but you probably need the exercise, you weighed a ton, ouch. He hisses and hops backwards as she wrenched a hand free and brought it down on his foot. I'm big-boned you oaf, Akane says emphatically but without any real heat behind it. She knew she was big and she knew she could probably afford to lose some weight but that doesn't mean she's going to let an American beanpole tell her that. She grumbles and hauls herself to her feet. Look, I'm up, is everybody happy now? No, Karuto says with a grunt as he stands up too. You're never happy, you don't count, she says as she starts in on some of the easier stretches Midoriya taught her on the first day. That first class was only last week but it seems so long ago, so much has happened between now and then. It's a little frightening how fast things are moving, how fast they're changing. She never wants to stand in the way of Midoriya's dream, heaven knows he's earned it, but she would be sad to see him leave 1C. Alright, the first rule of martial arts, Midoriya says sternly but with a teasing smirk on his face. Faster than her eyes can keep track, he grabs a hold of Shinsu's arm and wrenches it behind the other boy's back until Shinso is half hunched over. Midoriya smiles and then shoves him into the mat. Never let your guard down and always expect an attack. Oh, you better pray you can keep your mouth shut, you quirkless dash, Shinso says, pushing himself to his feet and rushing Midoriya. Midoriya grins and ducks under Shinsu's sloppy punch and instead barrels towards Patrick who is waving his hands in a panic. Wait, time out. He gets out before Midoriya is in his personal space, lobbying a few fake punches right into Patrick's face. Patrick shuts his eyes and stumbles back, allowing Midoriya the opportunity to grab Patrick by his bony wrist and pull him right into Shinsu's path who was making another run on Midoriya. Shinso smacks into Patrick and the two of them collapse to the ground with a groan. Midoriya then turns his attention to Karuto. Oh no, not again, Karuto mutters, sprinting across the dojo only to be felled by a powerful blow between his shoulders that has Karuto hitting the ground with a dull thunk, like an old tree that had been knocked down by a powerful storm. And just like that, she's the only one left standing. Akane groans as she tries to mimic Midoriya's easy stance across the room. Why couldn't she have stayed home and studied with Motome and the others? At least math notes didn't threaten her with bodily harm. Oh, don't give up to Ketsu, you have the height and weight advantage here, use it. Midoriya says in a soft, gentle voice that most certainly did not her feel like she had any advantage over him. Come on, show me what you've got. Prove to me I was right in voting you for class representative. I knew it. I can't believe you. Both of you betrayed me. Karuto garbles, still face first on the floor. Man, you only got one vote. I hate to break it to you but no one voted for you but you. Patrick groans as Shinso pushes the taller boy off of him. Midoriya, meanwhile, is calm and still and patiently waiting her out. Well, she might as well show him what she's made of. If she can get a hold of his skinny little arms, there's no way he could break out of her hold. With a yell, she charges forward. When Midoriya's master checks in on them later, the five of them are sweaty and tired on the floor. They're all covered in bumps and bruises and she'll be aching like nothing else tomorrow. But she feels so powerful in that moment, surrounded by her friends, like they have a chance at weathering whatever the world has to throw at them. But as much as she adores Midoriya, it had been so satisfying to drive that boy into the ground. Fuyuko and Nico, androgynous business girl, overly energized and bossy, Quirk is sibling telepathy with her twin brother. Fuyuko Kyodai, androgynous Gen Ed boy, apathetic and weak-willed, Quirk is sibling telepathy with his twin sister. The door to 1A is quite huge. Izuku finds himself staring outside the door admiring just how large it was. Because he was stalling. Yes, he was big enough to admit it. It had been a great idea at the time, baking nearly 12 dozen cookies with his mom yesterday morning with the intention of handing them out to 1A, but now that he's actually here, he was doubting himself. After the week they've had, the last thing those hero kids probably want is to see the quirkless kid in general education. And besides all that, he still doesn't know if Kaken will be coming in today. Izuku had stopped by his house twice yesterday to check on him. The first time Kaken had been asleep, and the second time he'd refused to see Izuku. Kaken would be crazy to be in school barely a day after his injuries, but somehow Izuku suspects he'll be there anyway. And what would Kaken do if he saw Izuku, especially after their disastrous encounter in the cafeteria? That's the question that has Izuku hovering outside 1A's homeroom early on a Wednesday morning. "Excuse me, do you need help?" a light voice says from behind him. Izuku turns and hears a delighted little gasp. "Oh, it's you. From the entrance exam." Izuku catches sight of bouncing brown hair and a friendly smile, and he blushes from head to toe. It was the friendly girl he'd almost knocked over in front of the heroics exam entrance. She pops before him with a bright smile. "Yep, it's me, I remember you too." Izuku grins back awkwardly. Sorry about what happened back then, but I'm glad to see you pass the exam." "Oh, don't worry about it, I run into people all the time," the girl says with a cute little chuckle. "I'm happy to see you got into UE too. I can't believe I haven't seen you around. Are you in 1B? "Oh no, I went for the general exam and that's where I am now, class 1C. I mean, I'm sure it's not nearly as exciting as your class is, but it's nice, I like it." Izuku babbles, feeling his face heat up as he continues to embarrass himself. Izuku swallows nervously and looks at her cute face, which only doubles his nervousness. "Oh boy." He shakily holds out the box containing the cookies. I heard about what happened the other day, with USJ, not that I thought you'd have forgotten or anything. But my mom and I baked a bunch of cookies and I thought it might be nice to share some with you guys. As a bit of a pick-me-up, Izuku stammers. Luckily, the nice girl doesn't seem bothered by the fact that he's making a fool of himself. "That is so sweet of you. Thank you so much. Everyone will love that. Oh, I don't think we've been properly introduced. I'm Uraraka Ochako. Here, let me lighten your load a little," she says, brushing her fingers on the side of the box, instantly lightening it as she takes the box out of his hands. He thinks back to when he started floating at the entrance exam and a light bulb goes off in his head. "Zero gravity," Izuku says out loud only to backtrack. Not that you wouldn't know the name of your own quirk, He fiddles awkwardly with his hands and looks away. "I'm Midoriya Izuku," he finishes lamely. "Well, it's nice to officially meet you," Uraraka says cheerily, shifting the box's hold in her arms. "There's still some time until homeroom begins. Why don't you say hi to everyone?" she says as she opens the enormous door. Izuku shakes his head and backs up. "And no, I don't want to have a confrontation with Kaken, bother anyone. I just wanted to drop that off. Besides, I need to get back to my own classroom. It was nice seeing you again, Uraraka," he says with a wave, turning to head back to 1C when the weight in his coat pocket stops him. "Oh wait, one more thing," he tells Uraraka, digging into his pocket. "Please give these ones to Casey. They're cinnamon, his favorite," Izuku says as he deposits the small baggie on top of the box. "But Kogu was pretty beat up the other day," Uraraka says with a little frown. "I don't think he'll be in for a few more days, but I can save them for when he's back." "You don't know Kaken then," Izuku says with a wry smile. "He'd crawl here using only his teeth if he had to." The warning bell rings above him. "I hope you enjoy the cookies, maybe I'll see you around," he says with a wave as he begins the long sprint back towards the general education department. He reaches the door to 1C just as the final bell rings. "Sorry, I was Izuku says in between panting breaths. "Enough, just get in your seat, this announcement especially concerns you," Chura-sensei says with a dismissive wave, waiting for Izuku to stumble over to his seat and settle for a moment before continuing. "I'm sure you're all aware that the UE Sports Festival is just around the corner. In 2 weeks, the lines between departments will become broken down and blurred as you will stand beside business, support and heroic students and compete on live television. It's something of an open secret," Sensei continues on passively, that Hero Class 1A has an available spot and the teachers will be actively scouting for someone to fill that position. I've worked with Aizawa before and he may be a stickler but he's reliable. This isn't an opportunity that happens very often. The chances of this happening again in your high school career are minimal. Izuku sits up straighter as he feels his teacher's hard gaze land on him. Midoriya, Shinso, Sensei says, both of you have the ambition to become heroes and this festival is your best chance. I said at the start of this semester that transfers don't happen often and that's because so few are capable of it. Chura-sensei smiles and it's not exactly a warm smile but instead fills Izuku with a fiery passion. All you have to do is make a good showing at the sports festival and if I feel you've earned it, I'll give both of you a recommendation. So train hard, this could be your hero academia. You can do it, Midoriya, a voice speaks up. It's Fuyuko at the front of the class. He's turned around in his seat to smile at Izuku. You show those hero kids what the Quirkless can accomplish. Yeah, fight on Izuku-an. Kyoshi says with an enthusiastic pump into the air. You too, Hito-kun. You can do it. Make 1C proud, Motome says with a small little smile. Show them what you're made of. Kick their butt, Midoriya. Komodo shouts, banging on his desk a few times. Put those punks in their place with your sick martial arts moves and show us a real good time. And pretty soon the whole class is clapping and cheering them on. Chura-sensei, normally so quick to silence any unauthorized talking, just stands there. With a knowing smile on his face. Izuku finds his face getting hot and even worse, his eyes getting wet. He sure has come far in a month, in a year. Fuyuko had been too embarrassed to speak to him a week ago. Komodo had been making fun of him on the first day of school. Even Shinso, who'd started the school year angry and isolated, looks around at the cheers being sent his way. Patrick and Taketsu are grinning and throwing in their own congratulatory words. Even Karudo, who Izuku would expect to be sullen, has a warm look on his face as he claps his hands together. Thank you everyone, Izuku blubbers. Seriously, your support, you have no idea what this means to me. He scrubs at his face, trying to pull himself together. I'm going to do my best, I'm going to shoot for the very top and let the world know what the Quirkless are capable of. He continues in a much steadier voice, trying to make his voice heard above the cheers. Yes, he was going to use this positive synergy and shoot all the way for the moon. But what was that saying? Even if you miss the moon, you'll still land amongst the stars. He was going to give it everything he had, and then some, at the sports festival. But it wouldn't be the worst thing, he thinks looking around at his classmates fondly, if he stayed right where he was among friends. The 2 weeks leading up to the sports festival seemed to go by in a blur but, looking back, Izuku doesn't think he could have done anything more to prepare. He spent his class PRDS robotically taking notes even while he mentally compiled strategies and worked through plans on how to defeat any quirk he came across. He even took some time to talk to his other classmates in 1C, a few of them coming over to wish him luck during lunch or throughout the day. To think Izuku started the school year feeling out of place and now people were voluntarily seeking out his company. Aniko had stopped by their table once or twice as well, just as much a whirlwind as she had been the first time. She'd done good work promoting excitement for their performance in the festival. In addition, she also gave Izuku some more tips on how to refine his image. A couple of her suggestions were a bit out there, but she was right in that if he wanted attention, he had to grab it with his own 2 hands. Only a few days after USJ, he got the call from Hatsum that his equipment was ready to be picked up and tested out. The bow staff she'd created, the one he'd painstakingly described and workshopped with her, came out better than he could have ever dreamed. It was 134 centimeters in length, perfectly measured to suit his size. It was made up of a mix of steel and tungsten to make a weapon that could stand up against most physical attacks, along with Incanel, which was incredibly heat-resistant should Izuku find himself up against Kaken. Part of the bow was collapsible, meaning he could easily strap it to his back when he wasn't using it. He'd asked Hatsum to add some gripping material to the middle half to allow for easier handling. He'd flipped it around experimentally, testing the weight, and it felt good, like an old friend. In addition, Hatsum really outdid herself with his protective gear. She'd modified some biker's gloves but with additional protection and heat buffers. There were steel tips in his knuckles, meaning he could really pack a punch with these things. Same with his steel-lined boots, designed to give his kicks additional weight but also for added shock absorption. He was really impressed with her idea to add small cleats in the tread should also prevent him from slipping on uneven terrain. In some way, it felt like he was cheating to have such specialized equipment, but Izuku recognized that he was already at a massive disadvantage without a quirk, and all this did was even the playing field a bit. Hatsum herself was planning on using the festival to show off all the other crazy inventions she'd made over the semester. When he'd asked how he could possibly repay her for her incredible work, she just waved him off and told him to put her babies to good use. That, he told her, wouldn't be a problem. Izuku trained with his weapon endlessly, throwing it around before and after school, twirling and twisting it in his living room to gain familiarity and dexterity. The bow was heavier than the wooden staffs Izuku was used to, but he'd built up his muscles over the past year and adapted to the weight easily enough. He swung and flipped and lunged for hours and hours until the bow felt like an extension of his own arms, until he felt ready to take on the whole world with it. He'd practiced a few times with the gloves and boots too, but never with his friends. It was humbling to realize how much more dangerous his accessories made him, how easy it would be to break bones or cause serious damage with a kick or a punch. Izuku worried about it, late at night, as he wondered just how badly he wanted that open hero spot. Yes, he wanted to win, but he didn't want his victory to come at the cost of someone else's safety. It's easy to learn how to hurt people, Midoriya, Rikamaru Shursho said when Izuku had brought it up once during their training sessions. It's another thing entirely to disable without harming, which is the true goal of martial arts. So many people, like that bully of yours, only see fighting as a show of strength. But you see the art as a way to save, rather than hurt, others. Your kind nature is one of your better points, but in a serious fight it can also be a weakness. I know, Izuku said, dodging his master's attacks with his bow. You know how badly I want to prove myself, and I know I'm capable of being a strong opponent, but I'm also afraid. These weapons, my training, I could really hurt someone with them. How do I know how much is okay? Rikamaru Shursho smirked and stopped his attack. Of course the quirkless kid would ask me that, Shursho said with a wry grin. Learning to regulate your power so it doesn't hurt yourself or others is the first lesson most people with quirks learn, especially the dangerous ones. I can't tell you how many times when I was a kid I got stuck to the ground, unable to move and unable to figure out how to regulate my power. So how did you learn? Izuku asked. Practice and a knowledge of myself and my body. You need to look hard at yourself and ask how far you are willing to go to get what you want. It's easier said than done, I admit, and I can guarantee you that in the heat of battle, your priorities are going to shift when your dream and maybe even your life is on the line, Shursho assured him. But how do I dash? You'll just know, kid. Look at your opponent and how they're faring. You'll know when you're going too hard or being too soft. That's all I can tell you, Midoriya. Use your head, listen to your gut, and use both of them to make the right choice. I wouldn't get too worked up over it. Everyone knows this is just a high school tournament. Besides, Yui has some of the best medical facilities if you do happen to crack a few heads, Rikamaru Shursho said with a wink. I don't want dash. Izuku began only to have his staff wrenched out of his hand and used to knock him off his feet. He blinked dazedly from the floor, feeling the sting of his own weapon being used against him. Like I said, your kindness is also your weakness. Shursho knelt down, still holding onto his bow. Don't you ever forget that you will be a lamb in a den of lions. I admire your desire not to hurt others, but you will be the weakest link out there, and you will have to be tough, and you may even have to be vicious just to stay afloat. Do you hear me? Izuku frowned and aimed a quick kick at his master's face. It wasn't intended to land, but it did make him withdraw slightly, which gave Izuku the room to sit up and deliver a more powerful blow to the man's side. While Rikamaru Shursho was dealing with the hit, his grip on the staff slackened, giving Izuku the opportunity to steal it back and put one of the dulled edges at the older man's neck. Yeah, I hear you, Izuku replied cheekily as he settled into a strong stance, ready for whatever counterattacks his tricky master had up his sleeve. You know, I think that's first time you've ever been able to best me, Shursho said, not looking all that upset. Keep up that attitude and those kids are going to fold like paper under you. He shook his head slowly with a proud smile on his face. You know, a year ago, I'd have said it was next to impossible for a quirkless kid to be a hero, but I'll be damned if you haven't convinced me. You go out there, Midoriya, and you show the world what you showed me. I will sure show, Izuku responded, for once free of tears because he was too full of passion to feel anything but steady. If his master thought he could do it, then all Izuku had to do is go out and prove it. I won't let you down. Oh, I don't believe you will, Shirsho smirked. Now show me a little more of that attitude, young man. I want to see what those punks are going to face in the ring. Izuku grinned back and threw himself into the attack. I can't believe how fast that time went, Taketsu says, looking a little panicked. Can you believe the sports festival is tomorrow? Hitoshi can't help but give her an annoyed look. He likes Taketsu well enough. She's smart and she has a wicked sense of humor, but her tendency to be all talk and no action was a little grating at times. Oh well, he supposes not everyone could be as crazy-driven as Midoriya. It's fine, you'll be fine, Midoriya says with a cheerful smile. We've all been working very hard and I'm sure we'll do well. Even Shinso has learned how to throw a proper punch, he adds cheekily. Now Hitoshi would have taken offense in the past, taken Midoriya's comment as a sign of disrespect, but he lets it slide. He's learned a lot in the past 2 weeks about how people work and how their company can be enjoyable and aggravating in equal part. It's a miracle, and maybe one of these days you'll stop falling for my quirk, Hitoshi retorts, causing both Takemitsu and Taketsu to snicker to themselves. Come on, school's over, but I have somewhere I need to go first. What am I supposed to do? Not answer you at all? How will we be friends if I can't talk to Dash? Hitoshi activates his quirk and Midoriya freezes. Karuto groans as he waves his hand in front of Midoriya's face. Doesn't that get old after a while? It's like taking candy from a small child, there's no honor in it, Karuto comments. Put your stuff away and pick up your bag, Midoriya, Hitoshi commands as he also gathers his things. If he doesn't want to be brainwashed, then he should learn to be quiet. It's called being nice, Shinso, you could learn something from it. Taketsu says with a disapproving look, but there's an amused tilt to her mouth that hadn't been there previously. A lot has changed in the last 2 weeks and he can't say it's all been bad. Now cut it out so we can leave. Where did you need to go anyway? You guys don't have to come, but I'm checking out 1A, Hitoshi announces as he frees Midoriya, who's looking down at the bag in his hands like he has no idea how it got there. They're the ones to beat this year, the ones who were attacked by villains the second week of school, he says as they walk out of their classroom. Maybe you should come too, Midoriya. After all, you're going to need all the advantages you can get. I'll go, Midoriya adds, once again seemingly unaffected by the fact that Shinso just took over his body. Not just to see the class, but I also want to check in on Kaken too. His cast came off last week, but I'm still worried about him fighting so soon after his injury. Remind me again, this is the same Kaken who tried to fry you in the cafeteria the first week? The one who starts screaming like he's possessed if he sees you in the hall? Karuto asks like he's afraid of the answer. We have a complicated relationship, Midoriya says casually. Midoriya has terrible taste in friends, present company included. You're a mess, Karuto sighs, echoing Hitoshi's thoughts. Just avoid that freak in the festival tomorrow, okay? There's going to be a lot going on and we won't always be there to help you out. Who knows what that maniac will do if given half a chance. He's not going to hurt me, and I keep telling you, I don't need you guys to babysit me, Midoriya remarks testily. Kaken used to bully me a lot in the past, but we've moved beyond that, we're both different now. Yeah, but does he know that? Karuto says, pointing on ahead to the huge crowd gathered around Class 1A. It looks like Hitoshi wasn't the only one who'd thought about scoping out the competition. And sure enough, front and center, is Midoriya's childhood friend standing imperiously in front of the crowd. It's pointless to try, so why don't you PS us off, you goddamn mob, the blonde bully spits out, causing the kids both inside and outside the classroom to start yelling at him. Geez, what an a-hole, what does Midoriya even see in him? Kaken, why do you have to escalate every situation? Midoriya then, quietly under his breath. Hitoshi has only known Midoriya for about a month, been friendly with him for even less, but still that stupidly naive idiot has grown on him. His drive to succeed despite his setbacks, his ability to switch from ruthless to kind in an instant, and the incredible fact that he still willingly opens his mouth to Hitoshi despite suffering the consequences time and again. Hitoshi would never say it out loud, but he's got a lot of respect for Midoriya. Maybe that's why when that red-eyed bully catches sight of Midoriya in the crowd, Hitoshi steps forward. "I came to see what you hero kids are made of, but I had no idea you were so arrogant," Hitoshi says above the din of the crowd, nudging his way through. "Are all the heroic students as bad as you, Kaken?" he teases, drawing the bully's attention away from Midoriya and onto him. "I'm disappointed, really I am. There's lots of kids who end up in general education or the other departments because they failed the entrance exam. And based on the results of the sports festival, people can possibly be transferred into heroics." Hitoshi thinks of himself while he speaks, of his own ambitions, but also Midoriya, who has worked harder than anyone just to be on equal footing. He then looks at this bully, his face a snarl of anger and pride, who doesn't deserve to hold a spot in heroics. And the reverse is also true. So maybe I'm here to scope out the competition, but a Gen Ed kid like me is also thinking, why don't I pull the rug out from under these hero students while they're riding high? This, Hitoshi concludes with a smirk, is a declaration of war. "Yeah," Karuto says, pushing through the crowd to stand beside him in solidarity. "Just because you've tussled with villains doesn't mean you should get comfy. Class 1C and everyone else is coming for you, and you had better be prepared." Pretty soon, even more kids were making their declarations known, from Class 1B all the way down to a couple of other Gen Ed kids from other classes. "Out of my way, extras," Midoriya's Kaken sneers, trying to get through the crowd even as Hitoshi spotted Midoriya and Taketsu coming in closer out of the corner of his eye. Oh, that wasn't going to end well at all. "Hey man, what did you just do?" A voice from within 1A shouts. "Stop getting the haters all up in our grill." "It doesn't matter," the bully says. "None of that matters once you're at the dash." It looks like he's spotted Midoriya. Shinso is pushing his way through the crowd to intervene if necessary. This close, Hitoshi can see the ugly scars on Kaken's right hand from the attack at US. He frowns. He isn't going to start something in this big of a crowd, is he? "KK Kaken." Midoriya squeaks, already tensed and ready for a confrontation despite his supposed nerves. Takamitsu and Karuto, always on Midoriya protection duty, look ready to jump in themselves. I'm glad to see you're doing better. Did you get the cookies I made for you? They were your favorite." For a moment, it looks like Kaken is going to explode like he did that time in the cafeteria. Instead, the blonde stalks forward and roughly brushes past Midoriya. "Stay out of my goddamn way tomorrow, Deku, or I'll crush you," he says in a surprisingly calm voice before pushing his way through the crowd and then begins to walk down the hall. Midoriya stares after him with a thoughtful but powerfully determined face. Hitoshi can't help but smirk. Whatever happens, tomorrow should prove interesting at least. After all, anything could happen when Midoriya set his mind to something. The hero kids have no idea what was coming their way. Toshinori is trying his best to get out of the school unnoticed. Because he's in his true form, the students don't pay him any mind, but the principal and recovery girl have been nagging him about his health and recklessness, and he's just not in the mood for that right now. His time with One for All has diminished significantly since the attack at USJ, plus he's been spitting up more blood than usual and gotten noticeably weaker. He rubs absent-mindedly at his chest, which is paining him more often than not. It's getting harder even to do basic things. He's had to cancel so many of his classes already, and he fears he'll have to stop entirely before the semester is even over. He's so tired he just wants some peace. "Yai-san," he starts and clutches at his chest as young Midoriya bounces before him with worried eyes. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to startle you. Are you all right?" Yes, perfectly fine my boy," Toshinori says behind his fist as he quickly wipes the blood away from his mouth. "It's good to see you again. I trust you're ready for the festival?" "I am," young Midoriya nods confidently. "I know it will be difficult for someone like me, but I'm going to go out there and give it everything I have with no regrets." "Someone like you?" Toshinori questions. "Oh well," the boy ducks his head a little before making eye contact again. "I'm Quirkless, you see." He chuckles and rubs at his neck. "It must sound kind of silly to you, A quirkless kid trying to be a hero, but it's been my dream since I was a kid. After you day, I'm more determined than ever to be someone who saves others, even in small ways. Toshinori wonders if it's just him or if everyone is just as surprised by young Midoriya. The boy shuffles his feet a little bit at the scrutiny but otherwise holds his ground. It had been hard being quirkless when he was a boy. He can't imagine how difficult it must be nowadays when quirks are so much more prevalent. What fortitude it must take to not only to live with that label but to own it. Some might call it silly, Toshinori says with a smile, but I think it's brave to follow your dreams despite adversity. Brave, the young man mutters to himself before standing up straighter. I guess it is in a way. Thank you, Yagi-san. I don't know how it'll go tomorrow, but at least I'll know I didn't back down. I'll be rooting for you, Toshinori says sincerely. I don't want to keep you, young man. Enjoy your day and be sure to get plenty of rest for tomorrow. I will, young Midoriya chirps. Also, this may be a little weird, but you haven't by any chance seen All Might around? I've been looking for him since the semester began. I overheard someone say he was over this way, so. Toshinori coughs into his fist at the unexpected question, suddenly very conscious of his All Might's yellow suit. I'm sorry, but I believe he left already, saving people and such. Toshinori lies awkwardly, looking up at the ceiling uncomfortably. But he'll be at the sports festival tomorrow. I hear he'll be the one giving out the medals. I guess I'll just have to win a medal then, young Midoriya says in a joking tone, but his eyes convey how absolutely serious he is. Toshinori wants to grin. This boy was not someone who should be underestimated. Well, my mom's probably waiting on me. It was good seeing you again, Yagi-san, young Midoriya says with a wave as he disappears into the crowd. You show them, young man, Toshinori says quietly to himself, for us quirkless boys. It was finally here, Izuku's one and maybe only chance to make it into Yui's hero department. Well, it would be here tomorrow. It's only 10 p.m. but he's already ready for bed as he needs to be up extra early tomorrow. Izuku finishes working through his nightly stretches even though he didn't train today, but the routine is relaxing in its familiarity. In a way, he's almost calm despite his nervousness, which is the opposite of how much of a wreck he was before the entrance exam. He'd tossed and turned for hours then, but now Izuku feels steady as a rock as he crawls into his bed, his normal anxiety strangely muted. Maybe it's because he's grown a lot these past couple of weeks, become happier with himself and more confident in his capabilities. Even if he had more time to train, Izuku doesn't think he could be any more prepared than he is now. He has to be. He has a lot of people supporting him. His mom, Taketsu, Patrick, Karuto, Shinso. Then there was Chura-sensei and Rikamaru, and even Kaken has inspired Izuku in his own way. Before the entrance exam, Izuku had been beating himself up for not trying to take the heroics test. While he can't say he knows how his life would have turned out had he gone for heroics, he thinks he made the right decision going into general education. He doesn't regret any of the time he spent in that class, getting to know all those wonderful people. The All Might poster on the wall next to him grins widely, his strong, powerful arms resting on his hips as he strikes a heroic pose. Izuku still hasn't seen the hero in person yet, but maybe tomorrow, if he's lucky, he'll get the chance to ask the question that's always burning in the back of his mind. All he has to do is beat all of the kids in heroics, not to mention general education, business and support. He smirks to himself. For the sake of his dream, he'd take on the number one himself. Wait for me, All Might, I'm coming. I'm not big or strong like you, and I can't do all the things the other students will be able to do, but I'm through letting other people tell me what I can and can't do. Wait for me, I'll make you proud, I promise. With that said, Izuku turns over in his bed and quickly falls asleep, and when he dreams of victory. All right, students, line up. Chura-sensei says. We'll be heading out onto the field soon, so I want you all to be ready. Yamada will be heaping praises onto 1A, but that doesn't mean you should be slacking, their teacher announces. This is your chance, boys and girls, don't waste this opportunity. And here come classes C, D, and E from the Department of General Education. That's your cue, make your class proud, Sensei says as Izuku forces his legs to move forward with the rest of his class. This morning has passed by in a blur, from waking up and getting dressed, dealing with the crowd and the security checkpoints, to the quiet, hushed conversations with his friends a few minutes ago in the waiting room. It all sped by so quickly until now. Izuku squints slightly as he steps out onto the field and into the bright sun. Izuku thinks his heart is going to give out for a second as he sees just how enormous the stadium is. It didn't look nearly that big on TV. And he was going to compete in front of these people, in front of cameras which were live streaming the event all over the country, maybe even the world? Hey, Kyoshi says to his right, smiling shyly as she links their pinkies together for an instant. Take a deep breath, it'll be fine. Yeah, I mean, it's not like anyone is looking at us, Karuto says bitterly with folded arms as he glares over where 1A is gathered. I can't believe they gave that huge introduction for 1A and the rest of us barely got a mention. And Yui's supposed to be equal opportunity, what a crock, Motome remarks in annoyance, clearly more upset by the fact that she's required to participate than anything. By the time the last class is gathered on the field, Izuku has calmed down and come to terms with the millions of eyes staring down at them. He thinks of his mother at home, undoubtedly glued to the TV trying to spot him. Now, let's play fair, everyone. Midnight announces as she saunters onto the small stage. She smiles for the crowd and strikes a little pose that doesn't leave very much to the imagination. Izuku turns beet red and keeps his eyes firmly trained on her face. She cracks her whip and points over to 1A. Let's have the player rep for the first years, Bakugo Katsuki of 1A. Gee, he may be, but I heard he placed first in the entrance exam. Taketsu whispers unhappily, her hair tied up in a messy bun. Yeah, in the heroics exam, a girl from one of the other Gen Ed classes sneers. Karuto looks he's about ready to stomp up to the stage and give a speech himself. Izuku and Taketsu link their arms with Karuto's just in case he decides to do something stupid. Izuku exchanges a look with his friend behind Karuto's back. Everyone, Kaken begins solemnly, looking up to the crowd with determined eyes. I'm going to place first. You all are going to make excellent stepping stones. Izuku buries his face in Karuto's shoulder rather than face the utter disaster of Kaken's speech. Around him, the whole field is alight with threats and jeers while Kaken rudely gives them a thumbs down in response. Kaken, Izuku sighs, unhappy but unsurprised. What an overconfident bastard. Karuto shouts, straining from within their hold. Let go of me, I'll show him how hard this stepping stone can hit. He's not being overconfident, Izuku says as Kaken walks calmly off the stage with his head high and his eyes resolute. Maybe Izuku isn't the only one who's grown up these past few weeks. He's painting a target on his back. He wants people to throw everything they've got at him so he can prove himself the best. Oomph. Taketsu snorts from Karuto's other side. I never thought I'd find something you two had in common, she says, giving Izuku a cheeky smile. Before Izuku can even think of addressing that loaded statement, Midnight is talking again. All right, now that that's done, we can move on directly to our first event. These are our preliminaries. A lot of our students end up choking on their tears at this event. And this year's first round of Destiny is. Izuku holds his breath. Please be something reasonable, please be an obstacle course. Midnight announces, causing the crowd to launch into cheers. An obstacle course, huh? He could, maybe, do that. As Midnight goes on about the rules of the race, Izuku finds himself seeking out all his friends. He catches their eyes and they smile back at him. It makes him think of their last discussion in the waiting area before they exited onto the field. Good luck, everyone, Izuku said with barely contained energy. You're all going to do great. You shouldn't wish us luck, we're direct competitors now, Karuto remarked before clapping Izuku on the shoulder. But I'll do it anyway, Midoriya. You'll need it more than all of us. Is it even possible for you to give a compliment without making it insulting? Taketsu sighed. We don't have time to be arguing, Patrick said, grabbing Shinso and Karuto by the shoulders and pulling them into one-armed hugs. We'll be going out soon and, yeah, we'll all be trying our best to win, but can we promise at least not to sabotage each other? I'm going to use my quirk to pass the preliminaries, so as long as you stay away from me, you'll be safe, Shinso said before looking at Izuku. I won't make any promises for the one-on-one fights. Ah, Shinso, you do care, Taketsu preened. Stop it you guys, Izuku urged, forcing the circle closer. Look, I just want to say that no matter what happens out there, you guys have been the best friends I have ever had. No matter who wins or loses, if we stay or transfer, you'll always be my friends. And you'll always be our friend, Midoriya, Taketsu said warmly. This semester has been insane, but you made it so much better. We're in for the long haul. You can't get rid of us even if you do become a big, famous hero. So are we ready? Patrick asked, his skin lighting up. Let's go beyond. Plus ultra. Izuku's lungs are burning, his clothes might be too from that crazy and nearly suicidal stunt with the mines, and his legs feel like they're going to give out at any second, but he can't bring himself to slow down. He can see the end of the tunnel up ahead, and the thumping footsteps behind him tell him that Kaken, the Todoroki kid, and the rest of the school are right on his heels. He grits his teeth and forces himself to go faster. This whole obstacle course was designed to test the toughest of quirks with gigantic robots, perilous tightropes, and minefields. Izuku saw dozens of people being tripped up trying to accommodate their quirks to the environment, but Izuku had to struggle just to survive. There has never been a quirkless kid in the heroics department, and he's starting to see why. It was nearly impossible for someone like him to succeed in this quirk-oriented world. Lucky for him, it was only nearly impossible. I actually cannot believe it, folks. Who would have imagined this outcome when the race began? Present Mike announces somewhere far above him. The first one back to the stadium is. Izuku bursts through the tunnel into the sunlight, and he's absolutely stunned to see his face plastered on all the screens. No way, he couldn't have. Some green-haired kid. Who is the heck is that boy, Eraser? I'm pretty sure he's not in any of the hero classes. Izuku is still looking around stunned, panting and wiping his brow as the other students begin pouring back into the stadium. He briefly catches sight of Kaken's glare before he's swallowed up by the crowd. His name is Midoriya Izuku, and he's a general education student. This will be the first time in recent memory that a non-hero student has placed first in a preliminary. You heard it here first. History is happening right before our eyes. He might be one to keep your eye on, especially since he hasn't revealed his quirk yet. Mike announces. And here come the rest of the students crossing the finish line one after another. We'll have the results in a minute. Remember, only the first 42 get to go on. There are people around him, slapping him on the back and congratulating him. One or two he knew from Gen Ed, but most he didn't. The friendly hero girl, Uraraka, smiles and gives him a thumbs up as she leans over on her knees and tries to get her breath back. He looks around and is relieved to see Taketsu and Karuto in the crowd. You made it. Have you seen Shinso or Pat Dash? Izuku cheers as he runs up to them before Taketsu sweeps him into a bone-crushing hug. You were amazing, Midoriya. I couldn't believe it when they announced you came in first. I made it by the skin of my teeth at 41st. Her cheeks are bright red and she's a bit sweaty, but otherwise seems fine as she releases him. It was close for me too, Karuto says, wiping at the sweat beading on his forehead. I don't know about Shinso, but I passed Takemitsu near the tightrope fall and I was the 39th to get through. It's probably safe to say he didn't qualify. By the way, he gives Izuku a friendly punch on the shoulder. Good work out there. You're tougher than you look. Oh no, poor Patrick, Taketsu says even as Izuku looks at the ground. He knew not everyone would qualify, but the reminder of how cutthroat this competition was a bit terrifying. Yes, he did well this first round, but what about the second? Izuku gulps as midnight appears on the big screen. The top 42 are allowed to advance. I'm sorry for those who didn't pass, but be sure to enjoy the rest of the festival. We'll continue on to the final section of the preliminaries. Midnight says with a smile as she gestures to the screen, and what will this final challenge be? I know, but let me show you. Taketsu reaches out and grips Izuku's hand tightly. Behold, a human cavalry battle. Midnight announces with a flourish. Izuku doesn't know whether to sigh with relief or vomit. It could have been worse, he supposes, but it also could have been better. It'll function just like a normal cavalry battle with teams of 2 to 4 people. The only change is you all will receive headbands with points on them based on your performance in the obstacle course. Whoever has the most points at the end will win. Izuku feels dread begin to creep up his spine, slowly but with practiced ease. So if you placed 42nd you get 5 points, 41st gets 10 and so on all the way up to our first place winner who is worth 10 million points. This is the chance for the low to replace those higher up. Welcome to a battle for survival. And just like that, there are 41 pairs of eyes boring into him. 41 kids with amazing quirks capable of surpassing that hellish course, all coming after the quirkless kid worth 10 million points. There was no way in hell he was getting through this intact, not to mention no one was going to want to team up with him. Let's team up, Midoriya, Taketsu says with a bright smile. Taketsu! Izuku says with tears pouring out of his eyes as he gazes at Taketsu like she's just handed him the key to heaven. What has he ever done to deserve such good friends? You mean it? You know everyone will be after my 10 million, right? I trust you to keep our headbands safe besides, sorry to say, but no one else is gonna want to pair with you since they either don't know your quirk or know you're quirkless. Us Gen Ed students need to stick together. She says with a thumbs up. Now we just need one more and we'll be all ready to go. 2 more, Karuto says quietly, looking pained. I like you Midoriya and I have nothing but respect for you, but I'm in this to win and I can't place my faith in a team I don't believe in. He steps away slowly, looking uncomfortable. I wish you both the best, but I can't afford to let friendship get in my way. Well shoot, Taketsu sighs as Karuto leaves. Oh well, we'll figure out something. The teams can be 2 to 4 players. She eyes him up and down. What do you weigh? I could probably carry you myself. Before Izuku could stammer out why exactly that plan won't work, muscular arms are pulling him backwards into a large pair of BRSS. I knew you'd be useful eventually, first place, Hatsum says, leaning her face down right next to his. Let me join your team. Everyone will be watching us so I get the chance to use my babies and show them off to all the big companies. You owe me a favor for making your gear and besides, she reaches forward to lovingly slide the gloves on his hand, you know how useful my babies can be. Hatsum, yeah. We'd love to have you on our team, Izuku says, edging out of her hold with a bright blush. If that's all right with you, Taketsu? Beggars can't be choosers, plus I'm sure she's got some crazy invention we can use, Taketsu says with a grin. Now we just need one more. I'm going to be pretty much useless in this battle. You have some offense capabilities with your blood manipulation and with Hatsum, we now have access to both offensive and defense technologies. Izuku mutters to himself, tuning out the chaos around him. What we need is someone with a good defense, someone who can evade or defend. That should balance out the weaknesses in our group and give us half a chance at qualifying for the finals. But who would work? Izuku thinks out loud, it's not just a problem of finding someone willing to team up with them, though that is still a significant issue. But there's not a lot of combative or defense quirks among the people he knows, he wouldn't even know who to ask. If I may, I would like to volunteer myself for your group, a stern voice says, and Izuku looks up to see a dark-haired boy with glasses. Izuku is struck suddenly as he recognizes him as the hero student who calmed everyone during the time reporters broke in. I am Ida Tenya of Class 1A. I was very impressed with your performance in the obstacle course and I believe I have the power you lack, Ida says, bringing his hand down in a chopping motion. My quirk is engine, which means I can maneuver and evade quite easily, which you will need to do in order to keep your 10 million points. Yes. Izuku replies enthusiastically. Yes, that's exactly what we need. You'd be a perfect addition for our team. I'm Midoriya Izuku and this is Taketsu and Hatsum. Despite the joy he feels, Izuku can't help the niggling sense of doubt. But why would you want to work with us? I mean, it's much more practical for you to work with another group to take our headband than to defend it. Ah, I'm sorry, I wasn't aware I was so transparent, Ida says, adjusting his glasses a bit. With so many strong quirks in 1A, I don't feel like I've had the chance to showcase my capabilities. I wasn't even there for most of the attack at USJ. With your 10 million points, I know everyone will be after you and so I want to challenge myself. Izuku hums, he wasn't exactly surprised and after all, wasn't he also trying to prove himself? I understand, Ida, and it's fine. Nice to meet you. Izuku says as he hears Midnight announce that they're getting ready to begin. Okay, we need to work on our strategy. Hatsum, do you have anything that can work with Ida's speed? Ensure that we're able to move around easily? Oh boy do I. Hatsum says with a toothy smile that almost makes Izuku regret asking. But soon enough they'd worked out their plan and Izuku steps into his teammate's hands and becomes the mount, the 10 million point headband secured around his head. He warily eyes the other groups around him, keenly aware that they'll all be on them the second the battle started. Midoriya, I didn't get a chance to see your quirk during the obstacle course. Would you mind sharing it so we can incorporate it into our plans? Ida asks. Hatsum promptly bursts into snorting giggles while Taketsu shoots him a worried look. They only have moments before the battle begins and Izuku doesn't want to dishearten Ida before they even start. It's hard to explain, you'll see in the battle, Izuku responds enigmatically as Taketsu bites into the flesh of her free hand and draws blood, ready to unleash her power. Let's stay focused, all we need to do to advance is keep this headband. Our primary goal is to protect the 10 million. Start! Midnight announces and, despite expecting it, Izuku startles when most of the other teams come barreling their way. Okay, we need to get out of here and fast. Taketsu yelps before, suddenly, they begin to sink into the ground. The groups are closer now, close enough that someone is able to use their quirk apparently. It's got to be the guy in the front of that group. We need him to distract him, Taketsu. On it, his friend hisses as a stream of blood shoots out and strikes the kid in the face. He reels back in surprise, causing his whole group to stall and, more importantly, for the ground to return to normal beneath. Izuku's team. Come on, Motorboy. Get a move on. Hold on, all of you. Ida shouts as he races around the oncoming groups at what may be a slow pace for him but is still well beyond what the average person could do. Izuku had braced for the speed and, with the girls wearing Hatsum's mechanized skates, they're easily able to glide out of immediate danger. Good job, Ida. The battle is only 15 minutes, we just need to keep this up for that long. We can do that. Maybe, Izuku thinks with trepidation as he catches sight of Kaken charging across the field. Endeavor's son, Todoroki, also looks like he's going to be trouble. Right now their main advantage is Ida's speed and also the fact that most probably don't know what quirk to expect from a nameless Gen Ed student. And look at that, ladies and gentlemen, Present Mike says from the commentator's box. Only 2 minutes in and already we have a melee of tumultuous proportions. As you can see, headbands are already being taken and it's fine strategy to settle for second, third or fourth and not go after the 10 million. Let's slow down a little, Ida. I don't know how long you can keep up this pace but I think it's a little much for us. Izuku says, starting to feel the strain from the wind and pressure. Ida obediently slows down to a normal person's jog. Apologies everyone, Ida announces. I noticed Todoroki was behind us but it looks like we've put a bit of distance between dash. Give me your headband, Deku. Izuku turns to see Kaken raging close by, his red eyes locked onto their group as his team rapidly approaches. Izuku's hand twitches towards the staff strapped to his back but decides against it. Not only will it be cumbersome to maneuver it but the weapon all but announces that he doesn't have a combat quirk. Keep moving, I've got Kaken, Taketsu says with a dark look on her face. We still have a score to settle. Blood flies through the air, she'd aimed not at Kaken but at his red-headed front rider. The boy's skin hardens instinctively at the blood flying into his face. The blood can't stop him but the surprise does slow the team down long enough for Ida to race past them. That's quite the impressive quirk, Taketsu, Ida says sincerely as he shoots Taketsu a quick look before concentrating back on his run. Taketsu gives a weak smile in return. Izuku practically jumps out of his skin as something pink, a tongue he thinks, shoots past his face and narrowly misses his headband. The tongue retracts and he sees that it's coming from a boy with many arms with 3 people protected within. A shadowy figure pops out from the shelter and dives toward them. That's Shuji, Tokoyami, Azui and Mineta from 1A, Ida announces, immediately turning and going in another direction before the living shadow can reach them. Azui and Tokoyami are dangerous with their long-range attacks as is Mineta who can release adhesive ball, we would do well to avoid them. Thanks for the heads up, Ida, Izuku mutters, feeling paranoia beating him down from all sides. They can't catch a moment to breathe. And all Team Midoriya can do is run away. Not that I blame them with that juicy 10 million to protect. Present mixed commentary was starting to get very grating. 7 minutes have passed and whoa, look at those scores. Class 1A, the festival's darlings, aren't doing so hot and Class 1B is really heating up. You know I hadn't planned on going for the 10 million, second or third would have sufficed, but you look just like a sweet little lamb that I couldn't help myself. Fingers brush gently against the back of Izuku's head, loosening the headband and panic become the only reality he knows. Izuku spins, smacking the thief's arm away and further dislodging the headband until it slips down to Izuku's neck. Watch out Midoriya! Ida yells, Monoma can copy your quirk? Izuku almost smiles, oh no, what will he do? The other boy, a blonde with a pinched face, grins. Thank you for giving me the chance to test out whatever quirk helped you to win the obstacle course. The wannabe thief, Monoma, raises his hand, clearly expecting something great. Huh. Monoma blinks and looks down at himself when nothing happens. I definitely touched you, so why didn't I copy dash? Izuku punches him hard in the face and the boy dazedly falls back and is only kept upright by his teammates. Taketsu further drives them off with blood whips. In a split-second decision, Izuku reaches forward and grabs 2 headbands from around Monoma's neck. What then upset from Team Midoriya? Not only were they able to evade Monoma's copy quirk, but they also managed to steal some of their headbands, putting Team Monoma down to 6th place. Does this Midoriya kid ever stop? Izuku isn't listening to the rest of the commentary as he secures the 2 new headbands, 665 and 120, around his neck. He reties the 10 million but keeps it with the others to confuse any other potential thieves. Amazing Midoriya! I made a wise choice when I teamed up with you, Ida shouts. How did you manage to avoid Monoma's quirk? It's very effective, I saw he used it earlier to take Bakugo's headband. I'll tell you later, come on, we have to keep moving. There's 6 minutes left and we still have everyone after us. Izuku answers as he hones in on one team moving forward purposefully, it's Todoroki. Izuku feels his insides twist a bit as he thinks of the boy's terrifying power during the obstacle course. That headband, Todoroki announces once he's close enough, I'm taking it. We need to move, Taketsu says quietly enough that Izuku tears his eyes off the dual-toned boy charging towards them to look down at his friend. She's pale and tired-looking, breathing hoarsely through her mouth. He glances down at her palm which is still bleeding freely. Between the obstacle course and now the cavalry battle, she's got to be feeling the effects of her quirk. Taketsu, close your wounds before you lose too much blood. Izuku shrieks and he really isn't surprised when there's ice-cold fingers at his neck grasping for the headbands. Todoroki is driven off by a weak bloodstream and Izuku's maneuvering, so he only manages to get away with one headband. But, surprisingly enough, Izuku couldn't care less right now. Taketsu, please, you've done amazing so far, but please don't push yourself, winning isn't worth it. He practically begs. Midoriya, did he get the 10 million? Ida demands, not seeming to care at all about Taketsu's health. Who cares about that when she could be bleeding to death? Izuku shouts even as he angrily looks down at the headbands strapped around his neck. But no, he didn't, he got one of Monoma's, the 665.1. Not that a stupid piece of cloth matters. Taketsu squeezes his foot with her hand. Thank you for your concern, but I'm fine, I'm just a bit weak. Having these skates has been a lifesaver. I can hold out for the rest of the battle, you just focus on getting us through. She says with a tired smile, and it's hard work for Izuku to pull his eyes from her to evaluate the big players left on the battlefield. Todoroki is still pretty close, wiping off Taketsu's blood from his arms and looking ready to attack again at any moment. Kaken looks like he's gotten some points back and will probably be coming their way soon. Izuku sees Shinso being carried around, but his friend has plenty of headbands and likely won't make an attempt on them. He doesn't know where Karuto went, he's probably with another group. Yeah, you can do it, first place. You have to get us through so I can continue to show off my babies. Hatsum pipes up. Alright, let's do this. Izuku says resolutely, tugging on the two headbands around his neck to test their security. Todoroki suddenly charges forward and it looks like he's pulled a blanket out of nowhere. What's that going to? Ida is speeding away quickly from Todoroki, who electrocutes the teams nearest him before icing them in place. Izuku yelps, "What kind of quirks does Todoroki have on his team?" "That's Kaminari's doing, he has a lightning quirk," Ida says in a subdued tone. "He also has Yaoyorozu, who can create anything she can understand molecularly, and that's Uraraka up front. Her quirk is zero gravity, so I imagine she's lightening the load of the team for maneuverability. They're a very efficient combination." "Hey, first place, isn't that your friend over there?" Hatsum asks, pointing over to Kaken, who's also racing towards them with deadly intent. Izuku's team is caught in a triangle between bad and worse with not many places to run to. Izuku looks at Todoroki's passive face, then over at Kaken, who is practically frothing at the mouth with rage. "I say we go for Todoroki. If we go quickly enough we can avoid the ice and the lightning," Izuku says. "I agree, if I may point something out. Todoroki can create both fire and ice, but he's vowed never to use the fire from his left side in battle. I'm not sure if that helps in any way," Ida supplies as he begins to run at Todoroki. Only 2 minutes left and it looks like it's down to 3. Todoroki and Bakugo of Class 1A and the wild card Midoriya from Gen Ed, who still hasn't shown us anything about his quirk. Todoroki brings up an ice wall on Izuku's left, not just blocking off their only escape route but also cutting off Kaken's advance. Honestly, Izuku kind of wants to thank him for that. Present mixed commentary reminds Izuku that his unknown quirk is still an advantage. If he pretends that he's bigger than he is, he just might be able to drive Todoroki off. It's a gamble, but it's all he can do since retreat isn't an option anymore. Todoroki doesn't appear put off by their advancement and instead readies himself for whatever Izuku can throw his way. Ida is careful to stay on Todoroki's left and, true to form, Todoroki keeps shifting to try and accommodate the ice on his right. Why isn't he using his fire? Is he afraid of hurting his teammates? Either way, Izuku is going to take advantage of his opponent's stubbornness. Izuku borrows a technique from Kaken and shifts his weight over to Hatsum, pulling his foot out of Taketsu's hand and delivering a strong kick to Todoroki's midsection. It startles the other boy enough that he doubles over, leaving his headbands exposed. "Todoroki!" Uraraka shouts as she tries to retreat, but Izuku's already grabbing at Todoroki's headbands while Ida and Hatsum struggle to keep him upright. Izuku's hand lands on Todoroki's neck, but before he can grab anything, a small amount of flames bursts from Todoroki's left. It's snuffed out just as quickly, but Izuku instinctively pulls back at the intense heat. Gray and blue eyes look at Izuku with something approaching horror on his face. Midoriya and Todoroki are right in each other's grill, but nothing is happening. What's going on down there? Team Bakugo is going around Todoroki's barrier and is charging toward both teams, looking ready to launch. 30 seconds left and it's anyone's game at this point. "Ida, get us out of here!" Izuku shouts because Todoroki's only going to be stunned for so long and Kaken is fast approaching. Izuku's words seem to snap Todoroki out of his daze and his arm darts forward quicker than Izuku can track. "Hold on. Recipro burst!" Ida shouts, revving his engine before speeding off faster than Izuku can even comprehend. The girls shriek below him and Izuku is aware of fingers at his neck. The next moment, they're halfway across the field with good distance between them and Todoroki. Kaken is screaming as they get away again and there's a limp headband hanging in Todoroki's hand. "I'm out, my engines have stalled." "Midoriya, how are we doing?" Ida shouts, looking up at him. 3. With shaking fingers, Izuku slowly turns the only remaining headband over in his hand and looks at it. Kaken is close now, he'll be upon them in a few more seconds. He either didn't notice Todoroki grab the headband or he doesn't care. "You're effing mine, Deku. You can't run away anymore." Kaken shouts as he launches himself into the air. "Time is up, everyone. Let's tally up the points." His momentum lost, Kaken falls flat the ground and proceeds to pound his fists into the ground in frustration. Todoroki lets out a deep breath, bringing the fist holding the stolen headband up to rest against his forehead. Meanwhile, Izuku is too busy staring at the numbers on his headband. And in first place is, once again, Team Midoriya with 10 million points. Absolutely unbelievable. Who is this kid? In second we have Team Todoroki, Team Bakugo in third. Kaken screeches even louder from his place on the ground at that announcement. And in fourth is Team Shinso? When did that happen? Izuku bursts into a grin as the shock wears off. They made it. It was only due to dumb luck, but they made it. And Shinso did too. He'd have to congratulate his friend later. Taketsu, did you hear that? Shinso made it through. I can't believe it. Izuku begins to sway as Taketsu's grip on him loosens. Ida and Hatsum steady him while Taketsu sinks to her knees. Taketsu! Izuku shouts, jumping down to the ground and supporting her back before she falls over. She's even paler in the light, her hands are cold and trembling slightly. Her hair has mostly fallen out of its bun and is dusting the ground. She tries to smile at him but her lips barely twitch. So we made it, huh? In the background, he can hear Ida calling for a medic, but Izuku can't tear his eyes off his friend. There's no way he can lift her alone, maybe if he and Ida work together. She touches his arm. I'm glad. I can't go on, but I kind of knew this was a one-shot deal. Quirks like mine, we have limits and sometimes they're too much. Taketsu whispers as people start to rush towards them. But that's what's so great about you, Midoriya, you don't have any limits. There's nothing stopping you from going all the way to the top. Please move, I need to take her to Recovery Girl, a medic bot announces. I'm going with, Izuku pleads, stepping back anxiously as Taketsu is loaded over onto the stretcher. Shinso runs over and looks at Taketsu with large, fearful eyes. Izuku doesn't think he's seen him so shaken up before. No, stay here both of you. You have the one-on-one matches, remember? I'll be fine really, and I'll be cheering you on from the nurse's office. Good luck. And with that said, one of Izuku's best friends is rushed off the field, worn out from blood loss because Izuku hadn't paid her enough attention to remind her not to overdo it. Around him the crowd is still cheering. Hell, they're probably excited by the added drama of a student being taken away by a stretcher, and Izuku doesn't even hear it. All he can think about is victory and the high cost that comes with it. What the hell happened? Karuto shouts, getting in Izuku's face as soon as Taketsu is taken off the field. She was on your own goddamn team, why weren't you watching out for her? It's very distressing what happened to Taketsu, but it is not Midoriya's responsibility to manage her, Ida interjects with narrowed eyes. Nor is it yours to manage him. You think you can talk to me that way because you're in the hero course? Karuto says, stomping forward to challenge Ida, but Shinso grabs him by the shoulder. Karuto, don't make a spectacle of yourself just because you lost, Shinso says, looking calm again. No one is happy to see Taketsu like that, but you know her, she's tough, she'll be fine. She was doing it for me, Izuku mumbles, looking down at his hands which are stained with her blood. She didn't need to push herself that hard, but she was doing it so Ida, Hatsum, and I could qualify. He squeezes his eyes shut to hold back tears. She told us that she couldn't handle blood loss well and I kept using her anyway. That is untrue, Midoriya. You were the only one to notice her condition and tried to stop her from bleeding out further. Ida looks away in shame. It pains me to admit that I was so preoccupied with victory that I did not pay Taketsu the attention she needed. You were right in chastising me. I humbly offer my apologies. Yeah, well, your apologies don't mean jack. Taketsu still had to be dragged off on a stretcher. Karuto shouts, straining against Shinso. Karuto, Shinso says darkly, and Izuku sees what's happening before it occurs. No, you stay. Karuto's gaze becomes glassy and he stops struggling. I understand that you're upset about losing and concerned for Taketsu, so go to Recovery Girl and see if you can help. Try and find Takamitsu too while you're at it. Shinso commands softly, watching as Karuto turns and walks measuredly off the field and into one of the tunnels. Around them, the festival continues on in full swing, oblivious to the drama in their little group. That's quite the quirk you have, Ida says, but Izuku can see the distrust in the taller boy's gaze. He's starting to see why Shinso had been so bitter and unhappy at the start of the term. It really is, and he'll go on to do great things with it as a hero. Izuku reaches over, grips Shinso's shoulder. Congrats on getting through, I knew you would. Shinso gives a small smile and some of the tension leaves Izuku. Speaking of quirks, Midoriya, I'm very curious about yours. I didn't see you use it during the battle. How exactly does it work? Well, Izuku did promise to tell him, didn't he? Yeah, about that. Izuku starts off, rubbing his neck. He looks over to Shinso, who just rolls his eyes. I actually, it's kind of funny in a way, but I, sort of don't have a quirk. He squeaks out and Ida blinks. I'm sorry, I don't believe I heard you right. Did you say you were Quirkless? Yep, Shinso supplies, and yet if I recall he still managed to place first in both the obstacle course and the cavalry battle. Didn't over half of 1A and 1B not qualify, even with their amazing quirks? Ida frowns at Shinso's easygoing expression, but Izuku just smiles. They might not get along all the time, but he can always count on Shinso to understand. Come on, Midoriya, let's get lunch and compare notes on the preliminaries. We can also check up on Taketsu. Shinso says, lightly grabbing a hold of Izuku's arm and pulling him away. Bye, Ida. Thanks for your hard work out there and good luck in the upcoming matches, Izuku says as he allows himself to be led. Of course, you as well, Ida replies, but there's something in his voice, doubt maybe, that hadn't been there before. Izuku turns away and tries not to let shame overtake him. You would think he'd be used to this kind of reaction by now. Don't let him get to you, Midoriya. Not all of the hero kids are bad, but guys like him and your Kaken, they've had it made all their life. They don't know what it means to have to work for their power, for respect, Shinso sneers. That's why we need to shove it in their faces how capable we are. Look, I get that, but don't you think you're being a little Excuse me, a soft voice interrupts. May I speak to Midoriya for a moment? Izuku turns and finds Todoroki, son of the number 2 hero. Some of Taketsu's blood is still stained on his arms and uniform. Izuku bites his lip. He hopes she's doing okay. Sorry, but we need to prepare for our matches, Shinso hisses. Shinso, it's alright really, Izuku answers genially. It's just for a minute, right? I'll meet up with you and the others in Recovery Girl's office, okay? Shinso still continues to glare. Okay. Izuku emphasizes again and Shinso turns his glare onto him and before stalking off. Yeah, well, don't come crying to me when your new pal kicks you to the curb when he finds out who you really are. Izuku looks at his friends retreating back in exasperation. Tensions were high today, but one conversation with another boy didn't mean Izuku is abandoning their friendship. He wonders if Shinso's had enough experience with people to know that. I'm sorry if I've caused trouble, Todoroki says awkwardly. I promise this won't take long. It's fine, it's just been a stressful day. By the way, great job in the cavalry battle. Your team was amazing, it was only pure luck that we kept the 10 million, Izuku says as they walk off the field. So, what did you want to talk about? Todoroki looks even more uncomfortable. Right, thanks, you too. He purses his lips and seems to steel himself. Let's find somewhere more private to talk. Izuku only vaguely remembers the walk to Recovery Girl's office. He certainly doesn't remember all the people congratulating him, telling him they couldn't wait to see his quirk. All he can focus on is Todoroki Shudo, the boy who had the power Izuku craved but a life that seemed out of a nightmare. He thinks of Todoroki's too cold expression, of the harsh burn marring his passive face, and Izuku feels all out of sorts again. But why are you telling me this? Izuku asked, his mouth dry after hearing Todoroki's story. Because you have proven yourself to be a worthy opponent, Todoroki answered quietly. He looked even more subdued than before, if possible, like he was trying to hold on to that icy calm in the wake of such terrible memories. This festival is the opportunity for me to prove to my old man, to the world, that I don't need him or his power to win. Todoroki looked down with disgust at his left hand. What happened near the end of the battle was unfortunate, and I assure you it won't happen again. I will never use my left in battle. If I do, I'll be the successor he wanted and justify all the suffering he's caused. Todoroki, Izuku whispered. This is too big for him to handle. He doesn't even know where to begin. I called you here to apologize for almost burning you, but also to issue a formal challenge, Todoroki said with hard eyes. You're acquainted with Bakugo, are you not? I assumed so judging by how you reacted to seeing him injured after USJ. Izuku winced. I believed he was the one to beat in this festival, but then you came out of nowhere and changed everything. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to dash. You're looking to transfer to heroics, aren't you? Todoroki interrupted bluntly. There's no other reason for a general education student like you to push yourself so hard in this festival unless you hope to get something out of it. Yes, I am actually, Izuku gulped. Todoroki nodded as he pushed himself away from the wall. You seem to have the intelligence to make it, but I'll have to see your quirk before I can judge. If we meet again in the tournament, know that I'm going to win using only my mother's power. I expect you put forward your best effort if you really hope to transfer. I'm sorry I took up your time, enjoy the rest of your break. Todoroki turned to leave. Izuku wasn't sure what to feel. Hysterical laughter at the fact that one of the strongest hero kids thought the quirkless Gen Ed student was a challenge, or an angry sorrow over Todoroki's situation. There was also a kind of frustration that Todoroki would challenge Izuku while he admitted to only putting in half effort. Either way, Izuku's emotions were a mess. Todoroki, Izuku called, and the other boy stopped. I'm sorry to hear what happened to you. I can't say anything that will make that situation better, but... He looked up and stared into mismatched eyes. I've worked very hard to get to here, but the fact remains that I'm only here because of all the people who have supported me. I might not win today, but I'll make sure that I fight with everything I have, so I'll challenge you right back. Give me your best, or maybe I'll be able to beat you. Izuku sighs as he walks down the long hall. For all his big talk, that's all it was, talk. His quirklessness is going to come out sooner rather than later, and the whole narrative is going to shift. Izuku will go from being the impossible underdog to the impossible idiot. Todoroki will probably chastise himself for wasting time on someone so far beneath him. No, I can't think like that, Izuku thinks as he shakes his head to clear his thoughts and pushes his shoulders back. He's gotten this far on luck, true, but also because of his own skills and those of his teammates. For the sake of everyone who supported him, he can't let himself fall into despair. Izuku reaches Recovery Girl's office and knocks on the door before poking his head inside. I'm looking for Taket Dash. Patrick's got his arms wrapped tightly around him in an instant and, to Izuku's mortification, he even picks him up off the ground. I am so proud of you, Midoriya. That's the plus ultra spirit I was talking about. Way to kick major butt out there. Patrick glows, hauling Izuku further into the room like a sack of potatoes. Everyone! Midoriya is here. Oh, is he? I hadn't noticed, Taketsu says with a light smile. She's propped up in bed with blood and fluids being given to her through and for. She still looks tired and a bit pale, but she seems better than before. It's so nice the first place winner decided to grace us with his presence, she teases. Karuto is sitting in a chair to her left, his face unreadable as he's hunched over. Shinso is slouched in another chair in the far corner, still looking angry. It's not like that. The thing is, Todoroki, dumped his tragic background on me, wanted to challenge me, I guess. It was pretty weird, actually. Patrick, could you, As soon as Izuku is back on the ground, he makes his way over to Taketsu's side. I am so sorry for what happened. I shouldn't have overused you like that. This stupid tournament dash. Stop, Taketsu commands, placing a finger on his lips. Seriously, guys, I am capable of making my own decisions and I don't need you to be looking out for me constantly. I think you understand that feeling, right, Midoriya? Izuku looks away. Besides, I'm anemic, not dead. A bit of this stuff and I'm good to go. I'm still dropping out of the one-on-ones though. Some hero kid with a bird head is taking my place. A couple of Shinsu's teammates dropped out too, so it's not like I'm the only one. Taketsu says, giving his hand a quick squeeze, I'm okay, I promise. Yep, Karuto and I will stay down here with her and keep her company so you and Shinso can focus on your fights. Patrick elbows Karuto, and speaking of which, this one has something he wants to say to you. Karuto begins slowly, still looking at the floor. I'm sorry, Midoriya, for my behavior out there. Shinso was right. I was angry for not qualifying and worried for Taketsu. But what I said to you was uncalled for. I keep making you out to be some sort of weakling, but the truth is you've got more talent and determination than I could ever hope for. Karuto looks up. Seeing the ambition you and Shinso have to be a hero is making me reevaluate my own reasons. It's a lot to think about, but the two of you have earned the right to advance. We'll be cheering you on. Thanks, Karuto, that means a lot, really, Izuku says, trying not to get emotional again. Shinso and I will have to do our best to be worthy of your praise, won't we, Shinso? He says, looking over at his friend who is still sulking. Come on, look, I'm sorry Todoroki interrupted us earlier, but let's focus on how we can win moving forward. Shinso turns to him with a dark glare, one Izuku hasn't seen since before they'd patched up their differences. You're still such an idiot, Midoriya. When are you going to stop being so goddamn naive? Shinso spits out before pushing out of the chair and stalking out of the room. Izuku looks at the spot he'd vacated with a hurt expression. What was that about? Izuku asks quietly, the others exchange worried looks. You must have missed it talking to the hero kid. They announce the rankings for the one-on-ones. Taketsu begins. You're up first, Midoriya, and you'll be fighting Shinso. Hey guys, are you ready? After whittling down the competition, finally we're getting into the meat of the festival. And who could have predicted that our first battle of strength would feature two general education students? The breakout student who stole the first half of the festival, but can he keep it up? Here he is, folks, Midoriya Izuku. Present mic announces at his normal screeching volume. Hitoshi watches as Midoriya mounts the stage looking utterly miserable but determined. Looks like he's finally realized how serious this is. Well, it's about time, and really, this whole thing they had between them has been foolish from the start. Hitoshi should have known better than to become friendly with his rival. But that was all in the past, all that matters now is winning this match. And his opponent is some other student from the Gen Ed department, Shinso Hitoshi. Neither one of them has really shown us what they can do yet, so this match could end up being very interesting. Mike proclaims, but Midoriya is still staring him down. Shinso, no matter what happens here, we're still friends. May the better hero win, Midoriya says quietly so no one else can hear. I intend to, Hitoshi replies. Midoriya, for once, is wise enough not to answer. And begin. Midnight shouts, and despite that, neither of them move for a moment. Then another moment passes and Midoriya is charging him. Hitoshi isn't an idiot. Despite the techniques he's learned over the last few weeks, it's obvious who the superior fighter is. But despite all of that training and skill, Midoriya is still quirkless and, well, Hitoshi isn't. And that's what would decide the match. What are you going to do, Midoriya? Punch a hole in me? Maybe use some laser vision? Hitoshi taunts as he sidesteps Midoriya's attack, just like the other boy had taught him. Midoriya turns quickly on his heel and moves to punch him in the face, but Hitoshi ducks underneath it. Oh, that's right, you can't, because you're quirkless and that's why I deserve to win. Midoriya gives him a look but still doesn't speak. Instead, he winds up for another punch, and this time it lands. Hitoshi winces and takes a few steps back, clutching his jaw. Damn, those gloves hurt. How is Midoriya keeping quiet? He falls under Hitoshi's quirk all the time, willingly opening his mouth with no provocation. Unless, of course, all those times, Midoriya was letting himself be brainwashed. Hitoshi grits his teeth and keeps going. See? Is that all you can do? To me? Even my grandmother can do that. Hitoshi shouts as he runs forward, swinging his own punches, but Midoriya ducks under them and dives headfirst into his midsection. The breath is forced out of his lungs as he's pushed backwards. Hitoshi digs his heels in the ground to avoid being thrown out. I don't quite know what's happening down there, folks. It looks like the boys are just straight out brawling in the ring. I gotta say, I didn't see this coming. Hey Eraser, wake up, can you see any quirks being used? Face it, Midoriya, you just don't have what it takes to be a hero. You think you can protect people, you couldn't even protect Taket Dash. Hitoshi shuts his mouth before he can go any further. Midoriya's eyes widen a fraction before he starts working harder to push Hitoshi out. Hitoshi grits his teeth and twists his body so they overbalance and fall to the ground just shy of the boundary line. Then he just can't do it. He supposes he can't bring himself to pull out the real meaty, hurtful taunts for the same reason Midoriya still has his bow strapped to his back. There may be no honor among thieves, but there is amongst friends. How did he wind up in this position? He wants to win, doesn't he? So why isn't he doing absolutely everything in his power to take down Midoriya, regardless of how it makes him or the other boy feel? He's never needed anyone up before, but this term has changed things. Hitoshi thinks it started with hostage situations, anything. I'm serious, Shinso, your quirk is amazing. You have the ability to stop fights before they happen, get villains to surrender without collateral. I can't believe the hero department isn't begging for you to join up, Midoriya gushed during a training session. It was just the two of them today, and with sports festival only a week away, Hitoshi needed to be ready. Yeah, well, not everyone feels the way you do, Hitoshi muttered self-consciously. He can't even think of the last time someone praised his quirk instead of seeing the negative aspects. It was nice and uncomfortable all at once. Well, they're crazy. Look, we have an abundance of strong heroes who can fight and punch through walls. I mean, that's important too, but Shinso, we need more heroes like you who can find non-violent solutions to problems. Your quirk could revolutionize the industry, Midoriya explained enthusiastically. Can we just drop it, okay? I came here to train, not to talk about my quirk, Hitoshi said, stretching the way Midoriya had showed him. We can train and talk at the same time. It exercises the mind as well as the body, Midoriya grinned. I think you should work on your strategies, think of ways to get people to answer you. Once you get well known, people will know your quirk and learn to avoid it, so you've got to dash. Midoriya, stop, he said, more annoyed this time. Let me think this through, dash. Stop, Hitoshi said again, and this time, Midoriya does, mostly because he's now under Hitoshi's control. He groaned to himself. Why was he such an idiot? He can't handle some kid talking nice about him, so he's got to use his quirk? Now Midoriya was never going to help him, not after being taken over so many times. Midoriya took a deep breath as Hitoshi relinquished control. I'm sorry, Shinso. What? I guess I got caught up in my head. It happens sometimes. I didn't mean to push your boundaries. Believe me, I know how aggravating it is. We can talk about something else. Hitoshi was still staring at him. Was this kid dense? What? Did you make me draw on my face or something? Why are you okay with that? Hitoshi asked because he just can't ignore it, not if they're going to make this work. I've used my quirk on you, took control of your body, and you just let it go. People have always judged him by his quirk before and downright vilified him if he ever used it on them. It didn't make sense for Midoriya to be so passive about it. Well, did you do anything to me? Midoriya questioned. Well, no, he muttered. Did you want to do something to me? No, he said resolutely with a frown. Then there we go, it's your quirk, Shinso. What makes it good or bad is how you use it, Midoriya shrugged. And I know you would never use it hurt me. I mean, I can't say being mind-controlled is my favorite thing, but I know it's just you, playing around, or when I'm really pushing your buttons. I trust you, Shinso. Yeah, well, maybe you shouldn't. Hitoshi looked away. Hey, Midoriya's hand was on his shoulder. Friends trust each other. Just like you trust me not to hurt you when I do this. The boy punches him in the solar plexus and Hitoshi falls down on the ground. It stung, but it's obvious Midoriya didn't hit him very hard. He extended out his hand for Hitoshi to take. It doesn't work like that, he muttered, but accepted the hand. I'm pretty new to this too, Midoriya smiled as he pulled Hitoshi up, but I'm pretty sure that's exactly how it works. Izuku coughs and pushes himself up off the ground after Shinso toppled them. His friend doesn't look hurt either as he gets to his feet. Izuku wipes the corner of his mouth, hating that he's in this position but determined to see it through. Shinso is his friend, but he's also a rival right now. Only one of them could leave this ring, move on in the tournament, and possibly get the open hero spot. It's so important to him, to both of them, and yet he just can't bring himself to hurt his friend. He's still trying to win, but he's not going to go purposely hurt someone he cares about. Oh, that's a nasty tumble. We haven't had a fight this subdued in a while, but that doesn't make it any less intense. Oh hey look, I've got the records on our students. Present mic announces. So Shinso Hitoshi of 1C has a wow, a brainwashing quirk. Now that's quite something, but it looks like Midoriya is holding up against it. You can't hold out forever, Midoriya, Shinso mutters as he picks himself back up. I know you're too soft for your own good. I can sit here and badmouth you all day, but if I start talking about someone else, you go to pieces. Izuku tries to close his ears to whatever Shinso has to say and instead swipes at his feet. Shinso seems to anticipate this and jumps around him, scooting away from the border. Take me for example, you're the quirkless freak who could never be a hero, but that's got to be better than being the brainwashing kid who has no choice in becoming a villain. Shinso shouts, banging on his chest. Not only could I not be a hero, I had to be a demed bad guy. All because I happened to be born with the wrong quirk. You heard what Chura-sensei said, if I don't win here, I'll never get another shot. Izuku keeps his head low because if he looks into Shinso's face, he just might open his mouth to protest. His friend knows that Izuku would rather take 1,000 insults to himself rather than hear a friend disparaged, especially by himself. He fakes low, acting as if he's going to tackle Shinso again, but instead grips the other boy tightly by his shoulders and tries to push him out again. You think you can just push me out? Shinso demands. I don't care how great a fighter you are, there's no way I'm going to let an idiot like you beat me. Shinso brings up his knee into Izuku's gut, which forces him to stop his assault. You answer me, Midoriya, or I'll just keep talking until you do. He's right, of course. Shinso is smart, but he also saw the way the world worked a lot clearer than Izuku sometimes did. Izuku isn't going to get anywhere going easy on his friend by treating him gently in a full-out brawl like this. They both knew Izuku is the better fighter and that, if he could keep quiet, this match would be his. And yet, Shinso hasn't really said anything too hurtful, hasn't gone as deep as he could have. It's relieving in a way, but also heartbreaking because of what it allows Izuku to do. Oh man, it's getting heated down there. Let's look at Midoriya's record and see what his hidden quirk is. I'm sure that's what all of you have been waiting to hear. Let's see, Midoriya is also in 1C and he's gotta. Hey, is this the right file? Shinso is closer to the edge now. He's right that Izuku probably wouldn't be able to push him out, not with their size difference, but one of Izuku's first lessons with Rikamaru Shursho had been how to take down opponents bigger than him. I told you, you can't push me out. Shinso hisses, struggling in the hold, using the techniques Izuku taught him to escape, but Izuku also knows how to reassert those holds. I know you're better than this, so either answer me or get it over with. Izuku lets Shinso get in a punch to the nose, which gives Izuku the opportunity to grab his arm. He sees the realization in Shinso's eyes a second before he moves, and it breaks his heart a little. He wrenches Shinso around and uses his other arm to help lift Shinso's body. He mouths an apology. And with the ease of 1,000 practices, Izuku flips Shinso over his shoulder and onto the ground where his feet land just outside of the ring. Shinso is out. Midnight announces. Midoriya advances to round 2. Izuku is breathing heavily, looking down at his friend as he wipes some of the blood coming out of his nose. Shinso groans from the ground before slowly rolling over so he can push himself up. Are you okay? Izuku yelps, instantly putting out a hand to help up his friend. Shinso shoots him a dirty look. Don't you dare ask me that question, not now, his friend hisses as he ignores Izuku's open hand. Shinso stands up and brushes the dirt off himself, a dark, heavy look on his face. Please, I'm sorry, we were both trying our best to win and dash. Shut the hell up, Midoriya, I don't want to hear it. Izuku frowns as tears built up behind his eyes. He didn't want it to end like this. They've come so far, build up a friendship from the ground up. So do you do this every day? Shinso asked suspiciously as he eyed Izuku like he was some kind of freak, which he supposes he kind of was. Izuku probably deserved that look, but Shinso brought it upon himself when he mentioned he was an All Might fan. Well, not every day. Most days I head to my master's dojo to train. But on rest days, if I'm not hanging out with you guys, I'm looking for All Might. And you invited me because? Shinso drawled, looking genuinely confused. Are you saying you don't want to meet the number one in person? He works at our school, Shinso. He has probably walked on the very tiles we are standing on right now. He's just Izuku took a steadying breath. The man I have idolized my whole life, the reason I wanted to become a hero in the first place, is in this building somewhere. Of course I'm going to try and find him. Shinso gave him a look. Look, you don't have to stay, I just thought you might be interested, Izuku replied self-consciously. He liked the others but none of them loved heroes like Izuku did, wanted to be a hero so badly it hurt. He'd thought he'd found a kindred spirit in Shinso but it could have been wishful thinking on his part. So have you actually seen him? Shinso asked quietly. No. Izuku shouted before covering his mouth and leaning closer to the taller boy to whisper. I have scouted this school at all hours of the day and I can't find a blonde hair anywhere. Only the 1A students see him and that's only during class. I see that one hero girl more than I've seen All Might and she's invisible. So do you have a plan or are you just going to continue stalking the school until you find him? Shinso asked and Izuku could only grin. I'll have you know I was a very dedicated hero chaser back in the day, I have good instincts for this sort of thing. Izuku looked around another corner and, surprise, All Might wasn't there. Izuku was thinking he'll be graduated before he saw the man. But I am open for suggestions. Have you checked around the lawn? He's got to come and go at some point so maybe we can catch him as he's leaving, Shinso suggested. Yeah that could work. He usually does hero work after his class so it's possible, I guess it's better than running around the empty halls. Izuku concluded and they walked in semi-awkward silence towards the outdoor exit. So All Might inspired you to be a hero, huh? Shinso asked. You said that before but you neglected to mention that you're kind of obsessed with him. I'm pretty sure that's not the first thing you say when you're trying to make new friends, Izuku muttered. I guess not, Shinso acknowledged but there's definitely a smile on his face. But in a way, I don't blame you. All Might is pretty amazing. People see him and just instantly feel safe. His presence alone is enough to make people happy, to make them trust him. That's what I want to be if I ever get that far. Yeah, Izuku said with a bright smile because, finally, someone gets him. He's strong and he's powerful but he's also so kind and soothing. I don't know how he manages it with his power, he should be terrifying and yet he's not. That's the ideal to aim for. To be a hero like All Might. Yeah, Shinso sighed. So what will you do if you see him? Cry. Izuku answered because, honestly, it'll probably happen. Then I'd like to ask him if he thinks it's possible for someone like me to be a hero. It's dumb and all but I feel like if All Might says I can do it then, I don't know, maybe it can really happen. It's a little dumb, Shinso said, but, yeah, I'd probably ask the same thing. Shinso doesn't look back as he walks off the stage, his fists clenched angrily by his side. Izuku watches him leave, deciding whether or not chasing after his friend will make it worse. Why did it have to be like this? Why did he have to fight his friends to move forward? If this is what being a hero is about, then maybe he didn't want it. Shinso, wait. Izuku calls as he ignores Midnight's congratulations to chase after Shinso. The whole hero community as a whole, even All Might himself, couldn't keep Izuku from reaching his friend. Please, just talk to me. Just stop it already. Shinso says, his shoulders hunching over. I keep telling you, you're too goddamn nice. Shinso turns and his eyes are wet and angry but strong. Don't apologize to me for winning, you idiot. You wanted it just as badly as I did and you got it. Now you go out there and show those idiots what it means to be a hero. You get all the way to the top and you keep the door to 1A open for me cause I'll be catching up real soon. Shinso, Izuku blubbers, I will, I promise. He puts out a fist and grins tearfully when Shinso reciprocates, gently bumping their knuckles together. Unbelievable, folks. It may have been a quiet battle but listen to this. Midoriya Izuku, the Gen Ed student who took the preliminaries by storm, is actually quirkless. Who could have ever seen this turn of events? How does the boy without a quirk hope to stand a chance against some of Yui's finest? You'd better be ready, Midoriya, Shinso says as he turns and walks into the tunnel. It's only going to get harder from here on out. As soon as he steps off the field, Izuku is acutely aware of all the eyes on him, of the whispers behind his back. He's used to being stared at for being some sort of freak, a relic of a long-forgotten age, but the intensity of the eyes on him now feels much, much heavier. He swallows the lump in his throat and continues on like he isn't bothered by them. The main worry now is that they'll try and pull him out of the matches. Heavens knows they normally don't have a problem letting kids beat the hell out of each other on live TV, but, of course, it's different now that he's quirkless. Midoriya Izuku, would you please come to the commentator's box? Comes from the loudspeakers in the tunnel, and he takes a deep breath. Well, here it comes. They were going to try and talk him out of competing. His anger burns warm in his chest. Well, let them try to stop him. He knows his rights. Yui got rid of the ban on quirkless students 3 years ago, so there's nothing but their own prejudices in his way. Izuku holds his head high as he stalks up to the commentator's box. Present Mike is narrating another of the matches, but there are several others up there as well. Izuku recognizes Class 1B teacher, Blood King, and Chura-sensei is there too. Sitting next to Present Mike is a man wrapped almost entirely in bandages. Really? They're going to tell him he can't fight when this man clearly should be in the hospital? I'm not going to back out. I'm going to fight in the next round, and nothing you say will make me change my mind, Izuku announces before they can say anything. Be reasonable, son, Blood King says in a grinding tone. No one can deny you've done well so far, but we can't guarantee your safety in upcoming matches. And you can for everyone else competing? Izuku snaps back. Normally he'd be mortified to be talking to an adult, a pro hero no less, with such disrespect, but he's too angry to care right now. I've sweat and bled to get this far, and you're not taking it from me. I'm going to fight, and I'm going to earn that open seat in the hero course. Interesting, the dark-haired man mumbles through his bandages. You know heroics has never taken a quirkless student before, right? First time for everything, Izuku answers right back. No one thought one hero could single-handedly decrease crime rates either, and yet here we are. The man nods to himself before retreating from the conversation. Are you even aware of who you're going to be fighting? What kind of power you're up against? Blood King hisses, kneeling down a little bit so he's closer to Izuku's level. This isn't some Gen Ed punk. You're up against Todoroki Shudo, son of the second most powerful man in Japan. Even the fastest and strongest would have a hard time against him. You're a smart kid. You have to see your chances are impossible. Todoroki? That's who he'd be fighting? Izuku admits the thought absolutely terrifies him. Todoroki's performance in the obstacle course and the cavalry battle had shown that he's incredibly skilled with his quirk. But Izuku couldn't back down now. It would mean that all of his hard work meant nothing, that Shinsu's loss had been pointless. I'll be ready, Izuku nods. I'm well aware of the fact that it will be difficult, but a real hero doesn't back down from a fight no matter how strong their opponent is. Izuku narrows his eyes. With all due respect, sir, there isn't a thing you can do to stop me. Blood King wearily turns to Chura-sensei, who's got the barest hint of a smug smile on his face. I told you he wouldn't back down. Let him fight. I guarantee you the boy will cause a bigger stir if you try to pull him out now. Besides, he might even show Todoroki's son a thing or two. Well, I think you're mad, kid. Present Mike says enthusiastically, spinning around in his chair as the previous match concludes. But I gotta say I kinda dig it, don't you, Eraser? Izuku gasps quietly. That was Eraserhead, the underground hero capable of temporarily erasing quirks, who also happened to be the homeroom teacher of 1A and one of the teachers injured at US. Sure, Midoriya, you can compete, just don't sue us when you break all your bones. Thank you, Izuku answers. I can't promise to win, but I can say I'll put on a good show. He walks out of the room with his head held high, ignoring the whispered comments behind his back. The first round is still going on, so he has time to plan for his upcoming battle. Izuku is lost in thought as he walks down the hall, still conflicted about how to feel about Todoroki. Izuku is, of course, in complete awe of the power the other boy possesses, but he'd seemed so sad when he'd spoken to Izuku. He'd looked like Shinso had the day those older kids were bullying him, like he knew that there's nothing to be done about all the awful things in his life. Izuku wonders if he could. So you're the quirkless kid everyone is talking about? Izuku feels his heart skip a beat as number 2 hero, Endeavor, rounds the corner and stares down at him with indifference. The heat and disgust radiating off the hero is almost enough to make Izuku step back, but he forces himself to stand his ground. Pathetic. I was hoping my Shudo would have a more impressive matchup to demonstrate his skills, but I suppose it can't be helped. You couldn't possibly understand, but my son is destined to surpass All Might himself. He shouldn't have to waste his time on people like you, Endeavor sneers. I know I can't expect much from a quirkless brat, but, for both your sakes, try not to lose so disgracefully. With that said, Endeavor moves past him with an aggressive stride. Quirkless or not, I still beat your son in the preliminaries, Izuku says harshly. And Todoroki may not have beaten All Might, but he's already surpassed you, not that it's difficult or anything. Excuse me, I need to prepare for my match. He turns and walks away before Endeavor can respond. Izuku makes sure not to hurry away, taking careful measured steps and keeping his trembling fists still at his side. He didn't want Endeavor to interpret his shaking as fear when all Izuku can feel is rage. And now folks, we've got what is sure to be an interesting but ultimately short fight. Present Mike screeches. We have in one corner, the boy who defied the odds, and the advice of his teachers, to be here. You all remember the quirkless general education student who came out on top in the preliminaries, Midoriya Izuku. Izuku stretches out his arms, letting mixed words roll off of him like water. The old him would have been discouraged, but he's different now. He knows who he is and what he's capable of. And then we have one of our rising stars in one, the boy who turned this stadium into a giant popsicle in the first round and the son of the number 2 himself, Todoroki Shudo. Be sure to go easy on him, Todoroki. Stop demeaning the students and let them fight, Eraserhead chimes in. This match is far from over. Midoriya has proven himself to be a strong opponent and Todoroki would be wise to keep that in mind. Alright, moving on. Midnight says, holding up her whip. She gives Izuku a pitying look. Last chance, kid. No one will think less of you if you bow out now. Izuku sighs with frustration as he reaches behind his back and pulls out his bow, whipping it out to its full length before settling it in his hands. Well, it's your funeral. Start. During the time before his match, Izuku had carefully observed Todoroki's fight with the 1A kid, Zero. Izuku's main advantage is the fact that everyone, probably Todoroki too, will be underestimating him. Judging by how Todoroki had appeared after he'd created that huge iceberg, Izuku would guess that was probably at or near his upper limit. But Todoroki most likely wasn't going to go that big against little, quirkless him, if only because it's a waste of energy. Besides all that, it takes Todoroki a few seconds to build up that amount of ice. And a few seconds is all Izuku needed. Midnight barely finished announcing the start before Izuku is charging forward towards Todoroki as fast as he absolutely could. They aren't too far apart and Izuku reaches the other boy quickly, soon enough that Todoroki still hasn't finished forming his ice. Flinching at the sudden proximity, Todoroki throws a much smaller ice wall up, one which Izuku is easily able to climb using the cleats in his boots to get to higher ground. Izuku raises his bow and whips it hard across Todoroki's face. Izuku ignores the quiet crack and the look of surprised pain on Todoroki's face. Rikamaru had been right. Izuku can't afford to play nice right now, not if he wants to win. Izuku hits the ground while Todoroki stumbles back a bit and he maneuvers the bow to hit Todoroki in the gut. Todoroki chokes and huddles over himself, taking a few more steps back. Izuku hates himself a bit to keep hammering in on someone clearly in pain, but this is his one and only chance to prove himself and Todoroki could wipe him out if Izuku hesitates for even a second. Oh, are you seeing this? Midoriya is not going down without a fight and is really pounding in on Todoroki. This guy isn't playing around, he's here to win. He charges again and Todoroki has semi-righted himself, wiping some spittle from the side of his mouth. He eyes Izuku with a cold gaze, the same look he gave when he'd initially challenged Izuku. On the ground below them, a pillar ice begins to speed towards him rapidly. Izuku mostly is able to dodge but winces as part of the ice hits him in the head, scraping his forehead and part of his left eyebrow. Ignoring the pain and blood dribbling down into his eye, Izuku pushes himself forward and closes the distance between him and his opponent. Todoroki has put out another stream of ice but, Like before, Izuku climbs it and jumps down to confront Todoroki. He delivers a strong kick to his chest and Todoroki stumbles back into his own ice wall. Todoroki steadies himself and brings up his right arm to shoot more ice, but Izuku is already in his face. He slams Todoroki's head hard into the ice, with enough force to crack the wall before grabbing the front of his opponent's uniform and flipping him to the ground. Todoroki gasps as he hits the floor with a loud thunk. What is going on? Present Mike announces even as the cheers in the audience begin to swell. Am I dreaming? Am I actually seeing a quirkless kid slam Endeavor's son around like some sort of ragdoll? I have got to say, folks, I am starting to get excited. You go Midoriya. Izuku pants with exertion, wiping away the blood from his eye before making his way over to his opponent. There is no way Izuku is going to actually beat Todoroki in terms of skill. His only hope is to keep pounding on him, keeping Todoroki off balance so he couldn't get in any serious attacks until Izuku could get him out of bounds. Todoroki is on his knees when Izuku is there again. He kicks him in the stomach and forcing Todoroki back down. But not before Todoroki gets the chance to ice the ground beneath him. Izuku yelps as he loses his footing and hits the ground with a painful thump, mere centimeters from his opponent. They blink at each other for a second before Todoroki is scrambling up. He glares heartily down at Izuku, looking ready to end it. Luckily, Izuku's staff is within reach so he has enough time to grab it and smack Todoroki's hand away, causing the ice to go awry. The hit wasn't intended to harm so Todoroki recovers quickly, but it gives Izuku time to get to his feet and charge him again. His strategy is sound. Midoriya knows he can't beat Todoroki on his own, so he's continually attacking his stronger opponents so he's unable to produce a significant counterattack. His moves aren't random either, they're the product of diligent training as he makes the most of his equipment and his surroundings. Eraserhead comments. Izuku grits his teeth as he pulls back and delivers a strong punch to Todoroki's face. He feels the boy's nose break beneath his fist. Todoroki growls and sends a column of ice into Izuku's gut. Izuku coughs and his bow drops limply from his hands and bounces on the ground. Ouch, he's pretty sure something broke there. Todoroki rushes him again, bringing up his right hand to try and freeze Izuku in place, but Izuku manages to dodge through sheer luck. However, the motion does cause him to fall to the ground again, which aggravates his ribs. He looks around for his staff again, but Todoroki lightly kicks it away before Izuku can reach it. He also creates a large ice wall behind Izuku so he can't retreat, effectively trapping him. You're good, I'm sorry I underestimated you, Todoroki pants, bringing trembling fingers up to his broken nose. Izuku's frowns. Todoroki's whole right hand and bits of his face are pale and covered in ice. His breath is fogging in the air with a hushed chill. He's overexerting his ice. He hasn't been able to make anything big, but between his efforts now and the last few events, it's clear Todoroki's starting to feel the effects of his quirk. But I'm afraid this match is over now. You're using your ice too much, Izuku hisses, swiping at the blood in his eye as he shakily gets to his feet. Why aren't you using your fire to regulate your temperature? You know why, Todoroki says darkly. He spares a moment to nod over to the stands where Endeavor is an obvious, fiery presence. I'm not going to give that man the satisfaction. I got this far without using his power and I'm not about to start now. That's bullshit, Izuku hears himself say as he rushes his opponent, fueled by a sort of righteous energy. Todoroki's movements have been progressively slowing down so Izuku is able to grab him by the front of his gym uniform and throw him into another patch of ice. You won't give him the satisfaction? You claim that you're going to beat me when you won't even bring out all of your power. Izuku gets in close and pulls Todoroki forward before slamming him back into the ice, almost as if he could shake some sense into his opponent. The other boy responds with a punch to the jaw that manages to push Izuku back. Todoroki throws some more ice, but it's smaller than it was before and it's easy to dodge. The quick movement is really aggravating Izuku's injuries, but his fury keeps him going. Look at me, Izuku shouts, gesturing to himself. You've barely put a scratch on me. The quirkless idiot who dared to challenge the strongest kid in the hero class. Izuku gets in another punch. All I have is my fists, my brain and my staff, and I'm actually beating you. He yells as he runs forward, but Todoroki is starting to get his equilibrium back and dodges, using the opportunity to get behind Izuku and kick him down to the ground. He rolls aside before Todoroki can ice him in place, but not too far that he can't deliver another kick to Todoroki's knee, which causes him to partially fall. "You're the one who challenged me to give everything I had, remember? I've kept up my end of the bargain, it's you who's falling short." Izuku scrambles to his feet, almost falling in his haste, and kicks Todoroki across the jaw so he falls flat on his back. Izuku reaches down and hooks Todoroki's right arm behind his back, with Izuku's arm wrapped around Todoroki's neck as he starts to drag his opponent back over towards the edge of the ring. "You think you can beat me using only half your power?" Izuku shouts because he's angry and he's pumped up on adrenaline and can't seem to stop. The arrogance of it all infuriated him, but not as much as the knowledge that Todoroki was hurting and no one else was doing anything about it. "What happened to you wasn't right, but you shouldn't let him get in the way of your dreams." Todoroki is struggling within his hold, but Izuku is beyond caring right now. "If you want to beat me, you're going to have to give me everything you've got." Shudo wasn't really sure what he was expecting in this match, but Midoriya Izuku certainly wasn't it. He'd taken the green-haired boy's success in the obstacle course as coincidence, but he couldn't deny the other's skill once Midoriya had placed first again in the second event. Earlier that morning, Todoroki had announced to Bakugo that he intended to beat him, but somewhere along the way, Todoroki's opponent had shifted to the general education student no one had heard of before. But Midoriya had been different outside of the ring, quiet and kind and looking very much out of place. He'd been jumpy and emotional when Shudo had privately discussed his reasons for not using his fire. It was almost hard to believe this was the same person who'd ruthlessly rammed his foot into Shudo's gut just minutes earlier. Present Mix announcement after Midoriya's first match that he didn't have a quirk had surprised Shudo. At the time, he'd simply shrugged it off. His old man wouldn't care about his victory over some quirkless kid, so Shudo could afford to go easy on him and save his strength for other, tougher battles. He had never miscalculated someone so badly in his entire life. From the moment this battle started, Shudo has been kicked and punched and thrown around with terrifying precision. Endeavor made sure that he'd had the finest combat training, sure, but quirk training had always taken priority, which meant Shudo focused more on distance fighting. Midoriya had obviously noticed this and taken advantage, getting and staying close so Shudo couldn't accurately use his ice. The fact that his vision keeps shifting and his thoughts are a bit muddled from a likely concussion really did not help matters. Midoriya has him in something of a headlock now and is trying to drag Shudo out of bounds and out of the competition. He struggles in the hold, but Midoriya's grip is strong and the only way out is to actually hurt the other boy. But the words Midoriya is screaming in his ear seem to slow him down more than any physical injury. "If you really want to be a hero, then you won't let me win," Midoriya shouts as he continues to drag Shudo. He's so confused. Midoriya wants to advance, right? So why is he poking at all the ugly, painful parts that everyone else has been content until now to ignore? "You know nothing," Shudo chokes out and decides he's through being dragged around. His right hand is still trapped behind his back, but he forms ice on it anyway. Midoriya is close enough to him that Shudo can see one green eye widen in surprise and pain as the cold seeps into him. Midoriya wrenches Shudo's body to the side so his right hand is free. Before he can think, Shudo brings that frozen hand up to the one around his throat. This time, Midoriya yelps as he pulls his arm free, a coat of ice now covering that arm and part of his hand. "You think I don't know what it feels like to be trapped in a life you hate because of how you were born?" Midoriya demands, swinging the partially frozen arm at his face. Shudo dodges and it hits one of the ice walls. Midoriya winces, but most of the ice on his arm breaks off, revealing red, swollen skin already in the first stage of frostbite. "But I'm here, Todoroki," Midoriya emphasizes as he breaks off to the side to grab his staff before charging back. "I didn't let all the people who said I was useless keep me down." The staff comes down over his head, but Shudo is prepared this time. He reaches up with his right hand and catches it before it hits him. Metal is an excellent conductor and it freezes easily. The chilled metal begins to crack under his frozen grip. Midoriya abandons it in his hand and pulls back to deliver a powerful kick to Shudo's chest. Shudo staggers backwards and the frozen staff partially shatters from the impact while Midoriya grabs the intact end of the staff and breaks it off. He then whips Shudo with it across the face, using it as some sort of eskrima stick. Are you going to let that man control your life? Midoriya demands, and he continues to smack Shudo over and over again. Shudo is vaguely aware that they're nearing the edge, but a larger part of him doesn't care. All that matters is what Midoriya is trying to tell him. It's your power, Todoroki. If you think you can be a hero without giving everything you have, then I'm going to drag you out of this ring and take your place. Shudo is so disoriented he doesn't know what to think or what to feel. Midoriya is still smacking him around, and Present Mike is getting more and more excited as the crowds begin to cheer louder. His body is half frozen and he's broken and bruised and terribly tired. But despite all that, somewhere inside he feels warm. When was the last time anyone had ever told him to do something for his own sake? People have praised him for his quirk, sure, but it always seemed in connection to that man. But now it's his, isn't it? His to use, to save, to win. The warmth in him spreads until he feels his skin prickle as the ice on his skin melts and his uniform burns. Midoriya gasps slightly and takes a step back as Shudo's left side blazes. Shudo has never felt so at peace when using his fire, in his entire life. And Midoriya, that absolute madman, he's grinning. Even though you say you want to win, you go out of your way to help your opponent. Shudo says, reveling at the warmth on his skin, like the feeling of the sun on a summer's day. Which one of us is crazy? You're going to be a great hero, Todoroki. Midoriya responds, wiping his bloody face into his shoulder and smoothing out his grin into a thoughtful expression. He's probably recalculating his strategy now that Shudo is using his fire. And Shudo just wants to shake his head. Who is this guy? This general education student who beat him up and rubbed his face in his trauma until he brought out Shudo's full power? Now that the odds against him are worse than ever, he's still looking to win? Midoriya Izuku is unlike anyone Shudo has ever met. Shudo! Endeavor shouts from somewhere in the stands. He hears his father go on about how Shudo will finally achieve his ambitions or something. But the words hardly seem to reach him. Shudo can't even bring himself to care. All that matters is the ice, the flame, and the warrior before him. I hope you know what you're in for. I won't be going easy anymore. Shudo responds as he brings a hand up to wipe the gathering tears in his eyes. You don't deserve anything less than my best. Midoriya smiles at that and charges again. His broken staff is held out in a manner made to deflect, but, in the end, he goes low. But Shudo has finally learned. He shoots out some ice at Midoriya's feet, causing him to slip and tumble to the ground. His staff rolls out of his hand as Midoriya quickly scrambles back to his feet while Shudo stalks forward. It's not over yet, I'm not backing down. Midoriya runs up the jagged edges of one of the other ice walls and uses it to gain the high ground. He leaps down, avoiding Shudo but trying to kick his legs out from under him. Shudo manages to dodge it, but it causes him to stumble backwards. But that's okay because Midoriya has missed the fact that Shudo has been rapidly cooling the air around them. Shudo grits his teeth as he tries to dodge the flurry of punches while he lowers the temperature. Their breath is fogging in the chill as Midoriya punches him hard enough to put Shudo on the ground. Shudo's forcibly reminded that despite his elation, he's in quite a bit of pain and his head injury makes itself known with stark clarity. His vision swims as 3 versions of Midoriya descend on him, and it's instinct that has him igniting the cooled air around them. However, even he wasn't prepared for the explosion that occurs. It booms, cracking the pavement beneath them and shattering the ice walls all over the stage. Shudo is forced down by the blast, and he's not sure he has the strength to push himself back up again. His ears are ringing and his eyes burn, so he closes them as he waits for the inevitable. That's it, he's done. When Midoriya recovers, Shudo won't be able to stop him from dragging him out. Midoriya is out of bounds. Midnight announces, Todoroki advances to the 3rd round. Shudo opens his eyes with a gasp and angles his head upwards. The smoke is still pretty dense, but as it clears, he can see Midoriya shakily pushing himself up just outside of the ring. His clothes are blacked and smoking, but he doesn't seem too badly hurt. Shudo's head falls back to the ground as he wonders at the disappointment he feels. He won, that's good, right? Not like we expected any other outcome. I knew this fight was a bad idea. He overhears Midnight say to herself as she tries to clear the smoke with her whip. How can she just dash? Despite his injuries, Shudo gets angry. Actually, beyond angry, he's furious. Did she not watch the fight? Did she not see Midoriya wipe the floor with him during the first half? He has more skill and determination than most people Shudo has met, including some pro heroes. And besides all that, Midoriya should have had the victory long before. If he hadn't insisted on forcing Shudo to confront his problems, he probably would have won. It's completely unfair that Midoriya has to stop here. Shudo can't think of anyone more suited to be a hero. But because he lost, people aren't going to look at him twice. They'll say Midoriya's success so far was a fluke and let him float back into obscurity. That spot in 1A will be filled by someone with a fancy quirk who may or may not deserve it, all the while Midoriya is left in general education, his talent wasted and unspent. Aw man, that's too bad to hear. I was kinda rooting for him too. Anyways, what a show. Put your hands together for our two contestants, especially to Midoriya, who showed us the meaning of determination. Todoroki, he hears Midoriya cough as he staggers back over to where Shudo is still sprawled. Todoroki, are you okay? One concerned green eye, the other is still squeezed shut from the blood, looks down at him as Midoriya kneels and looks him over with a stressed-out expression. Oh man, your nose looks bad and I think you might have a concussion. I'm sorry, I just wanted to win so bad. Shudo fears for a second the boy is going to start crying, but instead Midoriya pastes on a watery smile. Let's get you to recovery, girl. We need to get you ready for the third round. I'm sure your next fight will be a lot tougher, but don't forget about what the quirkless kid was able to do. Alright, we need to clear off the stage for the next fight.